Alrighty. Are we live? Oh, wow, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very interesting Tuesday on our hands. You just got Tesla delivery numbers that just came in right now. I think 411,000 versus, and then they delivered 444,000. I don't know how that stands up against the estimates. I'm sure some of y'all are more into the Tesla one, but we have a very interesting day ahead of us. We have Jerome Powell right at the bell. Shortly thereafter, we're going to be getting the JOLTS jobs data. That's the first set of jobs data we're going to be getting this week leading into the non-farm payrolls. And then we start to move into the holiday and everything we dealt with yesterday. The bond market, them blaming Donald Trump, the other theories, it is still in full effect. So we got a little bit of a rally here with the bonds. We'll see if that holds up after the data, but I'm telling you now, usually when I make a watch list and I start talking crazy, usually the news the next day, they make fun of me. Or maybe I just think that because I'm a narc, right? But here's the deal. Nobody disagreed with the Biden thing for the most part, or the Donald thing. But the point is, bro, you got a lot of volatility with the bonds, and this whole political narrative is actually one of the big drivers. So we got a lot to talk about with it. We're going to have a very interesting morning. We have some plays and some opportunities, but Chatadonia. Good morning. How are you, baby? What up, Carissa? What up, Rod, Jimmy, Ned, Ansel, Blizzy, Gunnar, Mark J, baby? When it lows are nope, okay. Aurelio, Skinny, Cameron, Laker, J. Oh, good morning, baby. What's up, Tim Whitman? What up, Shamir? How you living, Eduardo? B. Dizzle, Monica, Aaron, LOL, baby, Void, Amir, Baba, Godfather, Rocky Top, Cody, J. Biz, Troy Lemon, baby, Jonathan, Agent of Chaos, Void, Cart McGart, baby, me, not you, Mr. Who is that, Keith? Oh, wait, that just flew by. Okay, hey, Chad, hi. Oh, man, my chat was going slow. Then it went nuts. What up, Pirelli? What up, Chris? 7th Gear, Kid, Battleborn, Sudi, Me, Nacho, Notorious, Tiago, Joe, Javier, Christian, Straw Hat, NRG, Wanda, Napa, Byron. Too many photography, baby. Good morning. Bob on Fire, El Chapato, Brandon, C Money, Zuraz, Dakota. Good morning, baby. It's me. Your name say Puto? Oh, you know, remember I called people puto and they got mad at me for a little bit. I like saying puto. I think that's a bad word though, so you better watch out. Like the video. What up, Y6? What up, Bruce B, the Tiger Man? What about the Twitch? 333, Avas, Nikki on Smash, Lizzie, Blizzy B, Iceberg, Toy Soldier, Blowing Dough, Avance, Mother Liquor, Liberas, Blowing Dough, Feed Me Seymour, and Blowing Dough and Mother Liquor again, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, don't be a puto. Okay, don't be a puto. Good morning, man. Buenos dias. Oh, man, look at Tessie. Hi. So, Chatadonia, we got an interesting day on our hands. Tesla's already up 3 there. I think we'll get a lot more activity. It's only a Tuesday. And then literally after the data and Powell in the morning, we will see what happens in the AM. So, here it is. U.S. futures drop ahead of jobs data as NVIDIA slips. American equity futures declined as a rally in tech megacaps ran out of steam ahead of jobs data that may give more clues on the outlook for U.S. interest rates. Contracts on the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 were down around 0.4%. Tesla Inc. shares fell more than 1% in pre-market trading, surrendering some of yesterday's 6% gain. NVIDIA Corp, Meta Platforms Inc. and Apple Inc. also slipped. Drug maker Eli Lilly and Company fell more than 1% after President Biden and Senator Bernie Sanders called on European peer Novo Nordisk AS to cut the price of Ozempic and Wegovy. Paramount Global gained on a report Barry Diller is considering making a bid The 10-year Treasury yield paired Monday's rise, which was fueled by speculation that a Donald Trump presidency would lead to greater U.S. fiscal deficits and higher inflation. A gauge of the dollar was steady. Recent data has showed inflation in the U.S. moderating, which is supportive of stocks in the short term, according to UBS chief strategist Panu Baweja, but signs of slowing economic growth will weigh on shares more broadly in the medium term, calling for defensive positioning. The central pillar of how markets are likely to trade over the next 6 months is lower inflation first in the U.S., followed by lower growth in the U.S., Baweja said. We are risk-off in equities broadly. Still, it would take an extreme blow to market sentiment to derail the flow of cash into the soaring big tech names that have led the market's advance in 2024, according to J.P. Morgan Asset Management's David Kelly. Treasuries whipsawed. Treasuries have been whipsawed this year as traders swung between buying bonds amid signs of cooling U.S. prices and fears of higher for longer rates. Yields on 5-year securities have climbed more than 20 basis points from a low of about 4.20% just under 3 weeks ago. After last week's debate hurt Joe Biden's chances of winning re-election, Wall Street strategists, including ones from Goldman Sachs Group Inc., Morgan Stanley, and Barclays PLC, are taking a fresh look at how a Trump victory could play out in the bond market. They're urging clients to position for sticky inflation and higher long-term yield. Strategists at JP Morgan Chase & Company, on the other hand, said it's now time to pocket profits on treasuries. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's speech at an ECB forum in Portugal may provide more clues on the outlook for policy. The ECB's Lagarde is also scheduled to speak at job openings. Traders will also eye data on U.S. job openings later Tuesday. Strength in hiring has so far helped the economy weather aggressive Fed tightening, which brought interest rates to the highest levels in 2 decades. With inflation still running above the central bank's 2% target, the fear is that any further softening in labor conditions could start to snowball and put economic growth at risk. Meanwhile, European stocks declined after policymakers signaled they need more evidence that price pressures are under control, even as the latest data showed Euro region inflation moderating slightly, and the Stocks Europe 600 benchmark dropped about 0.7%, led by insurers and car makers. France's CAC 40 erased most of Monday's gains as the country prepares for a second election round, with the outlook for French assets still uncertain. Euro area consumer prices slowed in line with economists' estimates in June, though the core measure, which excludes volatile items such as food and energy, unexpectedly remained unchanged. Price pressures. After trimming interest rates by a quarter point in June, officials are determining whether inflation is moderating enough to allow further cuts. At this week's annual ECB retreat in Sintra, Portugal, President Christine Lagarde and chief economist Philip Lane said there's no convincing evidence yet that the threat is past. Lagarde has telegraphed the message very well, said Frédéric Carrier, head of investment strategy at RBC Wealth Management. We're not expecting a change in July, but rather in September and December. The rally in European stocks has stalled in recent weeks due to political turmoil following a snap election call in France. The first round of the legislative elections narrowed the possible outcomes to 2, both of which presage prolonged uncertainty for investors. The second round of voting is scheduled for Sunday. We're expecting that France will be harder to govern and there will be less reforms. It's not a positive, said Carrier. Among individual stocks, shares in food services company Sodexo SA fell. Revenue for the third quarter missed estimates. Tire maker Michelin slipped in Paris, with analysts citing a close call after markets closed on Monday. HelloFresh shares jumped after JP Morgan said data indicates stabilization in the key North America meal kit business. Siemens Energy AG rose as much as 4.3% after the Financial Times reported that the company plans to hire over 10,000 new employees in its grid business. Asian shares increased, led by gains in Japan and Hong Kong. The MSCI AC Asia Pacific Index hit its highest since late May amid a rally in Hong Kong listed property and electric vehicle maker shares. And in commodities, oil traded near a 2-month high on an escalation in tensions in the Middle East and concerns over the rapid start to the Atlantic hurricane season. Iron ore held near the highest close in about a month. Gold was little changed. The early nomination. Democrats are considering formally nominating Joe Biden as early as mid-July to ensure he is on the presidential ballots, while also stamping out intra-party chatter on whether he should be replaced following last week's rough debate performance. The criminal trial over Donald Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election, meanwhile, could be delayed for a year or more following the Supreme Court's ruling that presidents have some immunity in their official acts. Trump bond implications. Wall Street strategists are starting to game out how a Donald Trump victory in the election in November could play for the bond market. They are urging clients to position for sticky inflation and higher long-term bond yields and to contemplate policies that could lead to more rate cuts. JP Morgan says now is the time to pocket profits from short bets on 5-year treasuries at upflation. Big consumer products companies have kept their revenue up in recent years via the practice of shrinkflation, raising prices while reducing the size of packages, but consumers will only tolerate that for so long before they start seeking alternatives or trading down to cheaper options. That's resulting in shrinkflation being replaced by upflation, an attempt to create new uses for products and then charging more for them. A top overnight news: European stocks declined ahead of data on Euro region inflation after policymakers signaled they need more evidence that price pressures are easing before considering another interest rate cut. Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago President Austin Goolsbee said policymakers should cut interest rates if U.S. inflation continues to fall back to the 2% target. Financial giants from Goldman Sachs and Company to Morgan Stanley and Barclays PLC are taking a fresh look at how a Donald Trump victory in November could play out in the bond market. 3 weeks after recommending investors sell 5-year treasuries, strategists at JP Morgan Chase and Company say it's time to pocket profits from the trade. The European Central Bank doesn't yet have sufficient evidence that inflation threats have passed. President Christine Lagarde and her top economists said, feeding expectations that officials will take a break from cutting interest rates this month. Oil traded near a 2-month high after breaking out of its recent trading range on an escalation in tensions in the Middle East and concerns over the rapid start to the Atlantic hurricane season. SFZ GNSD WX2PS. As the UK prepares to head to the polls on Thursday, the country's financial markets appear to be shedding their recent reputation for volatility. President Emmanuel Macron's centrist alliance and the left-wing New Popular Front have until this evening to strategically pull candidates from France's final round of voting Sunday in a last-ditch effort to keep a dominant far-right out of power. BBG. Actually, it was not BBG. No. Chatadonia, there's more. There is still more news. Like the video. It's a good day to like the video. This is second day of the month. Second day of the month, baby. Hit that thumbs up button. S&P futures are down by 0.4. Tuesday morning trading comes after U.S. equities finish mostly higher on Monday, with big tech the standout, driving the NASDAQ to another all-time high. However, the breadth was narrow. 60% of the NASDAQ was down, and cyclical pockets tended to underperform. Treasuries firmer after another big backup in yields on Monday. Dollar little change. Gold down by 0.1 and Bitcoin futures down by 0.9, while WTI is up by 1. Despite some stabilization today, rate backup and spike in bond volatility evidenced by Move Index, the big story as of late. 10-year yields up by 20 basis points in the last 2 sessions, despite slightly cooler May core PCE inflation and dovish June ISM manufacturing prints. Move chalked up to several factors, including last Friday's rebalance and French election first round, though higher probability of a Republican sweep in November. Tax cuts and tariffs following the first presidential debate seems to be getting the most attention. Also, more scrutiny on concentration and breadth, along with macro narrative volatility. JOLTS jobs openings for May highlight on the U.S. economic calendar this morning. Openings fell by nearly 300,000 in April to 8.05 million, the lowest level since February of 21. Street is looking for further declines into May of 7.95 million. Fed Chair Powell also set to participate in a panel discussion at the ECB conference in Portugal. ADP private payrolls, initial claims, and ISM services and minutes on calendar for Wednesday. On the holiday shortened season, Friday brings in employment report. Non-farms expected to increase by 195,000 in June, following an outsized gain of 272 in May. Tesla Q2 delivery numbers came in ahead of consensus. NVO and Eli Lilly down after Biden called out the companies to cut prices for diabetes and weight loss drugs. New York Times reported Barry Diller's IAC exploring bid to acquire Sherry Redstone's National Amusement, the company that owns a controlling stake in Para. MSM fiscal Q3 in line with pre-announcement. PSNY operating loss widened, announcing more cost-cutting actions. Bloomberg reported retailer Con may file for bankruptcy protection in the coming weeks as they face sales decline and issues integrating a rival chain. Homebuilders DHI and Lennar caught downgrades at Citi. Piper Sandler upgraded team and downgraded Crowd and INSEE and downgraded at BMO. Strategists debate whether a Trump presidency would mean for treasuries. .com bubble memories haunt the AI-driven U.S. stock market rally of first half of 24. French markets rebound on Monday, but investors look beyond first round with focus on policy instability risk. U.S. corporate fundraising picked up sharply in first half, but bankers wary of second half. Fed Goolsbee says inflation on path to 2%. Holding rates steady means policy tightening. ECB President Lagarde says more time needed to assess whether inflation risks have passed. ECB Lane says every decision is live. June inflation data seems in line with ECB assessment. Bank of Japan anchor for long-dated JGB set to break with the 10-30-year spread continuing to widen. RBA weighted rate hike in June saw a stronger case to remain on hold amid household strains. Tesla June China-made EV sales down nearly 25% year over year. Elon begins following Uber founder Travis Kalanick on X, sparking robo-taxi speculation. Barry Diller considering making an offer for control of Paramount Global. NVIDIA is set to face anti-competitive allegations from French regulators. Apple reportedly increases chip orders, suggesting increased demand for iPhone 16. Boeing expected to plead guilty to fraud or face criminal trial under DOJ's offer. Amazon International arm set to swing an annual profit after years of losses. Wall Street and European investment banks scaled back China investment in 23 in challenging environment. More older, lower-rate U.S. mortgages are being replaced by newer borrowing with higher financing costs. We talked about that yesterday. China export raises fear of Christmas freight crisis as Red Sea attacks push up cost and pressure. Are we talking Christmas already? My goodness. Eurozone inflation slows to 2.5% with lower rise in energy and fresh food costs offset by persistently high service prices. South Korean inflation falls by more than expected, the lowest since July of 23. China leaders vowed to kickstart spending by offering subsidies, but many consumers are not biting. Private China data showed yearly sales decline for Chinese property developers, continuing to narrow in June. Democratic Party leadership mulling early Biden nomination to shore up support, though internal anger mounts. Supreme Court rules Trump cannot be persecuted for actions taken as president, but can for private acts. Biden acts Supreme Court decision on Trump immunity ruling says it's a dangerous precedent. French party scrambled to block far-right path to power after election shock. UK PM Sunak issues new appeal to stop Labour's supermajority, but fails to shift the dial much. Federal judge blocks Biden's administration temporary moratorium on LNG export licenses. Hurricane Beryl makes landfall in Caribbean as Cat 4 storm. NATO seeks ways to protect military aid to Ukraine from Trump and set up a Kyiv post. North Korea says it has tested ballistic missiles capable of carrying super large warhead. And Israeli army ordered Palestinians to leave Khan Yunis ahead of a possible new assault. Wow. Chatadonia. There's a lot of headlines. What time is it? Damn, 6:19. We got time. IPG. They're up by 3.5. Nothing. Team is up by 2.1. Piper Sandler upgrades to overweight. VTRS up 1.5. Department of Justice no longer considers Mylan a subject of generic drug antitrust investigation. PayPal is up by 1.3. Susquehanna upgrades to positive. INFY up 1.1. Nomura upgrades to buy. AQN up 4.3. Para up 3.6. IAC reportedly looking into Paramount. RDZN up 47.5. Earnings GMM up 17.4. LOI regarding launch of 69 million fund with strategic partners. USCG up 13.7, acquisition deal with WaveTech and LOI with Synergy Offshore. VIVK up 11.2, Beam up 10.1, new order of 10.6. Cron is up by 9.8, BNAI up 6.2, LICY up 5.6, GCTS up 5.2, PSTG down 4.7, UBS downgrades to sell, INCY down 3.1, NC BMO Capital downgrades to underperform, Roblox down 2.8, Crowd down 2.4, Piper Sandler downgrades to neutral, CRH down 2.2, NVO down 1.9, Biden and Sanders. USA Today op-ed renewing push for lower drug prices. GME down 1.7, Tesla down 1.6, but now it's up 5. WRK down 1.5. Irish High Court sanctions scheme in connection with Smurfit Kappa. They're dealing with Smurfs. Oh, what up, flipping Ohio? Good morning, baby. And thank you, my friend. Ferg down 1.4, Elf down 1.4, HMC down 1.3. Responds to media reports considering various capital. Eli Lilly, Biden and Sanders renewing drug push or cost for drugs going lower. ARDX down 12.8. Artilex chooses not to file TDAPA to preserve patient access to Xphozah. RCM down 10. New Mountain Capital no longer interested in pursuing a joint proposal. SHLS down 10. Citi downgrades to sell from buy. WBTN down 4.6. MSM down 3.5 off earnings. Con down 43.5. Crons may file Chapter 11 within weeks. RNAC down 14.1. Top line results from Phase 2B trial of Descartes. 130 million private placement. Law down 8. JP Morgan downgrades to underweight. MLGO down 4. Riley down 3.6. Wow down 2.9. Raymond James downgrade to underperform. AQST down 2.9. And then home builders remain weak after Citi downgrades to neutral on Lennar. Raymond James downgrades to market perform. And then PHM and DHI and Toll Brothers all got downgrades as well. Wow. I think we got a good time. I think that I thought we're kind of pushing it. So let me play you some Tesla numbers here. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram. At the Trading Fraternity, we need the likes. We need the likes, baby. Listen, the likes, it's more than just the plays today. It's more than just the play. Just trust me. Hit the like button, baby. Hit that like button. I'll see you in a little bit.
With hybrids. That consumers, when faced with a choice right now in different markets, are opting for hybrids, which I find is really interesting because we've changed our psychology about EV buying in the market completely from, say, a year ago.
Well, I've always thought hybrids are the way forward. It just gives you more optionality as a driver. In terms of, product, Ed, the Cybertruck, as exciting as it may be, they're not selling that in volume. As you said, the Model S and the Model X are just kept around for sentimental reasons, also not big sellers. So it's all about the 3 and the Y, and they still have had a decline in sales. I mean, sales are down 5% year over year. That's not great for a company that wants to be a growth story. What else do they have in the pipeline?
And also noting, I just reiterate, the production is also, down relatively significantly to the same period a year ago. A lot of the sell-siders, for what it's worth, basically say that the lineup is stale if you strip out Cybertruck, which is still ramping. Model Y is the best-selling product model in the world, but it's now relatively old. There's not been a refresh or a new model. Of course, on August 8th, we will get a glimpse of Robotaxi, and during Investor Day, you see the PowerPoints with yet to be unveiled models under canvas. So there's a belief that new models are coming. My own reporting is that they will take the work they did on a $25,000 EV and apply the R&D, the technology breakthroughs, to refreshing the Model Y and Model 3 in particular, lower spec, maybe single motor variants. But that's the argument that industry analysts make, that Tesla would do well if they introduce more models at a more regular cadence.
All right, Ed, great to get your take on this company. Bloomberg Technology co-host Ed Ludlow. Catch his program coming up at 11. Next here, we're going to give you the morning calls. This is Bloomberg.
Building a home
calm down.
for the people who are worth it.
Calm down, bro. I don't want to ban you. I'm not trying to ban you, bro. Just it's a chair. You chill this whole time. That whole time he was here. He didn't make... And then I moved the damn chair, bro. I moved this damn chair, bro. That's crazy. He's excited, though. He said, like the video. He said, we need the likes, bro. We need the likes, man. You can't get 2 strikes in 2 days to start off the month. That's insane. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, bro. I feel... So, Chatadonia, you got 1 minute here. You got 1 minute till we get into the pledge and everything else. You are here right now. Tell me, my friend, what is the first play of the day? Post it in the chat. What do you got from me? Brah. TLT. Myrna, Amazon 200, AMD calls, PayPal calls, Tesla, Holo, Opti, Reddit, Rivian calls, Amazon, oil short, OPT, oil long, calls on bonds, McDonald's for the long term, PayPal call, TLT, Chewy, Let's Go, Nike calls, Uber, Tesla, Parlay, Peloton puts, Peloton, buying calls, Datadog, Patience, TGT, Tesla put 210, Tesla again, Chewy calls, WFC, Rivian calls, Hi Puppy, TLT calls, TSM, Amazon, July 19, Tesla, TSLZ, or Tesla, Tesla, Mara, Invix, Amazon, Chewy, Germany, 40 long, MES, Huma Stock, Paper Trade Spy, SMCI, Boeing, Bank of America, OB Shares, Amazon, Chewy for the puppy in the final plays. Tesla, Pepsi, Shopify, and FFIE. I don't know if we're going to be getting a written statement. That is a very good question, but what I do know is that there's something more important than all of it. The market, making a dollar, showing up, all of it, man. And that's why here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that's made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families. Thank you. For real, all this drama, all the politics, bro. It's like without y'all, man, without the sacrifice many millions of Americans have made. You know what I'm saying? So thank you. God bless all of you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, coaches, garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, my friends. Thank you, my friends. We appreciate it. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Chad Adonia. All right, we got 1 minute, 45 seconds. It's game time. Are you guys ready? Oh, I got a couple plays too. ZB, Nike, PayPal, Chewy, Eli Lilly, Lennar, Crowd, and Tesla. That is what I have on my list. The Nike too. That's going to be interesting to watch it play out. Oh, we need 140 likes in a minute. Oh, okay. So maybe I'll just tell you today, and from moving, the wire will be included in the like quota. So yeah, it's not up right now, but he will be included there. So I don't know, man. You got 1 minute. It's all package deal. I'm going to start packaging everything together, bro. Yeah, man. We need a like on the video, bro. You got to wake them up, baby. Oh, that's tough. I know. It is, man. It is. It is. But, hey, you know, that's how it has to roll, bro. Let's go, baby. So, Chad, again, Jerome Powell, somebody asked a great question. I don't know if he is going to have a written statement right away. And then that's what it is. Oh, there you look at that, baby. We did it. We did it. We did it, Joe. We did it. That's good. That's good. Can you believe it? They did it. They liked the video. I know. Fake news media. They acted like they couldn't. But we know they could. They were great. They were terrific. Probably the best. I think they were the best out there. I know. It was amazing. All my life. Running all my life. All my life. Running all my life. All right. Where is this thing? Round 1. Fight. All right, you got Canada numbers coming out here too. So literally, you got JOLTS in like, what, 15 minutes, I think? But we are looking here. I'm trying to see. I don't think there's going to be a written statement. So you have Jerome Powell. He will be speaking here soon. Where is this? ECB Central Banking Forum. Oh, I need a privacy. How do I do my cookies? Apparently, I don't allow cookies on the ECB website. I didn't think I was that much of a... Oh, I understand and accept the use of cookies. Yeah. So now they're stalking me. Yeah. All right, well, I got the direct source here, and we'll be good to go. Yeah, we're going to watch Powell when he comes up, but he is not there. So watch your speakers, because I have the audio live right now, so nothing's coming through, but when they do, it'll probably jump scare all of us. So just keep that in mind. If you have sensitive ears, I would lower your speakers until that happens. FDA efforts to curb flavored vapes. Oh, there it is. Draws Supreme Court review. Are they going to allow the vapes?
Inflation in the euro area has fallen substantially from its
This is the intro? That's bullshit. They made a commercial?
And we at the ECB
with
are
Lagarde?
absolutely determined.
Yo, you're crazy, Lagarde.
Inflation returns to our target. But like other central banks, we also find ourselves in an era of transformation.
They got background music, royalty free. So again, we're waiting for Powell to be here, but it looks like he's supposed to be with Lagarde. But we don't know how it's going to play out. Is this a real commercial? Yeah, I don't know. But all the live feeds started. This is what everyone's playing right now.
Ensuring price
and then Tesla's still going up 4-4. ACAM, watch Visa and MasterCard. Remember the swipe fee stuff. And then Russell's actually in the green.
So at the ECB forum, in the beginning of July, we will discuss how central banks...
Yeah, I think this is a commercial, bro. I don't know. We'll see. We're just waiting for Powell. I don't have any statements. Again, Tesla's starting to break out a little bit more aggressively. Please join us. ECB, Central Banking. Woo! Holy moly, Intel popping. No, wait. Again, watch Nike. Yeah, Intel, I guess, above 31. Not a bad racket. Remember, they have earnings. I think it's going to make a big earnings move, but their earnings is still like 3 hours away. DVR is on? Oh, no way. Do you guys want me to leave it on? Why not? Might as well just leave it on. Call it a day, bro. Call it a day, just in case you fall behind. Oh, yeah, so here it is.
Next panelists are very much better placed than most to provide the answers. This session will be moderated by Sarah Eisen, an anchor at CNBC.
This is going to be good,
Sarah,
you guys.
The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Oh, the Newswire,
Thank
my
you
bad.
very much.
I'm
so honored to be back on this stage. We were here a year ago.
But yeah, none of this is pre-written. So low-key,
to welcome
there will be a potential for volatility here.
In this room, Chair Powell from the Federal Reserve, President Lagarde, our host from the European Central Bank,
Lagarde, our overlord,
President Campos Neto from Brazil.
Brazil.
This time last year, when we were all talking,
well, no, all of this. There's no pre-written, so whatever is said, this is live.
Of hiking
so
rates.
Usually there is a pre-written statement. Everybody moves, but in this case,
interesting. While I'm going to miss
anything he says can and will be used against the market.
We've got three great panelists here going at different speeds, I would say, when it comes
Marvel,
to
that's still ripping.
Reversing.
Watch MO too, if any of that vape stuff comes in.
We'd love to just open it up, President Lagarde, with you and ask, where are you in this process? Because you cut in June, so now what?
Well, it's been a journey. You can't just say, "Oh, we cut in June."
Yeah, you can.
It's coming on the back of a period of hikes, which was unprecedented, facing shocks that I tried to describe yesterday over dinner, and followed by a period during which we held rates untouched, and during which we were restrictive enough to actually see our medium-term target reach that 2%, which is our objective. And most recently, we have seen in our round of projections, which are really important, September, December, March, and June, we've seen
MDB
that 2%
pop.
target with an
shit, where's
oscillation of
Chewy at?
0.1 about it.
Intel is going, yeah, Chewy's on the low again, another 5.
Of 2025. So it's on that basis and on the basis of what I'm happy to describe as, the three-leg reaction function and all the underlying data and information that feeds those three legs that we decided to do a 25 basis points cuts. But in the same breath of air, I also said that it was not a linear process, that it was not a predetermined
Again, watch what bonds
path
do. Remember, that was a
we were
big deal
embarking
yesterday.
upon, but a step that would be followed by further review of data, further understanding of where our three legs reaction function would be. So that's pretty much where we are, and I would simply maybe add that we are very advanced in that disinflationary path, and we are in that sort of slow recovery which came about during the first quarter and which we hope will persevere, but all of that is flawed with uncertainties and big question mark about the future.
Sounds like you're setting up the market for a pause now. Is that right?
I'm not setting up anything for anyone. I think that it's for everyone to really look under the skin of the economy.
We don't care about any
and
of
see
you.
where it's heading and appreciating what our reaction function is and how we're likely to decide.
Chair Powell, you have also been on a journey and have been on hold since last July, have not cut rates like the ECB in June. Why not? What are you waiting for?
So let me say that sitting here last year, there was a lot we didn't know, and we didn't know that we were just about to embark on
Chewy's in the top right. He's getting
7
worked.
months of much lower inflation readings. We didn't realize that the second half of last year was going to be an extraordinary year from a growth standpoint and also from the standpoint of the labor market. So things actually worked out in the second half of last year.
Apple's still high ticker's still very
and
active,
as you know,
though.
in the first quarter of this year, we continue to have solid growth in the first half, actually, solid growth, and a labor market that's still strong, although we've seen a continued rebalancing in the labor market. And inflation, after pausing in the first quarter, now shows signs of resuming its disinflationary trend. So it's a little bit different journey. So where that leaves us is
SPY's still holding. Powell saying labor market's still strong. Remember, we have data while he's speaking.
While the labor market has remained strong and growth has continued, we want that process to continue. I think the last reading and the one before it in inflation, the one before it to a lesser extent, do suggest that we are getting back on disinflation.
23 minutes.
We want to be more confident that inflation is moving sustainably down toward 2% before we start.
So again, he said
process
disinflation trends show signs of resuming. Bonds got to pop off that.
Our policy is of loosening.
But I don't know.
That's what
I
we've
wouldn't
said,
be too jumpy.
and what we'd like to see is more data.
It sounds
like
bullish,
we've seen
yeah,
recently.
so far, but
We'd
it is
also like
this.
to
It's
see
nothing
the
new.
labor market remains strong.
Just
We've
a
said that if we
reminder
saw
of
the
how
labor
bullish he
market,
is. So don't get too jumpy.
Weakening that is also something that could call for.
Intel's still climbing.
How much more confident do you want to be? The PCE number 2.6, that wasn't too bad that we got last week.
That's right. So we're actually on a 12-month basis. We're actually at 2.6, both headline and core for inflation, and that represents really significant progress. I think we peaked at 5.4% in core, and the same thing has happened in headline. We've gone from 7.1 to 2.6. So yes, we've made a lot of progress. We just want to understand that
bonds
the
ripping
levels
now.
that we're seeing
hopefully
are a
that
true
lasts.
reading on what is actually happening with underlying inflation. And as we were saying at the last part of last year, people were saying, you need to declare victory, this is over. And then we had a quarter of inflation which was well above 3%. So we want to be more confident, and frankly, because the U.S. economy is strong and the labor market is strong, we have the ability to take our time and get this right, and that's what we're planning to do.
So September?
I'm not going to be landing on any specific dates here today. Let me also say that we're well aware
that if
we go too soon, that we could undo the good work we've done in bringing down inflation, and if we go too late, we could unnecessarily undermine the recession, the recovery, and the expansion, and so we're aware that we have two-sided risks now, more so than we did a year ago. That's a big change. I'd say risks are coming much more into balance now.
President Campos, you have
Intel's
been
still
on
going.
a different journey because you've actually been cutting rates for much of the last year and have recently paused. Why? What are you seeing in inflation data?
Yeah,
and
remember
what are
Brazil
you
was
gonna
one
do
of the
next?
first to cut,
Okay, so if
and then it was the
we go back a
S&P,
little bit,
if you recall.
in history of time. So Brazil was one of the first countries to hike rates.
There you go.
I think in part because
first
we
to
had
hike
a
and
different
cut.
call on the dynamics of inflation, both locally and globally. And I think that turned out to be correct. And then at some point in time, we started the easing cycle. And throughout this process of easing, we've seen that inflation has converged. We have some of the problems that are common to advanced economies and other Latin American countries, which is labor markets very strong. So there were 2 points of attention. One was labor market being that strong, would that at some point in time mean inflation in the service side? And even though we haven't seen that yet, what we try to do is to try to estimate what would be the components of labor in every service so that we can anticipate if that were to happen. We haven't seen it, but we think it's, there is somewhat of a correlation when you look at the margin. And so most recently we decided to pause. That had to do not only with the current numbers.
NVIDIA is starting to recover a little bit.
That we had service inflation.
Remember
that
Eli Lilly,
could peak at
NVO,
some
bad
point in time. And
drug
also because
pricing
food
news from
prices,
Biden.
We're going back up a little bit, and I also think that's not only happening in Brazil, it's going to happen in some other places too. But also has to do with a lot of noises that we had. So we decided to interrupt the cycle. More recently, we've had a sell-off in some of the emerging market countries. Brazil was more affected. But I think this has to do much more with noises that were created than the fundamentals. And the noises are related to 2 channels. One is the expectation on the path of fiscal policy, and the other one is expectation on the future
travel
of
names are
monetary
pretty
policy.
active right now.
So when you had these 2 at the same time, I think it created uncertainty enough that for us, we needed to interrupt and see how we can fix that channel and how we can communicate better so that we can eliminate those noises. Because there is a big disconnection with the current data, both fiscal and inflation data, and the expectation. So what happened in Brazil is the expectations started to the anchor, even though the current data is coming as expected.
Right. So you're talking about the fall in the stock market and the real recently when you talk about the markets.
But for us, what matters is how this gets into our reaction function. So I'm talking about expected inflation, the long end of interest rate curve. So we had somewhat of a steepening of the interest rate curve. We had a devaluation of the currency. But for us, what matters is the expected inflation, both implied inflation from the markets and expected inflation from the surveys.
AMD, I mean, a couple of the value chips are up, so
President
see if
Lagarde,
that
you
keeps
have
holding.
described the path to 2% as bumpy. We got an inflation report in the Eurozone this morning, 2.5%, not too bad, but core was high and services are still above 4%. So what is keeping prices so sticky?
Reddit running?
Well, first of all, we had, as you said, a number that was lower than last month. So
yeah, IWM is the
we said
leader
it
right
was
now.
bumpy,
Russell's doing
and,
good after yesterday's
it's
decline.
Heading in the right direction for the
healthcare is on the low. You said Abivi and Guild. Both of those are getting clobbered. And NVS. A lot of health and drug companies are just on the low right now.
It's likely to be a bumpy road until the end of 2024. But we still have target at the end, in the second half of 2025, on the basis of our projections, and the baseline is unequivocal on that front. You are correct that services hasn't budged. So services is at 4.1, if I remember from the numbers that we got this morning. And obviously we are very attentive to the components and what is behind services. And the real issue is to understand whether those are, this is caused by sort of permanent changes, or whether it is also a factor of the lag effects of other components,
Eli Lilly's still down
which are
2.6.
finding their way more slowly and gradually into services.
Honestly, that's
The
why
jury
probably
is out as
Abivi
to
and the other
exactly
ones are
what it
moving.
is. The truth of the matter is that
diabetes
we do have
drugs got the
a service
highlight,
number
but
that has gone slightly
and then Apple's
up
starting to break out
in the recent months,
and then Tesla
which is
again
now
round 2
staying at this 4.1 percentage points. Now, obviously, we don't need to have services at 2% because manufacturing goods are below 2%, and at the end of the day, it's going to be a balance between goods and services, and it depends on the weight of those within the index. But we have to look really what is behind it. And what's behind it is a lot of wages. Services has a very high component of labor. Wages also suffer from the lag impact of the labor system that we have in Europe.
Equal weights in the green, believe it or not.
Bargaining agreement are negotiated.
This looks like, why does this look exactly the same as the club? That's disgusting.
Sometimes on a triennial basis in other countries.
Why does this look exactly the same?
Catch-up
you see this?
Effect. You know, for those people whose renegotiation took place early this year,
that's disgusting.
They had not had a negotiation of wages in the last 3 years. In the meantime, of course, inflation went up, and their real wages.
Touring Europe this summer, and there tends to be an inflationary effect in services. Am I right, Chair Powell? We saw it last year, didn't we?
It's not just Taylor Swift. You know, others have come as well. Larry Spring.
I don't know. I saw her at Wembley.
Were you
There was a lot of spending going on. No, but how do you look at the services, the stickiness of the services inflation, and how tied it is to wages, which have been rising?
You know, famously, services inflation is stickier, and famously it's tied to
so Powell talks,
wages.
I would bonds.
Say. So look at the U.S. labor market. We've seen a pretty substantial move toward better balance than we had a couple of years ago when labor was in, you know, extreme shortage. So what you see now is an unemployment rate that's moving back up toward a more sustainable level. You see wages moving. Wage increases.
Tesla's still holding up. I think Amazon or RDZN, and then DraftKings breaking out right now.
And productivity, and
bonds are already coming back down though.
You know,
so watch out for that.
Unemployment ratio coming back to where it was pre-pandemic, and so many other measures I could mention. So that's what we're seeing. And so the labor market, wage increases are still a bit above where they would wind up in equilibrium, but nonetheless, you can see the labor market is cooling off. Appropriately so, and we're watching it very carefully. But it doesn't look like it's heating up or presenting a big problem for inflation going forward. Indeed, it looks like it's doing just what you would want it to do, which is to cool off over time, not quickly, not suddenly, not steeply. It's kind of what we've been hoping to see and have been seeing. So, and you know, services generally they're such a mixed bag, particularly non-housing services are a mixed bag. Some of what you're seeing is catch-up inflation from inflationary pressures that happened earlier. You know, that's
been 4
true with
years.
Insurance. It's also true with housing services inflation, where you've got some pent-up rent increases that have to work their way off.
Intel's still going, and now Boeing on the high.
More than 1 year for that to happen. It takes several years. So we see all that in train, and you know, we don't see ourselves getting back to 2% inflation this year or next year, or maybe late next year, but in the year after. The main thing is we're making real progress.
Does it matter for you, President Campos, what the Fed does next?
Well, I think it matters to an extent, but I think there is one point that is worth mentioning, which is more recently we've seen a sell-off in some of the EM, and especially the EM that had more, there were like more the best cases for investment. And you see that this is being explained with local news. But when you have a lot of sell-offs in different markets and they're all explained by local news, you have to ask yourself if there is a more fundamental factor driving that. And I think there might be. It's difficult to make the case right now, but definitely what we see now is there is more risk premium in a lot of the emerging market countries. And it was very synchronized with
gold
the
and silver breaking out
curve,
a little bit here.
and that correlation broke. So we've seen the last couple of weeks that even though the 10-year yield is more or less stable, even actually going a little bit lower, we saw a bit of a sell-off in emerging market countries. And I think that has to do with the fact that as you go for longer with higher rates and much higher debt, you start extracting liquidity from the market, and eventually you are repricing that liquidity. It could just be a temporary adjustment in EM, or it could be the beginning of a more profound movement. We need to wait and see. But I think the correlation between the U.S. Treasury and some of the yen. So
you're saying the yen stuff is either done or y'all ain't seen shit yet.
And I think we should you should pay attention to that.
What about the fundamentals in emerging markets? Because the economies seem to do better during this hiking cycle than they have previously. Why do you think that is, and does it continue?
I think most EMs did a better job in terms of, or at least an equal job in terms of anticipating the process and starting the hiking process. Also in the fiscal part,
data in 9 minutes, job
on
openings.
average, emerging market countries spent more or less 10% of
Vulcan
GDP,
on the low,
facing the
VLCN
pandemic.
flushing,
Advanced economies
Tesla
spend
new
a little
high,
bit more than 20.
NASDAQ
So I
back to
think
break
there is
even,
also this,
SPY Dow
this thing
still
which,
red.
didn't happen in the past, which is by and large, emerging markets were able to deal with the pandemic spending less. And actually, when you look at the fiscal post-pandemic, emerging market continues, it's not the case of every country, but continues to do a little bit better. So I think that also change the dynamics. And one other thing is, I think, the independence of the central bank and the maturity that a lot of the central banks have gained in emerging market proved to be very useful during this process of the pandemic.
I mean, all of your economies did
Japan's
better
not really
than
an emerging
expected
market, but
with the interest rate hikes.
every
Wouldn't-
country
wouldn't-
around
wouldn't
it
you say,
kind of
Powell?
is. I mean, technically China is.
Yes, I think particularly
But like Malaysia,
yeah,
the
I mean,
Philippines, all that,
many
they're all in
forecasters
the
had
East
a
Asia.
recession in 2023, which not only turned out to be wrong in the case of the U.S., we had well in excess of 3% growth. So,
But you still see policy as restrictive.
yes, we do.
How restrictive?
Well, so that's kind of an empirical question. So I guess I would say, if you look at, we do think policy is restrictive, and we think that's appropriate. I think if you look at the labor market in particular, you're seeing demand for labor gradually come down in the form of job openings, and now a slight softening in unemployment in the form of wages. You see demand coming down, not just the supply that we're getting, but also demand coming down. You also see the effects of high interest rates in the housing market and in some other interest rate sensitive things. So you see that, and I think, I do think that restrictive policy is working hand in hand with this broad supply side recovery we've had, where we've seen the unwinding of the shortages and bottlenecks from the pandemic. We've also seen a recovery in labor force participation among prime age individuals in the US, and then some immigration, which has also been a positive supply shock. So we've seen all those things work together to give us really significant declines in inflation. At the same time, we've got a strong labor market and growth. This was it's a great outcome for the people that we serve, and it's one that we want to do everything we can to foster.
So why not just cut rates to protect it?
It's what I said earlier.
Is it a bigger risk? Sorry, I'll rephrase. Is it a bigger risk that you cut prematurely and inflation stays sticky, or that you wait too long and the economy loses more momentum?
That is the question, and so our answer to
Tesla and Airbnb, honestly, high tickers starting to gas here.
Right? And
Surprisingly, SPY's not moving. Equal weight's already up.
The risk on the inflation side is that you move too quickly, inflation comes back, and we didn't really solve the problem, and then we have to go back in, and that would be very disruptive to the economy. So the other risk is that we wait too long. We understand that, and the labor market softens too much. Perhaps we lose the expansion. So needless to say, we don't want to do that either. So, but at the same time, so we've got to balance those two. And again, given the strength we see in the U.S. economy, we can approach that question carefully. But as I said earlier, though, you see a year or so ago, we were talking about inflation, and our
Rivian had delivery numbers
too. The mandate that is.
And Tesla's up 7.5, bro. It's insane.
They've come back much closer into balance, and a good way to see it is the beverage curve analysis that everybody talks about and looks at. We've come straight down the beverage curve, but you're really getting to that place relative to job openings and hiring rates, where traditionally the beverage curve is flattened out, which would mean higher unemployment as a result of further declines in job openings. So you can't know that with precision, but it's very much understood by us that we have two-sided risks and we have to manage them.
What about the recovery in the Eurozone, President Lagarde? It's also been pretty resilient, especially on the unemployment front. How confident do you feel in sticking this soft landing?
Well, we reached a level of confidence back in June when we decided to actually cut rates by 25 basis points. But as I said in the opening remarks, it's not something that is taken for granted, that is a given, and we're going to re-examine each and every step of the way whether that confidence is actually continuously reinforced in order to continue on that path. And the remarks by Chair Powell made me really reinforce my points about data, because we are navigating in this universe of one risk versus the other, but where data is so important. And data is so important because we proceed always with the burden of the lag of time, whether it's the impact of our policy decisions, whether it's the impact of wages, whether it's the sort of on-time data or not. All of that has to be taken into account and analyzed in details so that we can feel really confident that we can go forward.
At the same time, there are also political risks. Certainly they're front and center. It was nice of all the authorities to make elections all happen this week, certainly in France and in England. President Lagarde, is there anything the ECB can do to shield
data in 3 minutes.
the rest of the Eurozone from feeling any negative impact from a divided government in France or from whatever the result is of the French election in a negative way?
I thank you so much for your question.
It can't be a surprise.
Because I'm not going to comment on the political situation of any of the member states, particularly those that are facing elections at the moment. But, obviously, the European Central Bank has to do what it has to do. Our mandate is price stability. Price stability is obviously relying on financial stability, and we are attentive to that because this is part of our job, and we will continue to do so.
Does the rise in French bond yields look worrisome at all?
These are the things that we monitor. This is part of the job. It's not particularly at this point in time. We do that all the time, and we are very attentive.
You have fought hard for the central bank's independence in Brazil, and yet now you are the subject of many attacks from President Lula, and so I'm wondering how you're dealing with that.
Attacks from me?
No. No, President Campos.
Tell him pull up.
Attacks from President Lula. I think he called you an adversary and an enemy.
Yes, well, I think
he's a bad guy,
adversary,
just like
Powell. We
Powell.
have to get away from
Got him now.
from the political arena and try to go on with the technical job. And I think what we did, is a living proof that everything that was done was very technical. So during the elections in which Lula was elected, the incumbent president, in his last year of mandate,
what's up, baby?
We increased rates.
Yeah, Baba and Apple on the high end.
That went from 2% to 13.75%. That's the biggest increase in rates in an election year in the history of any emerging markets. So if that is not a proof that you are independent and you acted autonomously, it's difficult to find another example like that. So I think all this narrative that the central bank has been political, I think we have to get away from that and explain what we're doing. And I think what we're doing has been very technical. The last decision was unanimous, and we now have 4 members in the board that were chosen by the current president. And I think what we need to separate
7.9 is the expectation.
What is the political narrative?
Oh, Bradley Frizzle.
Technical job that
oh, man.
We need to do.
Horn.
And
we only have 5 seconds to celebrate the peach because the data's coming out.
That the job was done.
God bless you, bro.
The best
and we're off.
With the data that we had at hand, and that was in the most technical way.
8.1. So bad data. Job opening shot up here. So remember, the bond market has been getting killed regardless of the data. So let's see. I don't know how it's going to play out, but first reaction is negative. You've pretty much unwound a lot of the JOLTS gains that you had from the last month or two.
I have no advice. I will say, though, to put it in my words, we've been given this great responsibility and great powers, and really important that we get it right. And we've been told to stay out of politics and just do your job. Do your job.
So you're back to March levels, I think.
Try to get involved in issues that are not our issues.
I mean, it's
and in particular,
stronger job market. That's the
we're
data.
Just focused on our goals.
So it's good news, but good news has been bad. However,
I will say in the United
this
States,
little bond fiasco, it's played out a little different.
An independent Fed,
but for now, it's looking negative because it was strong.
Capitol Hill and everywhere. I don't think that's really in question. As long as we just are seen to be doing our job and staying on task at all times.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
I think that there are countries where governors do exactly what Chair Powell said, and yet get blamed, criticized, and I think that for some it takes courage to do the job in addition to being a good, excellent technical expert.
But I do wonder if you're concerned, because your term ends, President Campos, at the end of the year, and it doesn't seem like President Lula is going to reappoint you. So do you worry about the independence of the central bank?
So first, I was never up for reappointment, regardless of who won the elections, and I've said that from the very beginning. When I helped design the independence law, I actually tried not to have the reappointment possibility in the law. And for me, the reason was
Tesla's just killing
I didn't want that.
So again, bonds are now, they're still in the green, but hitting another low here.
Incentives to
I think Intel flipped,
in order
dude.
to have any
Look at
kind
that.
of re-election.
It's kind of crazy.
That we need to make that very clear. Secondly, there is actually a risk premium down in the curve, and I think it has been elevated in the last couple of weeks as to an uncertainty of what happens when the next leadership or the next team takes place. But this in Brazil is
This
done
Brazilian
very
guy
slowly
seems the
because
most
central-
normal
the
out of any of
president
them,
can
no?
change 2 directors every year.
Like,
and
he
has
seems
8
like a normal
directors
guy.
plus
The other
president.
ones, just
So
all
right
the central
now we have
bankers
4 directors that were
just seems
appointed
so
by
weird.
the current government. And the last monetary decision
Maybe it's
was
because he's
unanimous.
young?
So I think what we did in the last decisions proved that the group is very cohesive in trying to find a technical solution for the country. So I understand there is a risk premium and there is always this uncertainty, but I think the group that we have, which is composed of 8 directors plus a governor, voted unanimously, understanding that that was the best for the country at that time. And so I understand that there is a risk premium, but I think with time that risk premium will try.
Yeah,
will
the
tend
data
to
dropped.
decrease.
Job openings shot up.
There are concerns in the United States.
they're lower.
About
It's one of
Fed
the lower
independence
ends,
if
but it
President
was
Trump gets elected. There have
reversal
been
of the
reports
progress
that
over the
he's
last
looking
couple
at
months.
that issue.
We'll talk about it when it's done
Obviously,
here.
been
I don't think
subject
it's
of
going to be that
attacks
big of a
before.
deal. I mean, usually no
What
one
is
cares about
your
the
level of
JOLTS
concern
up
about
until
that?
recently, so we'll see.
I am
Non-farms,
not focused
though.
on that at
It's
all.
how does that
And
factor in?
That's not just a talking point. I really think that we just keep doing our jobs. I mean, the U.S. economy, we have 4% unemployment. It's growing at 2%. Inflation's at 2.6%. Let's keep that going. Let's do our jobs. History will judge. I think if we can keep things on that path, that's what I'm focused on. That's the only thing I'm focused on. And as I mentioned, I do think support for the Fed's independence is very high, where it really matters on Capitol Hill in both political parties, among the leaders and most of the following. And so I worry about getting the job right. That's what I worry about.
I know you guys don't want to touch politics, but President Lagarde, it does bring into focus the fiscal policies, right? We heard President Campos say
bonds.
it. There are concerns about the deficits in France, if the far right should win. There are concerns in the United States about the deficits. So
It's still going,
I
man.
do wonder if you have something to say or to warn on the fiscal front as it relates to making your inflation fight harder.
Well, fiscal matters enormously, true, and it matters in 2 different ways from my perspective. It matters from a sort of conjunctural type of way, and thank goodness the European authorities have agreed on the fiscal governance that will take over after the Growth and Stability Pact has been has been suspended and now completely replaced. So there is a framework within which members of the European Union have to operate, have to control the direction of their debt, have to make sure that it is sustainable going forward through the efforts that they deploy, and have to keep their deficit
Myrna on the low?
on watch. With enough flexibility, and that's the
And then
second
high
part
ticker's still
of
gassing
fiscal
again. Equal
spending
weight is
that
the
I'm
leader on the
concerned
day.
about, with
NASDAQ and Russell,
sufficient
only things
of
green.
An impact of a
But
focus
equal weight's up
on,
almost a quarter. Chilling.
productivity, on growth of investment that will be conducive to both. And my hope is that in addition to operating within the European fiscal framework, which has been agreed by all European members, in addition to that, countries will actually look at the structural changes that they have to either continue to have in their arsenal of tools, but also that they will continue to improve going forward because I regard that as critically important for productivity purposes, which we are lagging behind and have been lagging behind for a long time. So we're not so worried about fiscal expectations, as Roberto was saying, for Brazil or
Intel going lower,
economies, but we're very concerned about the fiscal rules that have to be respected within the European Union and the structural reforms that will be conducive, hopefully, to productivity improvement going forward, because that's the only way for Europe to actually remain strong and thrive in those changing circumstances and transformations that we have talked about.
And I know you're allergic to fiscal policy, Chair Powell, but I have heard you talk about the unsustainable debt burden of the United States. And even lately, there's been a sell-off in treasuries after increasing odds that President Trump will be reelected, that there might be a sweep of either
Great
party.
question. Let's see.
Doesn't that make you nervous when it comes to the progress you've had on inflation?
I don't talk about politics.
If we do see more expansionary fiscal policy, more deficit, bigger deficits, bigger debt loads?
So I'm going to give you the traditional answer to some extent, and that is that we just know fiscal policy is a job for elected people. We're not elected people, so we don't comment on it, and particularly in advance of a presidential election.
4 more
not
years.
Commenting on anyone's particular
That'd be a
policies
trip.
one way or the other. I will say more broadly, though, the United States is running a very large deficit at a time when we're at full employment, and it just is, the level of debt that we have is not unsustainable. The path that we're on is unsustainable. That's completely non-controversial. I would have thought that this is something that should be a top-level issue, and you do hear this from a lot of elected officials, but it should be a real focus going forward, is how do we get back to a sustainable path, because you can't run these kinds of deficits in good economic times for very long. I wouldn't say, I can't really speak to the time, but in the longer run, we'll have to do something sooner or later, and sooner will be better than later.
President Campos?
Yeah, let's do a basic exercise. If you look at the total debt combined, just sovereign debt of US plus Europe plus Japan, that's 64% of the total global debt. That went, in terms of cost of servicing that debt, it went from 1.2% before the pandemic to around 3.3% right now. But then you added 25% of GDP to that debt, which was the cost of facing the pandemic. So we have a much higher debt and a much, much higher cost of service the debt. So I think there is an aspect globally that is the extraction of liquidity that cumulative will have an effect in the market that sometimes is not pricing correctly. And if you think about what we have to do right now, we have to pay for the cost of the transfer programs that we did. We need to pay for the cost of the green transition, which is somewhat expensive. We need to pay for the cost of the fragmentation, which you look at the surveys and it's very costly for companies and for governments. We need to pay for the cost of the low-income countries that spent very little during the pandemic and now need support. We need to pay for the cost of demographics. And there is a surge in consumption of energy that needs to be paid because of the innovation. So we have a lot of bills to pay. We are at the highest level of debt that we had in a long time. And I think it's sometimes I stop and I think it's time for us globally to think about a way to get to some kind of stable trajectory of the debt in the next couple of years. And it's not one country or the other. It's something that we need to do collectively because the global debt is very high and it's going to start taking a lot of liquidity from the market.
Again, we've been slowly edging down on bonds since the data.
Economies, are the emerging economies, emerging market economies. And the low-income countries are feeling that effect already.
And you think the market is mispricing this risk?
I think the market was mispricing a little bit the fact that if you have higher rates for longer, the effect from extracting liquidity depends on how much longer you're going to have these higher rates. I think the risk is higher than what the market is pricing as.
I also wanted to ask you, President Campos, about China, because you have a pretty good view. It's such a big trading partner for you. What's going on there? How much is China's economy slowing?
I'm not sure I'm very equipped to tell you what's happening in China. I can tell you that is very important for a lot of emerging market economies. It's very important for Brazil. We are a very big exporter of food items and iron ore. So China is a very big trade partner with Brazil. And it has been for a while. And regardless of the government, it's important to understand that that is a very important tie to Brazil. The one thing that we look from looking from far away is we're trying to see what are the policies that China is doing, what is the focus, and what is the impact that this new policy will have for us. But because we export mainly food items and iron ore, we don't see that as a big threat. I think some other countries will have a different understanding of what this impact will be.
Yeah, I mean, there's also trade barriers that are going up. President Lagarde, tariffs. I mean, in our election, we're talking about potentially more tariffs. Are you seeing that in terms of growth and inflationary impact?
Well, we're not seeing yet more tariffs than what had been decided back, 8 years ago, and which was consistently maintained later on in relation to certain products. So that for the moment is stable. What is not stable at all is the number of protective measures, occasionally non-compliance with WTO rules, the level of disputes that are brought before the WTO, which is not in a position to resolve them because they are not equipped with the dispute resolution mechanism, and magistrates have not been appointed to that effect. We've had more than 3,000 trade protective measures decided in the last 2 years. And that is like 5 times what is the normal average of measures that are decided. So that's a concern. And it's a concern because trade has been fueling growth, and because Europe at large is not a small open economy, it's a large open economy. And trade restrictions are going to affect Europe much more so than other countries that operate without this degree of opening and vulnerability in a way. The second reason I'm concerned about it is that typically trade is conducive to innovation. Innovation is necessary for productivity. And I think that the combination of reduced trade on growth and the impact of trade on the capacity to innovate and to improve productivity is a vulnerability for Europe, and one that we have to address very forcefully if we want to win this battle of productivity. So and it's not independent from inflation. I'm not getting away from my topic, but it's one that is clearly a concern on the horizon.
But and it could be inflationary. I mean, 10% across the board tariffs, Chair Powell, inflationary?
Of course, I'm not going to be scoring any potential political proposals which have been talked about. It's just not our job to do
shut
that.
Up, I'm not doing this.
Almost anything affects the economy. Trade affects the economy, immigration, energy policy. Those are not our jobs. There are other agencies that do those jobs. We do maximum employment, price stability. So in our political economy, we stay out of that.
Not my job.
But has implications for price stability, surely, and maximum employment.
Again, we're not looking to be, this is exactly what we're not looking to do, which is to become players on issues like tariffs. I mean, because it affects, literally everything. All these things affect inflation and jobs. But notwithstanding that, there are others in the elected government who are responsible for trade policy. We don't comment, that's all.
Understood. So back to your job then. There is this debate and among the Fed and other central bankers about where policy rates are going. R-star, the neutral rate, what that rate should look like, and whether it's different after COVID. What do you think?
Can we go back to trade?
Yeah, sure. Please.
Powell. I was like, shut up. That's funny.
So, R-star.
Can we go back to trade?
I guess I would start by saying that the thing that we write down as part of our summary of economic projections, and the thing that economists mean by R-stars, is a longer run concept. It's the rate of interest that would hold the economy at equilibrium at a time when we're at stable prices and maximum employment and there are no shocks hitting the economy. So this is not the economy today. So the first thing to say is that when we're sitting in the boardroom in Washington thinking about whether our policy rate is the appropriate rate for this economy right now, we're not battling over what long-run R-star is, because this is a different economy. This is an economy that's still recovering from the pandemic. And so many forces are pushing it this way and that way, and there's really not a lot of precedent. So it's a very challenging time. But it's not the question. The R-star question is a really interesting question, and that is, are we going to go back to the very low levels of neutral rates that we had in the recovery of the global financial crisis, or are we going to go part of the way back from today's high rates to that? And intuitively, most people think that we won't go back to those very, very low rates that we saw, during the global financial crisis recovery period. But we don't really know. I mean, the neutral rate is moved around, we think, by slow-moving, longer-run forces, demographics, technology, productivity over time, all of those things move it around. Ultimately, the balance between savings and investment. So it's a great conversation to have. But honestly, when we're looking at policy in the boardroom, it's how is our policy affecting today's economy, and do we think we're getting the results that we want? And by and large, in a world where this isn't a world of precision, we think we are. We're getting a gradually cooling economy, a gradually cooling labor market, progress on inflation, 4% unemployment, 2% growth. We're getting kind of what we would want to have. And so that's, I worry that some people, no one in this room, but some people think that the R-star debate is the thing that dictates our assessment of how restrictive policy is. It's really not. Unless you think that the long run rate is the same as today's rate.
I think that investors are trying to figure out, though, where you're going to end up and what the policy path looks like once you start cutting rates. And it becomes important then.
No, I agree. It does. Yeah. It's what will we discover to be? We'll find it empirically. What will we discover it to be? And I think there's a debate going on. There are people who feel very strongly that it hasn't changed and that it has changed, and ultimately it's unknowable. It does matter for the longer run. It matters for where rates will settle out, but it doesn't matter much for policy decisions today, which are the ones we're actually making.
I guess we want to know if they're like 10 cuts coming or 15
Uber,
cuts.
some of the
do you think
there's like
President
Tesla
Campos
rumors
it's changed post-COVID?
on the robo-taxi because Elon followed the guy, and then they just launched the European
So the R-star story for
service.
Emerging market countries is a little bit different. So for example, if you had a table of countries of Latin America, you would find that at least the models internally used by their own central banks, in some cases you had R-star going higher, like Brazil, from 3 to 4.5. But in some cases you actually had R-star going lower. So the question is, what is the short-term view and what is the long-term view, as Chairman Jay described? And I think for us it's more like trying to understand what is the structural reason for the neutral rate in Brazil to be so high, 4.5% real time, is really high. And I think a lot of it has a lot of structural elements from the past, but it has intensified during the pandemic. And you could go and talk about the amount of subsidized credit. You can talk about the trajectory of the debt. You can talk about productivity. For example, when you look at productivity, there is one thing that not a lot of people talk about, which is in the need for raising money, sometimes the adjustment is done on the revenue side. When you do the adjustment on the revenue side, if you look at what's being done in emerging market countries, and even in some advanced economies, you tend to go back and tax capital more than labor, because it's very hard to tax labor coming out of a pandemic. If you tax more capital than labor, and this has already been happening for a while now globally, and especially in emerging market, then you introduce another element that will bring productivity lower. So when you look at the causes of the neutral rate to be so high structurally, that's, I think, what we need to work on. And Brazil has done a lot of reforms. We have done reforms, and I think if you compare to other EM countries, Brazil was actually able to do reforms in the middle of the pandemic. We did the social security reform, we are doing a tax reform, we did the labor reform, all in the middle of the pandemic. But still, when you look at the efficiency of what was done, the end result seems to be that our structural rate is still our neutral rate, our R-star is too high. And I think we need to go on and talk about what are the reforms that are needed in the medium term to make sure that we have a structural rate, a neutral rate that is lower than we have right now.
President Lagarde, do you ever see a world where we get back to near zero interest rates absent a crisis?
Do I think we're heading towards that? That's, in my view at this point in time, it's very unlikely, but it's not something that I would want to pass judgment on. What I can tell you is that when we start having that conversation that Chair Powell described perfectly well and that I would completely subscribe to, I would be relieved, because it would mean that we are getting closer to where we need to be. It would mean that we do not have any shock suffered by the economy, nor on the immediate horizon. So that would be good news. But we are certainly not at this stage, and this is not the work that we do when we set our policies going forward.
One thing that's been moving fast and has the potential to impact economies is generative AI. And I know we started talking about it a little bit here on stage last year. It was early, but things have moved, President Lagarde. So how are you thinking about any impact on growth or productivity or inflation of what's happening in technology?
Well, Sarah, that's a subject for which we need another hour, because there are so many questions about it. Number one, there has to be some regulatory framework within which AI and generative AI in particular, especially if it's in the hands of a small oligopoly of companies, is actually organized in order to protect a number of rights and protection of citizens. I would start from that, which is not where we are for the moment, although there are attempts to organize in a better way, as was the case with internet, on a global basis, the use of generative AI. So point number one. Point number two, and I will let Roberto talk to that point because he's more of an expert than I am, the question of how much energy is used in order to test large language models is really something that is not often in discussion, and yet it matters enormously. Third, the impact that AI will have on growth, on inflation, on productivity, I think is yet to be determined. I think most people would agree that it will have an impact throughout the ladder of jobs in most segments of the economy, in areas where mechanical developments have not historically affected jobs in particular. And it will require significant amount of training and constant upskilling of people so that they can adjust to artificial intelligence, use it, and not be victims of it. I would add to that I think we at the ECB are using artificial intelligence, try to do it in a safe environment without being hostage to those companies that would like to have access to the most private of our data. So it does require a cautious management and enough control without preventing the innovation and the creativity that people can apply in the use of these tools.
You use it in models? How do you use it?
We use it in models. We use it in, whenever we need a lot of language mining and whether it's structured or unstructured data for that matter, we use it and we are constantly pushing the frontiers of that. But as I said, cautiously, because we need to protect data and we need to make sure that there is enough human judgment involved in the process of this use of artificial intelligence so that we are not either hostage to the mechanics itself.
Do you think that fears over generative AI, Chair Powell, rendering certain jobs or industries absolute are legit? And is there anything a central bank can do?
Yeah.
I don't think we know. So you see this massive investment boom. You see, serious people in the private sector and the public sector. There's a sense of something big coming here. And it feels like what that will be is it will eliminate some jobs, it will create some new jobs. And the question really is for many people who will it augment their labor and make them more productive, or will it eliminate their job? And I don't think we know that. It's too early to say. There's not a lot a central bank can do about that. This is really a job for. We can supervise our financial institutions and things like that to make sure that that they understand what they're doing with all different kinds of technology, but also like everybody else, we're meeting with all the experts and asking ourselves what will be the effects on productivity, on inflation, on growth, and will it be enormously displacing, and if so, of whom? One thought is that it'll be more people doing white-collar jobs who are, writing press releases and things like that. So
literally
we just
just
don't know.
sounds like
It's something
the
we're investing a lot of time and effort. We're not using
urbanification,
generative AI.
structuralism
We're
in the
very
last
carefully
lesson.
looking at that.
Think about it.
Other earlier forms of AI are in fairly common use in American business, and I believe we use some of that.
What about you, President Campos? I know you're focused on the energy needs as well.
Well, first, I think when you look at the surveys that we have, and we have plenty now on the use of AI on companies, what you have in terms of empirical evidence up to date is that the companies that use AI to enhance existing labor have had better results than companies that have replaced labor for AI. So that's something that we know. It doesn't mean that some jobs won't be replaced by others, as it was said. But I think what we need to understand
takeover rumors?
What we are seeing basically is an increase in the ability of processing data and storing data.
Surgical, where are you getting that one from?
And the ability to
It looks a liquid, but it has a good daily chart.
That's very energy consuming. You have a couple of dimensions that you need to look in. You look to privacy, where is the limit, and
so keep
what
watch,
is the
no activity till then. That's weird. The daily
this
looked
once
way
it
better
becomes
than
a
the
global instrument?
intraday.
What is the taxonomy of using this? Because you could be talking about data centers being placed in countries that have cheap energy to produce services for countries that have more expensive energy. So once you start crossing the frontiers, thinking about how you're going to do this movement globally, I think there's a lot of consequences, and one of which I think is you're going to have very unequal growth between the countries that are more on the edge of producing this technology and the countries that are not, and the energy consumption also be very unequal. So I think globally we need to look at how we're going to connect the dots and create more or less a taxonomy for this development to be sustainable.
In the minutes that we have left, want to do sort of a quick lightning round of questions. Mainly, we talked about opportunities, we talked about economies. What about the biggest risk facing your economies? And I do wonder if they're the same or different. Chair Powell, what's the biggest risk facing the U.S. economy right now?
Yeah, I mean, I traditionally have said cyber risk to that because we know how to deal with credit risk. We know how to deal with lots of kinds of risk, market dysfunction, things like that. But we haven't really had a big successful cyber attack on a financial market utility or a bank. That's the kind of thing which I think is, the stuff of lying awake at night. I would also, today though, honestly, really it is just the balance that we talked about, getting the balance on monetary policy right during this critical period. That's really what I think about in the wee hours.
President Lagarde?
Same thing.
Really?
Same thing.
Really? Cyber risk?
I think, I'm saying that touching wood, actually, and I wish, because it's one, if you ask the financial sector, if you ask banks with which we interact a lot, sometimes much to their chagrin, but eventually to their satisfaction in the long run, I'm sure, because we supervise them carefully. But typically, that's a risk that they flag as one of their top priority risk, and on which I think we need to constantly improve the level of coordination, first, second, third line of defense, and best way to respond to those. Now, clearly, I'm concerned as a person more than as president of the ECB about the backlash that there is against the fight against climate change, and some would argue that it has nothing to do with central banking, but I would contend that this is actually not the case. It does have a ramification impact that we should be mindful about, but it's a risk that is there, and that will come to haunt us if we don't do much about it.
I thought you were going to say geopolitical risk. That's there too, right? Facing Europe?
Geopolitical risks as defined by Maurizio earlier on? No, who was it?
Yeah, Moritz.
We heard a lot about geopolitical risk.
It's there, and it's just on the doorstep of Europe. When you look at this horrible war against Ukraine, it's a major risk which is out there and which is hurting those on the ground and the neighboring countries in particular.
What's your biggest risk?
If you look at what markets price today, they will probably, at least for part of EM and especially for Brazil, the conclusion would clearly be that the main risk is fiscal. But I think that comes and goes, and it has to do with growth and productivity and a lot of the things. I think there is one other risk that I see, and it's not very tangible, which is the polarization that we live today. If we think about the amount of time that we spent on some social issues that are connected to polarization and that are not that meaningful to produce well-being of the society, I worry a lot about that.
All right, SPY's starting to move.
Yeah. So if we're sitting here on stage
Tesla
in 1
all
year
day, bro.
from now, which we hopefully are,
EXPI
the
bear
inflation
cave.
rate in the U.S. will be,
All my life.
You know, mid to low
Running all
twos.
my life.
that's kind of, we're mid-twos now.
Yeah, well, we have 1 month at 2.6. And, you know, we had a brief visit to the low twos at the end of, but I mean, sustainably, durably, underlying inflation.
Yeah, bro. Tesla at 230 is insane. It was just at 180.
That would be a great outcome.
Headline PCE.
Yeah.
Yeah.
President Lagarde, 1 year from now?
1 year from now, I would say low twos. We are at 2.5 latest reading, and as I said, bumpy on the way ahead, but yeah, low twos.
You've been closer to 4%, President Campos, right, lately? So where do you think you are in a year from now?
Well, I won't be in the central bank a year from now.
We already established that, yeah.
But I think that the work that's being done is very technical. I'm confident that we will continue to be that way. And I think when you look at expected inflation today, I think it has a disconnect with the current inflation, and it has a disconnect with the fundamentals that we have in Brazil. So I'm confident that the future inflation will be lower than the expected inflation. In other words, I think what the market's pricing today is not in sync with the reality.
What about the unemployment rate? We're going to go full dot plot here.
Yeah. You know, I'd be happy if it were just right where it is now. That would be a good outcome. Plus or minus a couple of tenths would be good.
Is that likely?
Yeah, I think it's reasonable.
Starting to rise.
It's moved up from 3.4. We touched 3.4, so we're up to 4, but 4 is still a very low level. You know, it's been a long time since, the last time we were at 4 or below for this long is, you know, I was a teenager, a long time ago.
Also, unemployment rate in Europe, it's been, what, healthy, 6.5%?
Historical low,
Yeah.
and I hope it stays there a year from now.
What's the unemployment rate in Brazil?
Well, it's close to 7% now, which is very low when you look at our history. I think
like
probably
everywhere around the
will
world
go
low.
up a little bit, but not
Low
too much.
unemployment.
But I think what we need to look at is the participation rate. So we just published a study that shows that the transfer programs have an impact in the participation rate. Our participation rate was down and then it's recovering a little bit at the margin. And I think it would be very important to understand what is the dynamics of the participation rate going further.
And finally, Chair Powell, were you a 2-cut dot or a 1-cut dot for 2024?
No comment.
Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you.
I tried.
I was saying, can we talk about trade? Thank you. Quite uneventful.
So thank you there for such a wide-ranging and fast-paced discussion, and we even managed quite a few jokes, even without Governor Ueda here this year. So well done, guys. You really helped end the first day of Sintra on a high. All that's left to say now is please join us all downstairs. We'll be taking the group photo. Thanks a lot, and please join us again for day 2.
I thought we were doing shots.
Thank you.
I'll come down for a group photo. All righty, Meta and Netflix. Honestly, I mean, it was Powell. Like every single time he opens up his mouth, man. I think some of you guys get reminded. Damn, Robinhood is considering offering crypto futures in U.S. and Europe. But every time Powell opens up his mouth, I think you get reminded how bearish he was, and then he wakes up a little bit, or how bullish he was. Sorry. You kind of hear the dovishness, but it was pretty much the same thing. You got a little bit of reaction there. He was saying employment should kind of calm down here, but everything else was borderline the same. It started off very good, but it was the same thing you've heard. And then we have gone down. Stocks have recovered. And right now you also have equal weight doing better. So it's more than just a couple of names today. But then the bonds gave up a little bit of that recovery. I low-key think it's just the bonds doing a little bit of a dead cat bounce, more or less. And then where is it? Let's see the curve. Yield curve still at 0.29, bro. It actually, so believe it or not, even though the long end and TLT is up, you are getting another increase. So last time, I guess, was April. April and February was the last time the curve, the 2-year, 10-year, was at this gap of like 0.29. So even though the bonds are recovering here a little today, that dynamic between the 2-year and the 10-year, that's still throwing things off. And then Tesla, bro. Tesla's at 231 now, right below. Isn't that insinuate uninvert or reverting? I mean, it's literally uninverting as we're watching it. It hasn't uninverted, but it's steepening. So we talked about it on yesterday's watch list. I would pay attention to it, but you could also get pump faked. Tesla's nuts. I think, again, it's up 10% right now. That's a huge amount. So I think that's kind of even leading things. But even then, you know, Tesla was just at like 180. That's a pretty big move there. What the fuck? We're up 170% on IRM? I just noticed that. I always thought it was like 70 or 80%. I guess you've got all the dividends reinvested too. Damn. Okay, IRM. Yeah, that's crazy. Finger to the sky, baby. Amen. I like Uber, but I mean, ever since what I'm about to say is gonna probably shock you, but I wouldn't really touch Uber above $40. I don't know if y'all remember those days, but Uber was like a high was like $45 or something. You guys remember that? Like, yeah, I think 45 was a crazy price on Uber at one point, even like 60, I guess. So I like it. I mean, I hold it in the long term. And, you know, I think we're up like 100% or something, but I really wouldn't be adding to it. You know, it doesn't really meet my criteria in terms of value. I like Lyft, but Lyft has also came up a lot. I like Lyft in the bargain bin. I think you buy Lyft $8, $9, you buy that shit for parts. I guess it was at 20 and came back up there. So maybe if you really want to force the growth and your portfolio kind of supports you taking that risk. I mean, I'm not against it completely, but I like I said, I think like $10, $9, you buy that thing for parts and call it a day. Yeah, Uber was just selling off there. I just saw it on the low, and Lyft is coming down too. But Uber's down 3. Uber was just up and then flipped. It was up in the AM. But yeah, I really wouldn't buy that for the long term. I mean, I have had a long swing on Baidu. I don't know about adding it to the long term. The only company I'm really comfortable with from China that I'd be willing to hold is Alibaba. You're iffy on Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash until we settle down. If recession hits, those will get killed. I think it'll be interesting during a recession with these like delivery names. Damn, Uber just got more volume and a bigger flush. But why I say that is because like at one point, you know, when Airbnb came out, Airbnb helped people during the recession. Like sometimes these gig jobs, I mean, it may help, but then again, it is going to cause, you know, it's gonna be more expensive for a lot of people, or they just won't. The demand won't be there. All my life, Bullard, come on, Sinbis.
I did. We were discussing towards the top of the show in terms of interest costs, but his comments as well. I want to get to those, but we also want to get to Jim Bullard, who was joining us now for more reaction. Of course, former St. Louis Fed president, now dean of Purdue's University Business School. Good to see you. Give me your take first off.
Climbing, though.
Anything that stood out to you in terms of the comments that you heard from the participants?
No, I don't think these were surprising comments. I think
30Y?
both Christine Lagarde
like
and
10/10Y.
Jay Powell
It's
wanted
one of
to
those.
reiterate that they're in wait-and-see mode. They want more confidence.
But remember, you could go
inflation outcomes
on
in
TD
particular
Ameritrade
before they
if you're
move ahead
using that and
with
just go to
the easing
futures,
program,
and it'll tell you
I
every
think they
single one of these.
mostly accomplished that. I think there were some things
10Y
we
is
can
the
talk
micro
about here,
10-year. I don't know if they
about
have a
some of the
long one.
comments, and you guys have already brought some up.
One of the things I wanted to ask about, Jim, clearly Powell and the others say, we don't want to get involved in the politics, we're just going to do our job. But at the same time, a very common theme, not just in this panel, but comments from Jerome Powell in recent months, is that the fiscal path is unsustainable. And he said those words implicitly again now. I mean, is that in itself getting involved in the politics?
Yeah, I think that's been a refrain probably of Fed chairs for a long time, and nothing's different today, except that the problem is worse. I think both political parties have decided, or members of those parties have decided, that they can't win an election by campaigning on fiscal rectitude, and that's very unfortunate for the country. So I don't know how we're going to recover this. However, I have
no fiscal
emphasized
rectitude. That's
in many different forums that divided government is a real possibility here, and I think markets are betting on divided government, and that would help you because a sweep by either side would probably lead to quite a bit more spending.
We actually have a segment from
that's crazy, bro.
Earlier with Powell addressing staying out of the politics. Let's take a listen.
No matter who really wins, if you do get a sweep,
we've been
more
given this
spending.
great responsibility and
Dang,
great
they're already
powers,
clipping up this
really
thing we just
important
watched.
that we get it right. And we've been told to stay out of politics and just do your job, and that's what we do. When we don't try to get involved in issues that are not our issues, and in particular, we're just focused on our goals and getting through that. And if we do that and do it well, I will say
volume
in the United
is.
States,
I mean,
there's
look at
very
the
broad
daily
support
chart.
for an independent
We've been here
Fed
for what,
in both
an hour and
political parties
15,
on
and
both
you have
sides of
4
Capitol
million?
Hill and everywhere.
7 million.
I don't
It's
think,
pretty low.
That's really in question. As long as we just are seen to be doing our job.
What about palladium
and staying
futures?
On task at all times.
I don't really look into palladium
Jim,
that much,
how far do you
to be
think
honest.
he'll take that? Will he not want to even show a suggestion that they're getting political and thus wait until after the election, or not?
You mean for the September decision or other decisions before the election? I think that, yeah, I mean, I think that the committee would feel confident to move, making an ordinary policy move with the data in hand. And I don't think anybody in the political world would worry about that. So I think, if you look at the history, the Fed has been willing to move during an election cycle. So I think that's
and Spike came,
a definite
that's
possibility. But to get to a September move, they're going to have to see continued good.
This
data
is crazy.
on
It's
inflation
still this is
so
the
that
same
they
range
can
as yesterday,
make that
bro.
First move.
And again, the
I
last
think,
couple of days, you could just see you
just
haven't really moved out of this 10 points or so, 20 points.
That somebody's going to win an
since
election
last
because
Thursday or
the
last
Fed
Wednesday?
did something in September. I don't think that's how American politics works. I don't think that's where the median voter is. They're thinking about a whole host of much broader issues than a tactical move by the central bank.
And while they were on stage, Jim, the job openings data, the JOLTS came out showing quite the resiliency in the jobs market, which kind of, dots this idea that the labor market remains strong. How do you think that plays a role in some of the discussion they were having with regard to the ability to orchestrate this very gradual slowdown in inflation while keeping the economy on a stable path?
Yeah, it certainly suggests that the labor market remains relatively strong. One statistic I've been looking at, which no one looks at, is the year-over-year non-farm payroll growth. So a year ago, if we were sitting here, that number would have been 2.5%
month-over-month
growth over from the previous year. Right now, it's 1.75%. It's basically a declining sloping line if you look at the picture. So, that kind of gives you the sense that there is slowdown, but the chair does a great job in saying that that's not really slowdown, that's normalizing the jobs market, and the vacancies to unemployment ratio, which at one time was 2 in the U.S., 2 jobs for every unemployed worker, now down to 1.2. That's still a high number, actually, but it's about the same as it was pre-pandemic. So still a good jobs market. That means that the committee doesn't have to worry too much about that side of the mandate. They can worry mostly about the inflation side. But I would just say for your group here, the main issue for the Fed is, I think, we were sitting here last year at this time with 200 basis points higher of inflation than we have today. And we haven't found, if you thought the policy rate was right, when inflation, core PC inflation on a 12-month basis was closer to 5%, then how can you claim that the policy rate is still okay today with 200 basis points left? You're only 60 basis points from the inflation target. So it seems to me like the Fed needs an opportunity here to get going on its easing program, and so we'll see if that happens.
Jim, good place to end it, at least for now. Always appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
He's like, all right.
Well, next hour, Money Movers.
Fed Jim Bullard. Oh, former Fed. So, I don't know, man. And I feel like we've had that Trump question in the bond market a lot, or it's like kind of been subtly talked about here with policy, but no real reaction, man. So, I don't know. We might get another day like the other days. I mean, yesterday was kind of slow, but all of last week we did that dance back and forth. I think we're pretty much done for any meaningful data. You're going to get some crude oil numbers towards the end of the day. You already had the economic optimism index, and yeah, that's it, man. And then tomorrow you got Fed speakers. You'll get private payrolls, and then balance of trade, and then jobless claims. And then that's it. Whipsaw. Yeah, I mean, even then, we might make another little drop here towards, in the middle of the day here, maybe soon. I mean, Euro close is in about 40 minutes, but then we're just going to go down, and then we're going to go up, and then, I mean, if we actually get a move, I'd like it, like a straight up or straight down, get us out of this range. That would be quite refreshing, but NVO's on the high? Yo, these things were clapped. So, again, Eli Lilly and NVO, they were clapped on the headlines. Again, Biden and Bernie Sanders said that these companies need to lower drug prices, and then even on the diabetes and, what's it called? The diabetes and weight loss medications. But like I'm saying here, I would like a higher or lower move in one direction, but watch out for 54.47. So that's still like, 30 points, just under that? And then even to the upside, anything above like 55.07. Those will be your 2 spots to look for. I don't know if we're going to get there. And then remember, we do have data on Friday. And then you already had data here today. The JOLTS, and I don't know, we didn't really talk about that, but the JOLTS came in higher. So, I mean, here's the paradox. Do you guys know, think about JOLTS jobs opening. What's the main point with JOLTS jobs openings? Does anybody know? It's kind of an obscure point, but I think it's the main point. And you can kind of see it today. IRM divvy. IRM's crazy, bro. I didn't realize we're up 172 on that. Not unemployment. I mean, it does relate into the data to a degree, but yeah, there you go. It doesn't really matter that much. And I say that in the sense that, have we gotten huge reactions off the JOLTS? Yes, especially when we were more sensitive to all of this stuff. But it used to be where no one gave a shit about the JOLTS jobs openings, because the correlation between the jobs openings and the actual non-farms, it doesn't really show you anything. And that's kind of where it leaves you in a weird spot. But, we had that data come in, and it was nice last time because it came in below 8 and gave you a 7 handle, but then it kind of popped up right here now. But and even like I've said from the last couple of days, the data has been weird. I mean, at least the market's reaction, the bond reaction, because good hasn't necessarily been bad and bad hasn't been good. So this is what we got in today, but I think it gave you a little bit. You are lower on the bond since then, but then you could see how equities don't really care. Economy's good. There's job openings. Yes and no, because I don't know. I think a lot of people, it's there's a lot of job openings, but I don't think it's really hard to equate it to hiring. Or I guess simply, I think there's a lot of jobs out there, but what do they call them? The ghost jobs. So I think that's one of the negative effects that's factoring into it. The new Aladdin song? I didn't get that release. Reopen jobs? Ghost kitchens? I know what a ghost... Well, ghost kitchen's different than a ghost job. Prince Ali, 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 Baba. Strongest 10 regular rate cuts equal as he. Jerome says he won't talk about politics. He gets really pissed when the lady from CNBC asks him questions. Prince Ali, 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 Baba. Strongest 10 regular yen that are not devalued. Pop, 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 pop. I need a little bit more stimulus, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It depends. We could probably mix that in with the news of the day, depending on how it plays out. Good morning. Show me some love. This guy. You like the video, man? I hope y'all like the video. Hope you're ready. I mean, it's about to be slow. Listen, man, if there ain't no movement in the next, 2.5 hours, I'm fully playing 2K. I'm definitely stretching. I was doing that the whole time, too. Maybe we get some workouts in. You could grind here. I mean, we shouldn't have too much of a move. You don't believe the numbers? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think most people don't believe it. I think it's fair to say. But it is all we have to react. So everybody knows to, react to it and kind of use it to develop a thesis, but there will be huge revisions at one point. So again, I think depending on who the next president is, or depending on how the economy even shapes up by after the election and the rate cuts, I think one day, we are in store for a really, really big revision that might get us closer to reality. But for now, I think we're all kind of we've wrote it off a long time ago, unfortunately. I'm in love with you now, yeah. Suppress the data and the VIX. Well, there's just a lot going on, unfortunately. It's been a very calm year. That's why I say it's you have a lot of things happening, but not a lot going on. And don't underestimate, man, everybody on Wall Street and how they form a narrative. It's mind-blowing. It's amazing, actually. It's kind of artwork to a degree, and that's why I said. So, do you guys realize that whole idea of, Donald Trump crashing the bond market, it's insane. It's a crazy idea, and, I made the video on it, but, Wall Street is loving it. So you have multiple banks urging their clients that this is the reality when it's do I think it's possible? Yeah. Do I think it's probable? I think it, like I said I don't know if you guys watched yesterday's Watchlist, 2 out of 3 of the scenarios of why the bonds just did what they did, it doesn't really make sense. It's 2 of them lead to a hard landing scenario. So why would you sell off the bonds more so? But the point is, the way Wall Street came up with that narrative and then the way they're riding it home, that's it. I think Bloomberg does watch the watch list because usually when I say something fucking crazy, they make fun of me. I hear it. Okay, maybe I'm really narcissistic and I think the world revolves around me. That's totally a possibility. But at the same time, when I have said crazy stuff, every morning I hear Bloomberg either laugh at it or they'll agree. Rarely do they agree. But even this morning, they were all... no pushback to the whole Donald Trump crashing the bond market theory. Not one level of pushback at all. And that, I think, is quite interesting if you really think about it. The Watchlist, youtube.com/The Trading Fraternity. I give a recap of everything that happened, and then we go over an economic lesson every night. You pay for the same news feed? Yeah. I mean, I get access to the news wires, but then again, they're they have really good relationships with the banks and analysts. I think they got mad at me when I showed you that video using the terminal and just highlighting how awful the analysts have been for 2 years. I don't know if you guys remember that video, but so they have a different relationship there, and that's what I'm saying. I think it's a wild concept that within 48 hours you're telling me analysts are urging clients to go and dump something off of this Donald Trump theory. And why I say it has nothing to do with the politics, but it doesn't make sense for the bond market. Because what I'm saying is that, there's probably wiggle room. So maybe the bonds aren't going to fully crash, and there's a limit to it. Because if Donald Trump is really going to be bad for the market, I'm not saying that that's impossible. But what I am saying is, wouldn't that lead to a hard landing? And then if that's the case, shouldn't the bonds be cheap? Same thing with Japan. Even if Japan dumps and Japan is dumping to raise their capital for whatever they want to do, wouldn't that lead to a hard landing? The unwind, the carry. So the only issue, the only scenario of what we've seen here is that doesn't lead to a hard landing. In my opinion, it's Janet Yellen raising more capital. That's the only thing that could keep us to where the rates should be elevated without giving them an impetus to get purchased for the future. Because remember, it's a 10-year, it's a 20-year bond, right? So think about that. Like you have to factor in a lot of stuff down the road. So Trump would do something, but at the same time, Trump or Japan, they both lead to a hard landing. That's my take on it, but that's why I'm like very wild that again, the financial media and then more so the banks, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, they're running with it. Well, either way, I think here's my way to help you out, regardless of what you believe or not, you know what I'm saying? Is just simply pay attention to hard landing odds and the price to hedge. That's it. That's all I'm saying when it's all said and done. You don't have to become a nut job about it. Yeah, I may sound crazy from time to time, but when it's all said and done, all I'm saying, like from a financial perspective, is that 2 of these 3 scenarios, that means hard landing, and people are not pricing that in. And then if the closer you inch to hard landing, and then the bond yields are high, that's a steal of a deal right there, just like oil. No, I'm not looking at the VIX. I'm talking about the actual bonds. I'm saying that the long-term bonds are not pricing in a hard landing. And the same Bank of America would have said that a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And that's why they kind of ran up. But that's where I'm saying now it's like, okay, even if it is Trump, if it is Japan, we do have to think about the hard landing odds. And again, are the bond yields, does a 4.5 really say hard landing in 2 years? No, not at all. And that's where it's like, and then if it goes higher, so like let's say people panic over bonds with Donald, or if Japan really does start dumping, you know what I'm saying? And then it starts moving up. Then if the rates are at 4.7, 4.5, or 5.2, that's way too cheap for, it's not pricing in a hard landing at all. So that's where I would be watching. Arm circle. We're getting there. And we got 30 minutes. Hold on, where'd this animal go? Better not pee, bro. Making sure he left the room, but I think he's going to take a private piss somewhere. Well, you could look at the 2-year, 10-year, but think about it. Just look at the damn 10-year bond. Like I said, if the 10-year bond is at 5% as we are getting close, and then let's say Donald Trump is really going to become president, and you could really prove that, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to tariff this, and yeah, it's going to really clap things, and we're really close to a hard landing, then 5% is what it doesn't make sense that the 10-year bond would be at 5%. So you're telling me if Donald Trump is going to come in, crash shit, and then they're going to have to respond to that, why would you factor yields to stay at 5% in 10 years? That doesn't make any sense. Same thing. If Japan is really dumping and we find out that it's, Japan unwinding and it's leading to, a domino effect of currencies and all this other stuff, well, doesn't that mean people are going to step in? And if that's the case, 5% is why would the rate stay at 5% in 10 years? Tesla's still up. GME. DXYZ because SpaceX. So I think DXYZ is a very interesting company, but you have to you got to watch out because it's very expensive. So that company's cool because it lets you own some of these private companies, but if you look at the valuation to what you're buying that holding company versus how much they own, you're paying a massive premium on it. Strong as 10 regular men equal as he. Gold, I mean, a lot of things they've been up and down, sound like progression. You're tired AF. You're considered taking this week off. Do it, bro. Relax. For real. I don't know. Tomorrow, maybe you want me to take? I'll take off tomorrow if you take off. And then we'll get Thursday off. Or just relax. You lay down in your bed. You could listen to Sweet Nothings from Josh in your ear. I'll give you call outs. I'll be like, the spy is going nowhere. I don't know if that's relaxing, but that'd be cool. Williams Sonoma on the high. Apple on the high. Strong as 10 regular man equal as he. Yeah, I need to get some good sleep. I had bad sleep last week, but you got to go to bed early, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then water. And then exercise too, man. Don't be surprised. Moving around will make you tired, get you some good sleep. The ZB does kind of move crazy. I think every 1 basis point was like $1,000. So if it goes 118 to 117 or 116 to 115, that's like $1,000. So, and it could do that pretty decently. Ellipticals. You get good sleep, just never enough. Well, that's good, honestly. That, so if you get deep sleep, even a smaller amount than poor, waking up, sleeping for a long time and not really getting some good REM sleep. I mean, it's not bad. SMCI popping again. Damn, that's up 4. Summer break. Josh speaking sweet nothings into my ear. Hey, man, it happens. It is summer, bro. It's fully summer. So, I don't know. I've played 2K 4 times on stream. So, if that's not summertime for you, I don't know what is. If you've been paper trading in or used to the ZB, I think you could give it a shot. It kind of, I think it moves like the one MNQ or a little bigger. It just sometimes the bonds can just like blow out up or down and get a little crazy. Oh yeah, that came in earlier. Trump sentencing over hush money will likely be delayed. So you're supposed to be sentenced on the 11th. I think that whole Supreme Court thing got in the way. Did you guys see the Did you see the reaction to the Donald Trump Supreme Court thing? Kind of wild. But apparently Goolsby's on CNBC now too. All right, well, hold that thought. We'll see. I like Goolsby. Data dogs. Shit. Just to just make sure that could have been. I don't want that. The climate is very hot. That's why it's getting hot in here. Hot for summer. So Chattadonia, 15 minutes until Euro close. I mean, at least it looks like you're moving today. It's still slower, but at least you it's going higher. You haven't had your little pullback yet to leave you unchanged totally on the day. So I don't know. Not bad. Not bad at all. I thought it was PHILO time. Nah, man, we chilling. We chilling right now. It's early. How do you do this every day? I mean, do you not do it every day? Because, it's a lot of people do it with me every day, So shout out to Chad, baby. But, if you're sitting here in the stock market, hopefully you have a enjoyment of it. Your benefit is you could do some other stuff. So, I've even, played, you've watched me play 2K, bro. I could get news. You could watch what happens in the market. You could go call real estate. You could do a lot of things. Almost Timmy Trumpet time. Almost, baby. I already got some great stretches in the morning. So, I don't know. We've already started getting Powell. That gave us 30, 45 minutes of just listening. I wish he said more, but unfortunately, we're in the same spot. Baba's coming up again. I don't know, though. Maybe we take tomorrow off. I might skip tomorrow. You guys need to skip it. I'll turn on the stream, maybe. Or I might just play 2K the whole time. But I don't know if I want to wake up 6 a.m., 5 a.m. to play 2K. Oh, shit. I didn't see that. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Baidu Pop. All of them are, China names are going up here. We'll see. No. I just saw a text message. I didn't see it. Thoughts on MPW? I would wait a little bit on it. You don't even get paid the dividend. I'm kind of looking at dividend names right now. I'm kind of mad because I really want to, again, I bought the Nike. That has a small dividend. But I did add Nike. Yeah, we added that right the day that it died. But Nike's dividend's low. But, I want a high yielder, man. I really want to grow that yield, man. So, but then again, it's like we could just wait, and this summer, certain things should have moved. Like I've been looking at Pfizer, and then Nike. Nike's still 2%. I mean, it's kind of like back in the day, 2% used to be good. I guess O, but I don't know. I think I'd rather take Pfizer over O because I already have a lot of financial exposure. Ford, I don't think I'll add Ford. I think I still have old swing shares that we had from profit, but I don't know if Ford. I don't know if that's my play. No, I didn't make it. We're just talking right now. Last LT pickup was Nikes. Jeppy. I'm not a fan of Jeppy. It's definitely piqued my interest, and Bond's going lower here, so watch out. This could be our little movement here, and then Euro close in 9 minutes. Let's take off on Thursday. We won't be here on Thursday. Is Bonds a half day tomorrow? But I think the market's open. I didn't know we're getting anything special. Oh, Baidu is kind of getting some lift right here. So we'll see if he has any AI news or whatever. Yeah, REITs. I mean, it sucks because some REITs are good, and then other JP Morgan, other banks are killing it. But yeah, I don't know. The Jeppy stuff hasn't got me, what's it called? I haven't been a fan. It's piqued my interest, that 9% or whatever, but, I'd rather just buy my individual names. I have Intel too. Yeah, that was the one before Nike. But again, that's why I'm kind of disappointed, because I like the Intel and Nike. But both of those I only put one deposit in their new positions. So I would much rather stack up on a name. And then Bond's starting to die here now. So watch out for that. Market may not even react, but if those go red, that's a different setup. Meet me in Vegas on the 4th. Bro, I don't think I've been in Vegas since the whole real estate thing in October. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to go back to Vegas. Me and Vegas are over. And then again, we'll only have one. I don't want to travel on 4th of July. This is the busiest holiday of the biggest airline traveling day of the year. So I think the days before 4th of July and then the days after, it's the most packed at any airport. I do not want those problems in my life. Yeah, Baidu's going crazy, but Bonds, they're only up a quarter, bro. They were up 3/4 in the morning. I think Thanksgiving is the second. I'm not too sure. I was surprised, though, but 4th of July is super popping. You lived in Vegas for 4 years, 4th of July. Traffic is standstill for hours. Spy popping. IEP, no, I wouldn't touch IEP. The icon thing, that thing's way too sketchy. So I guess the high yield names that I like are, they're 5 I think MO is the highest yielder. And then MPW, but I'd even wait on MPW. Today's your last day at work, and then you off for vacation. Added Pfizer to the long term as well. Felt too heavy on MPW. Could we do LT reviews today? We'll see. LT reviews, I think we got a designated time, but at the same time, I mean, I don't know. There's only so much to review. I feel like everyone likes the long-term reviews, but I don't really, I want you to have your long-term, but I hope it should be on autopilot. And that's why, again, I was really disappointed last time I saw the LT reviews because, again, everybody just kind of made the same mistake of having 100 names. So, I mean, nothing should be changing too much. I give you a decent model portfolio to follow, but, I mean, try to keep it it's more so about following the rules. I would want to look at I'm down to look at some real estate deals. We did that on Colt Real Estate. You know, they were sending me real estate deals that they either had or were looking at. I mean, if you guys want me to look at properties, I would like to do some. If it is going to be a slow week, you know, I would want to do some real estate work. I can't do. There's only so much I could do in front of you guys. That I do it with Colt Real Estate, but I don't trust y'all, unfortunately. But I would, if you have any properties, man, you want an idea, you're like, oh, what about this? You got it off market, you let me know. Yeah, and keeping the LT and trading separate, I think that's another big one. That's a lot of people still have trouble with that. But I think that's like a growing pain. So I think if you're still not separating your if you're not separating your long term from your trading, you're still developing. I get it. You know, you have to understand it. You have to be faced with it. Some people it takes years, some people they do it instantly. But I strongly encourage that you do. Someone's buying Amazon calls. Or I'm on years, but I'm getting better. Yeah, it's beauty though, because it's one of those things. It's either you're gonna do it or you don't. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think there is progress towards it, but it's just a matter of doing it. Why does separating matter? Well, that's kind of the whole point. Like I'm saying, if it still doesn't stick out to you why you should, you're probably still in that developmental stage. But it helps organize things above all. But make sure that you have, you know, it's like separation of church and state. You got to have things very, very separate because you don't want them influencing each other. You don't want it hurting each other. And you want to make sure that you have a strict budget, one towards speculation and one towards long term. And you don't want one thing to affect the other. And think about how much easier it is. So that's the thing, you know, even with like the long term. I love the long term, even like the what's it called? Like the long term, like the free text. Because like, think about it. There's no question what we're doing with it. You know, so it's a whole different, like, I don't know if you've ever had an account where just like you're not actively trading on it. It feels a lot different and you really get to see the money grow and you get to see how it is. But it's just like, think about it. We're adding stuff. It's not coming out. There's no question of, oh, when do you sell? When do you do this? When do you do that? What if I have to do this? Oh, this is moving. And it's like, and then with margin or anything, it's great to not have one thing affecting the other. You know, that's the thing. It's just like margin. I mean, you're bringing up margin, but like think about margin itself. That the whole thing where people get messed up on margin is that margin makes it where that you get a loan, you're taking more money than you have, but that doesn't allow you to hold something. One thing is affecting the other. So if the position is big now and however that moves, that could affect your other plan. So the idea, that's why it's a beauty to be able to make sure you have something locked in. And once you make that decision, nothing else could affect it. So that goes a long way. Dude, I want to sit down right now, but this homeboy just fell asleep in the chair. Oh, wait, no, I can't sit down. It's 8:30, baby. What if you use margin to sell cash secured puts to generate income to increase my long-term holdings? You just got to be careful with anything. Like, it just, a lot of times, that's what I'm saying. I hear this a lot. It's just like, I'm gonna be a stripper, and then I'm gonna strip until I can make enough money to pay for college. What? So obviously you need margin to execute what's it called? A sell premium strategy. but just be careful. Don't get like, you've definitely got to watch out and don't try to do no wheel shit where it leads you into, do stuff as if you can't change your mind for 10 years. And then, the beauty right now with puts or like selling covered calls or cash secured puts, you got to make sure it's a discount or you're getting a premium, and then make sure that you're actually getting, it's more than the risk-free rate. Because right now you're getting paid 5% doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. What is it good for? Absolutely long term. What's that with me now? Chattadonia. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you are subscribed. It is now European close. We have been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups or move the body. That's all you got to do. Just stand up, change your body positions, jump around a little bit. Do you hear me? I'm running in place right now. Can you hear me right now? Does it sound like I'm running in place? Because that's what I'm doing. Wow. I feel like I'm running a mile right now. But here's the deal. We didn't get to do this yesterday. We are going to do arm circles for 3 minutes of just moving around. Beautiful. Glorious. You feel a little better now? Yeah. On your birthday, Gary! Happy birthday, baby. Oh, no way. Oh, no. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. San Diego checking in. How was Powell? Well, it wasn't, what's it called? It wasn't too eventful, to be honest. It started off, I think everybody was reminded how bear or bullish he always sounds, but quite frankly, it wasn't much. He said, things are restrictive. Inflation, they expect it to come down. He said the job market is probably going to start weakening here a little bit, but other than that, nothing you haven't heard, especially considering you did have the, what was it? You had the dot plot not too long ago. Don't do that again. Let's talk money. Man, you are toxic as hell, dog. What's going on? I thought you were leaving earlier. No, but we do that every hour, bro. We do that every single hour. So I'm glad you're here for your first time. But, the odd part is that you are not able to chat in this chat room unless you've been subscribed for 24 hours. So, acting like you haven't seen that is kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? Because that means you sat here for at least 24 hours or even for 10 minutes, subscribed, and then you came in to say your first words. So, you know what I'm saying? So, enough of the bullshit is one way I could put it. But, that's why I was thinking, I'm leaving. Okay, bye. Bye, I'm leaving. No, if you don't do, I'm leaving. Let's talk money. I'm leaving. No, stop it. I'm leaving, Joss. I'm leaving if you don't do what I want. Come on, man. That'll work with your girl or something if you have that, toxic relationship, But, yeah, man, just be chill, bro. Just get a long term, This is E-Trade Pro. I think that was the question you were looking for. And I have a bunch of tutorials on youtube.com/the trading fraternity. So I'm here to help you out, but I'm not going to tolerate no bullshit, So I hope we're on the same page. Okay, because you've been here for 24 hours, dog. Where's the manager? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Good. You feel good, though. I know. I'll do push-ups again in another hour. Home Depot. I like Home Depot a lot. I like Home Depot. I like McDonald's. Those are some of the OG value names, but they're still kind of up there. I think McDonald's needs to give up a little more. I think Home Depot is a better price, but the problem is that it's I'd say the problem with Home Depot is that it's linked to the real estate market, unfortunately. Am I ignoring you? No, man. It's fine. I feel like I'm talking to my girl sometimes. She's like, would you love me if I was a worm? Are you ignoring me? But yeah, BTI, that's all you said, divvy 9%. I don't like BTI as much. Again, I don't really like energy plays, more or less. But I am a fan of a good dividend. But remember, if it yields above 7%, it's risky. So even then, like I was just saying, Altria, that's like my highest yielding company. But it's unfortunately, it's not so much. You know, it's still a little risky. What's this? Someone sent me a $72 million island in Montana. Yeah, man, I can't afford this. There's a story behind, unless you guys want to split it, but it's still like, that's a $430,000 a month mortgage payment. Oh, BT. Oh, then I'm thinking of the wrong company. Was I thinking of BTU? I think I'm thinking of Peabody. Yeah. My bad. So yeah, if you want, yeah, British American, I could get behind. I like the tobacco companies. Sadly, I know someone's gonna question my morality, but yeah. My bad on that. But I have MO. So I think MO, Pfizer. I think MO, Pfizer. What am I saying? MO or Philip Morris are the best. I think Philip Morris is better than MO, but I own MO. And then BTI, I think if you really want the value, I need to look into their payout ratio and some of the other factors, but it's not bad in the sense that, yeah, it yields 9.3, but $68 billion. So low key, they're the same value as all of them. And then that's the thing. You guys realize Philip Morris is like double the size of both of those. So that's already kind of up there. So I'm not opposed to that. And at the very least, this one's not up that much. And then I was talking about it yesterday. If any tobacco company that offers like a smokeless, like not a vape, but like a little pouch, like a little nicotine pouch, I think they're all going to go insane. I think in the next, they all have a very big demand tailwind. Here for the money island, baby. So here's the deal. I actually have a deal that we could do for the Chads. Let me see. I don't know when we're closing on it. I'm just doing it to. It was a decent deal, and I wanted to help somebody out. So I'm buying. It's a pretty cheap house. But, like, I got a quote on it, and, like, it's going to cost, like, a lot of money to repair, unfortunately, right? So I'm going to buy this house. I think it's in, like, Kansas or some shit. Yeah, I learned everything to Kansas wheat. Yeah. But I was thinking about it. If you guys want to split a house, I'll buy the house and then bring your own tools, essentially, because I know some of you are handy. So if you want to like work on the house, because it's otherwise it's just gonna sit there, and I'm just gonna use it as a tax write-off for property taxes and shit. So, you know, write off any of the payments or anything. It'll just, I think it's like $200 a year or something on property tax, and then I could get some write-off on it. But literally, I'm thinking, all right, if you come in and you fix it up, you bring in your work, you do whatever, I'll just give you equity in it until we get it up to flip it or do whatever we want. Otherwise, it's just gonna sit there. Other than that, that's the closest I got for you. You know this place? Yeah, I think you do. The quote, everything's too expensive to fix it. That's why I'm like, fuck it. I'll still buy it and sit on it. Maybe something will happen with it, but otherwise we just get some Chads in. If you bring the floors, some of you bring in the paint and whatever, and depending on whatever you put in and work, we'll just split it and call it a day. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to drop, like, because I think it'll take like 150 to repair, or like 120 or something, like fully. That's a lot of VC, bro. It's a lot of VC. Bring the floors and raise the roof. Have I heard of Poet? It's an AI company. No, I have not. What is it? One is your wife and the others are side piece. Oh, you guys are definitely lagging. What the fuck do you mean, dog? Yeah, so today I left DVR on by accident, and some of you enjoyed it, but I would be mindful. You guys might, yeah, they're stuck in the they're stuck in the back. Hold on, I need to send this to somebody. So is selling premium against your long-term free money? Yeah, but we have a strategy for it. So all you got to do is whatever premium, like if you're going to sell a covered call, I would go and make sure that the price you're agreeing to sell your stock at is a minimum 20 to 30% higher than what you paid for the stock. And then you need to calculate how much premium you're collecting based on, the value of 100 shares and then whatever time frame the option is, and make sure that the yield is higher than 5% right now, because that's the risk-free rate. And why I say that is because why would you sell a covered call and, commit to a deal if it's not guaranteeing you higher equity and it's not paying you more than doing absolutely nothing? FTC sues to block Tempur Sealy purchase of Mattress Firm. Is Mattress Firm public? I think it is. Is it Matt? I feel like it was public. Am I tripping? MFRM? Unless it's bought out. No, yeah, I think it's done. You think it would be good to talk about how to mitigate taxable income? Well, I don't know if it's time yet. I usually give you a tax talk every year, but I strongly it just depends on how much you're really trading, and then even long term, that then we start getting into IRAs and 401ks, but I really think you have to, you should consult with a tax professional. I did that before. I called tax guys on stream before, and I let them know, and I was just trying to show you guys. It's pretty easy, and, the best way to find a tax professional, call people in your area, ask them if they have familiarity with, trading, and here's the deal. This is how you know of a good tax professional. Usually, a tax guy will say, hey, send me your shit, send me everything, and then I'll see if I could actually save you money or set up something. And they'll usually tell you what they can do. So if anyone's just yeah, I got you, and then they don't ask you to send in stuff before telling you they could help, they probably just want your money. But if, in my experience, most people are, they come up in a way where it's just they're like, hey, send me your stuff. If I could save you money, and I could actually formulate something off of this, then this is what I'll charge, and this is what I could do. The rehab loan? Well, why are you, are you to remodel a house, or for a flip, or are you trying to remodel something you live in? Well, yeah, that's the thing. Unfortunately, if you make your money in California, you get taxed in California. That's the problem. Like, a lot of people are like, Josh, go move out of the state. And why do you pay the taxes? But it's like, I have property in California. Any of that rental income in California, if I flip a house in California, I'm still paying California tax, unfortunately. So if you make your money here, it's harder to mitigate it. At that point, you're just, the only other level is, having a business versus a W-2 tax. Anyone in chat ever sell long-term for a rental property? Yeah, a few. Even the other day, we had a OG chat. He just sold out his long-term to buy a property. I think he's either going to use it as a rental or a flip. He got a good deal on it. So, and then Najee Wolf, he bought his first home with a law turd, baby. You have no idea how proud that makes me. And I really hope all of you do that. I'm telling you, you did the best decision I ever made. Amen. Amen, bro. I'm telling you, it's really, really good thing. And that's the power of it. E-Trade Power E-Trade? I don't know. I've never, it's like kind of like E-Trade Pro, but not really, but I've never really used it. We will move to just EV, like cars. I mean, it seems to be the push there. And like, I don't know if you guys have been watching the economic lessons, it kind of makes sense, everything going on. It just, instead of pushing towards industrialization, we're going towards a route, again, the government is protecting the industry of clean energy and they're trying to push there. So I think a lot will be. I think there'll be a lot more EVs, but at the same time, I think there's always going to be a demand for a ICE engine, internal combustion. That shit go hard, bro. Mm-hmm. What's this? Bro, I can't sit down. If I sit down, he wakes up. But then if he wakes up, I feel like he's going to take a piss. So now I'm like, man, this is bullshit. You found the song? Which song? Timmy Turner? Or the, what can it call? Is the 2020 last? EV demand is falling. It is, but like, I don't know, man. Some of these numbers, have you seen the what's it called? The China numbers? I think it's absolutely insane. What car do I drive? Just a lot of random ones. A lot of random ones. I got a good Camry, bro. Y'all don't believe me. I'm gonna start making car videos in the Camry. Or you guys want me to make car videos? I might get a new car. But I need to stop buying cars. I hate cars, but I love them. That's honestly my kryptonite. Mm-hmm. But I've chilled out for sure. You'll buy the Tesla. Your sister's Camry has 450,000 miles? No way. I think it's a 2019 or 2018 Camry. So not like the newest one. It goes hard though. That shit got lane change assist, blind spot detector. Life is meant for living. That's so like, am I alive? There, are we all alive? That's crazy. Real live, laugh, love kind of. I got that shit in my kitchen. No, I'm kidding. All right, buddy. It's been a couple of hours. I want to free him, but he's going to piss everywhere, man. Fun fact, North Korea has the most weather variance. Iowa is number 2. My favorite fun fact was that Xi Jinping went to school in Iowa. You guys know that? I love that fun fact. It's amazing. So literally, President Xi, yeah, go look it up. Xi Jinping lived in Iowa. Yeah. Dude, my mind got blown when I found this out. Yeah. Literally yeah. He literally lived there, bro. I think he went to school there, like Iowa University or something. But he, like, lived with people. Like, at one point, I think there was Americans who, like, housed him. Yeah, the host family he visits still to this day. Yeah. I don't think he hates America. I don't know, man. You got to realize OLK popping, kind of big pop, 2%, a liquid as hell. That's on the high ticker right now. But, like, nobody hates America, bro. Like, I told you, even then, even if we got invaded by aliens, bro, you give me an alien for 2 weeks, bro. They will not destroy they won't destroy us. I promise you. I'm going to show them the internet. I'm going to give him nicotine, get him addicted and shit. I'm going to be like, yo, come check this out, bro. It's bad. Honestly, sadly, I would corrupt him. I don't think he'd do the whole repent thing. So I would corrupt him with the world. And that fool he'll love this place in a fucking month. You give me 1 month with some fucking, like, literally ET-ass alien, bro. He ain't going to destroy us. Everybody love America, bro. They could say they hate it. They could have their own political agendas and have to control their own political and governmental system. I understand that. Oh, but they love this place, bro. They fucking love it. Yeah, give him nicotine, show him fucking TikTok, bro. That's it. Show him a couple girls. This guy, he'll fucking love this place. I'll be like, dog, you don't even have to like girls either, bro. You could do whatever you want. You could do whatever you want, sir. Whatever you want to be. Come on, here, try this. It's banana flavored. Yeah, you inhale it. Yeah. Yeah, they call this one mushrooms. Fuck yeah. Are you sad? Here you go. There you go. Yeah, fuck that. Come here, try this, bro. You have no idea. This guy, give me a week. Give me a week, bro. Give me a week. Yeah, bro. I'll fucking show him Chick-fil-A. Stop it. Bro, I see it. I'm going to cap off the trip with Chick-fil-A. I'll be like, all right, you got to go now. He's like, I don't want to go. The fuck? I don't want to go. I'll be like, no, it's a Sunday tomorrow anyways. You can't even have the Chick-fil-A. It's okay, man. We'll see you in a couple years. He's like, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Yeah, bro. I'll show him DraftKings too. You have no idea. He'll love it. In a year, he'll probably have his own podcast. And living in Miami, he gonna have frosted alien tips. He gonna dye the top of his little alien hairs blonde, you know? He gonna have his ears pierced. He'll fit in gray, bro. He'll be wearing like linen shirts and shit. I'll be like, look at you, fit in, man. You fit in. Good for you, bro. Good for you. Raul a little bit. I mean, I'd watch if the bonds dive first, though. Don't know for the Alien Welcoming Committee Fund. It sucks because sadly, though, this is kind of the plot of Independence Day. You know what I'm saying? All right. We're still making progress. This is what I said, though. Watch out, because then if we get that random sell-off and we go below, like, heavy below VWAP, you know, then we're going to be chilling. And then you're going to actually do nothing. I've convinced you were trying to prevent paying to move shares from Robinhood to Fidelity. Wait, what did I convince you of? Are you trying to move to E-Trade or Fidelity? So I like E-Trade. I've used them for a long time, but when I tried to transfer that long term, it was a fucking nightmare. So Fidelity was actually very easy. Sweet Green's on the low. SG. Scott. I like the Alien Committee Fund. Yeah, Sweet Greens is down 5. Bitcoin volume trading slump.
That's the case.
That's all ahead on Bloomberg Crypto. First, though, here's a snapshot of the market. Bitcoin over the last 7 days, well, kind of doing a whole lot of nothing.
I'll be right back.
It's pretty much flat over the last week. It did rebound about 4% from those June lows, still down about 15% from those all-time highs back in March after the launch of those spot Bitcoin ETFs. Look, we're going to talk a lot more about this a little bit later, but something interesting is starting to happen when it comes to Bitcoin trading volumes, at least on weekends. Unlike stocks, Bitcoin trades 24/7, so it can be traded on the weekends. But now the proportion of Bitcoin traded over that time period has declined to an all-time low of 16% this year. That's according to the cryptocurrency research firm Keiko. So maybe those wild weekends that Bitcoin was previously known for are now a thing of the past, Shonali.
We're going to talk more about this in the context of ETF flows in particular. Let's talk about those flows because investors in the second quarter poured far less money into digital asset products tied to the token. When the price of Bitcoin dropped roughly 13% through that period, the previous 2 quarters saw surges of Bitcoin of at least 50%. Remember, you're talking about the difference in the first quarter of about $12.8 billion versus $2.6 billion into those ETF products, Tim. And remember, into that first quarter approval, you saw just a ton of excitement around Bitcoin, and some of that obviously is moderated.
You're talking Bitcoin, I'm talking Solana, because Van Eck and 21 Shares have sent separate applications for the approval of a Solana crypto ETF, the likelihood of which could hinge on the outcome of the presidential election. Solana and the SOL token was championed by SBF, but after FTX and Alameda Research exploded back in 2022, Solana's very survival was in question. That's when the crypto fell to around $8. Now, Shonali, it's at around 150.
Now, we're going to discuss this more with Bloomberg intelligence analyst James Seyfarth, who, of course, watches this market very closely. And from Solana to Ethereum, with Ethereum potentially right around the corner, what do you expect for a spot Ethereum ETF approval, and how will it compare to what you saw out of Bitcoin?
Yeah, so when do we think it's going to happen is a good question. Honestly, if you asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have said, I think the SEC is going to push it off their plate before the July 4th holiday. They obviously haven't done that. So it's not happening this week. I seriously doubt it. It might happen the following week, so July 8th, the week of July 8th. But it remains to be seen how many comments the SEC needs to give back to these issuers, how much conversation needs to happen between the SEC and these issuers. So it's possible that it might take into the week of July 15th. That said, I'm pretty confident these things should launch launch in July. I don't know why they wouldn't. That said, the SEC is obviously in no rush. How is demand looking? It's hard to tell, right? There's no way to know. There was virtually no demand for the Ethereum futures ETFs, but there's good reason for that. There's an inefficient product. Our view overall is roughly that my base case is I think they could see 20% of the flows that the Bitcoin ETFs saw on a net basis over like a similar time frame. So if you look at the first 6 months, as you talked about at the top, Bitcoin ETFs have taken almost 15 billion since they launched, or just about 6 months. I think if you see 20% of those flows, that'd be a pretty good success. That's my base case for these Ethereum ETFs once they do launch. But that'll depend what's going on with the actual underlying market of crypto and Ethereum itself.
So James, it raises the question of who these products are for.
And then he
in your
shit
view,
in my
who are they supposed to appeal to?
So I'm proud of him. Proud of him. He's a good man. He did good. You guys are so behind. You guys are like, I could do the electrical. Bro, that sucks because I know people like the DVR. They like to be able to go back in time, but then I'm like, man, y'all just get lost in translation. I think I might turn it off. I get sad seeing so many people behind. Because then shit's going to be happening, and they're like, wait a minute. Why is Powell still speaking? Yeah, bro. Even I have a other clip. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, it's very easy to fall behind. Do you smoke while streaming? Are you talking to me or are you talking to the Chads? This is, but no, for me, I don't smoke while streaming. I was you guys know after I got my surgery, technically I was high. You know what I'm saying? I think I was off of perk 30, bro. I hate to break it to you. It was for the pain management. That's what the doctor gave me. But I did stream after my hernia surgery. So technically, I think I was high. But it was fun, you know. Do you smoke off stream? No, not really. I don't think this year, I don't think I have at all. I think last year I told you guys I did. I forgot where I was. I used to smoke a lot more, but nah. That's what you say before you get high for pain management? Yeah, man, that's definitely sounds like you have a problem. I don't know, I hate to break it to you, but definitely, yeah, you should probably, I don't know, get some control over that. Do I take Adderall? No, not since college. Nope, no vapes. You have to go to Walmart after your surgery? Why? Dude, it was so hard to walk afterwards. Zachary King, baby. My man. You're on week 3.5. Inigual and incisional. Oh, man. Good luck, bro. Don't cough and don't fart. Those are the worst things ever. It's funny. My girlfriend asked me about Adderall the other day. She didn't know what it was. I was like, damn. So I was like, you're missing out, man, from back in the day. But I'm like, I don't think you really need it. Like, she didn't understand. She was like, why do people? Because her friend takes it. She's like, I don't get it. And I'm like, it's what you give to your kids when you don't want to take care of them. I'm just kidding. I have ADD. I think some of you could clearly tell. But my mom, like, if we ever said that to her, she would just beat us. Yeah. I do like Fidelity. Fidelity is good. Fidelity, I haven't had really any problems with them. They got some cool features, but I don't like the platforms at all. What was that? Making your own 401k elections or let them sit in a target date fund. That depends on like the level of like ability you have and like how much work do you want to put into it. That's really up to you. But if it is your 401k, I mean, ideally, just like the long term, man, you just don't want to fuck with it. That's like kind of the only problem. If it's your retirement and like, I don't know if you guys recall, there was a period, bro, where I would see like hella people like trading options in their 401ks and shit. So, I mean, you'll have a lot of freedom when you're not like, you know, if you're not in the target funds and, you know, just putting it in an auto passive thing, you know. So I think you could save a lot of money and you could, without paying the fees, and you could self-direct and put it towards some good names. But at the same time, just like, you know, it really depends on how much work you have and even your level of discipline, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? It does require a lot of restraint. I agree. I think that depends on like whether or not you have crackhead tendencies. And even though I say crackhead tendencies and we don't want to look at ourselves like crackheads, it's easy to be a crackhead. I'm a crackhead. You know, that's why I hide money from myself. I put money in that's why I separate things, because I know I'm still young and I go a little crazy, you know. So you gotta really know yourself when it's all said and done. Drugs are bad. Okay, don't do crack. Okay, that sounds good. We all are at heart. No, I disagree. I think some people, it's like puppies, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even then, like my girl's puppy, this dude's like, he weird as hell, just by nature. Like, he calm. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't like people. Like, he just acts a certain way. And like, you know, just like imagine you ever bought like a puppy, and you ever see like a litter of puppies, and then there's the one that's like jumping on you. There's the one that's like bullying the other ones. There's the shy one. There's the fat one, the small one, you know, and they like act certain ways, you know. I think we're all kind of like that. So like, I think some people, so that's why some of y'all, you have a natural disposition of just like, you know, you're like, fuck that, it's scary. I don't want to do anything. No. Pay the fee. I'm going to do, no, I don't want to do this. And then some of you like, what's up? A trade, let's walk in a 401k in a daily option 100,000 times. We could do that 400 times. That sounds great. That sounds like a great idea. I'd love to do that. That sounds like a great idea to me. Let's do it. That's exciting. You know what I'm saying? So like, it just, everybody has their own disposition, but you got to kind of be aware of who you are and how you apply it. Know thyself, my brother. I convinced you to separate the long-term and options? Hell yeah, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Trust me, you're not going to regret it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think anyone's like, oh, man, I separated my risky shit from my non-risky shit. I hate this. Oh, this is so bad to my growth and development. Nah, you're gonna enjoy it. Biden to meet with Democratic governors Wednesday via Zoom. Price on, I don't even know. I didn't even think Tesla would go 230 that fast. I think the Tesla move is just a reminder of how quickly it goes up there. Convinced you to start long-term at 19, now 20. Oh, Muhammad Habibi, you're going to have a great, great life if you stick with that, man. Trust me. That's fire, bro. Yo. What are you eating? Oh, your tail? Okay, you weird man. Caps. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it. You're going to like the way you long term. I guarantee it. Thanks, brother Habibi. Of course, bro. I'm excited. And then again, y'all, man, a house. I'm telling you, bro. If you could get me $300, not for me, for you, but you get $300 a month, in 3 years, we're going to get you a house. Does that sound crazy? Because that's low-key how it is. I guarantee it, almost. If you could save $300 a month and put it into a long term, we could get you a house in 3 years. It sounds ridiculous. It does, but it's sadly or fortunately what has actually happened. You smoked two today? Oh, you're behind. But even then, so it'll take him a while for him to hear this. But that was probably like $60 down the drain. Maybe unless you're smoking some fucking sticks and shit. So maybe like $10. I guess not too bad. Don't let that add up. Investing 20, it's the same thing. So again, that's like the thing with our long terms. Like this account, this is the $300 account that turned into $20,000. But you know, when I started with a small account. It's funny how YouTube works because when we first started off, you know, I would be streaming, I would be trading. They're like, "Fuck you, Josh. You just got lucky. That's how you stay here all day." Like I can't. The price again. This was before inflation and Biden. People were like, "Oh, you can't do this now. Everything's too expensive." So I said, "Watch, we'll start a new account." And I made this small account with $200, and then we increased it to $300. And then after like a couple months, they're like, "Oh, Josh, that account's too small. What if I wanted a big amount of money?" So then we just did the same exact thing, but 10 times bigger. So it's the same strategy. It just scaled. That's the beauty of it. That's how you know it's a beautiful strategy, because you could do it with $300, you could do it with $300,000, you could do it with $3 million. It doesn't matter. It's fully scalable. So if $25,000, it's the same approach. Deposits, you know, you want to split it up. You want growth in dividends, hold for minimum 10 years, act as if you can't change your mind for 10 years. And, you know, go with names that you're aware with. And then once you kind of built it out, you could take a little bit of risk here and there, but that's it. The long-term video, it's the same video from 2019. It's there, but it's in the description, but it has been what we've been doing. You know, when you see me buy the names, Nike, even Pfizer recently, that's it. Yeah, $300 a month is the small one. That's how much we deposit into it. Rent question. I want to move out. I do side hustles and write businesses. So on paper, I make like $20K after write-ups. $20K a year or a month. But you have $30K saved up. How can I get an apartment? So, I mean, if you got $30K saved up, I mean, it might be harder to qualify for a loan depending on the income you're bringing in. But like renting, I would just look for a good deal. So I don't know how you feel. Like, do you want your own place, or are you down to like share somewhere? And then what state are you in? Like, where or what city you in? The Dow will catch up. I mean, the Dow is higher than the Nasdaq technically, but it's leading up way more. Bank statement loan. Well, it just depends. I don't know. It depends if that's $20K a month or $20K a year. That's two big differences. When looking for long-term investments like ETFs, where do it cut off? Where do you start researching? Well, for ETFs and mutual, I think it's easy. I wouldn't complicate it. If you are going to go the ETF route, like go Vanguard, the Qs, SPY, and just call it a day. I think at that point, and like the big mistake I've seen a lot of people do, don't buy 4 of the same thing. Like I've seen people buy 4 different ETFs or mutual funds that all replicate the same strategy. So I think you're just better off, just go with VU and call it a day and nothing to worry about. TPX ripping. What is this thing? Temper. Oh, Temper. So remember, they're backing out of the mattress firm, or they got sued by the FTC or something. You want to be your friend? My friend? I hope we're friends, but I said it yesterday. I'm not really here to be anybody's friend. I think that develops naturally as we align over the years, and as, you know what I'm saying, a relationship of mutual respect and how that leads into it. But I wouldn't necessarily be looking for that here, if that makes any sense. I hope that doesn't shoot you down too hard, but I get a long term. That's really all it boils down to. Take the principles and actually apply them. Because at the same time, I ain't gonna hang out with you. Why would I be your friend if we don't even align on certain things? Does that make sense? He wants to hang out with you later. I mean, all I do is play 2K or go to the gym, or I take my girlfriend out to eat, or hang out with my mom, and my mom don't like people. My girlfriend is still not allowed in my mom's house. Actually, on holidays, she's cool with it. But yeah, low key. So even then, I don't know if you know that Middle Eastern life. The white people hella confused. My Middle Eastern brothers, they're like, facts. That's kind of wild. Nah, that's normal. I don't know. That's normal to me. My girlfriend gets it too. Not allowed over is crazy. Why? We hang out. My mom will hang out with us. That's in my parents' personal space. That's it. My mom. It's what my mom says. No, if you're not married, why? That's it. My mom says, why would you bring boy or girl into my house? It was the same thing with my sisters too. She wouldn't even let the fiance over, and then when they got married, they stay there all the time. Yeah, I'm not against it. I think I understand. I don't test my mom, bro. Yeah, and my girl understands it. That's why I think my mom even likes my girlfriend a lot. Does she wait outside? If I stay there and and I go in there for a little bit, yeah. But I try not to leave her there, or she'll just go shopping. I don't think she complaining, bro. Straight up, at any other time, I've literally wanted to go and hang out with my mom, and my girl would literally just go shopping, bro. I'm like, man, well, that's it. Am I allowed in her? Am I allowed in my parents' house, or am I allowed in my girlfriend's parents? I've never been to Switzerland, so I've met my girlfriend's parents, but I've never been in their home. So I don't want to fly 16 hours. Red flag that I haven't been there. It's crazy how girls like shopping. It is, bro. But like, especially like my girlfriend like just discovered like not too long ago, like TJ Maxx and Marshalls, because they don't have that shit in Europe. She's blown away. She's like, it's $1. She's like, I found this for $5. It's the same face wash that I buy, but it was 79% off. This is crazy. That opened up a whole new world. Germany, Poland team up against Russia and U.S. in French elections test West unity. What the fuck that mean? Again, Temper Sealy still running. She did have a thrift shop face. We even went to pawn shops because she was blown away by the pawn shops. She loved it. So I think we went to every pawn shop in San Diego. We went to like the ghetto ones, the nice ones. So she had the full cultural experience. And I took her to McDonald's after. I was like, America. Woo! Okay, all you Macklemores need to calm down. I do it on weekends. I've been popping tags. I'm in my pocket. I'm looking for a come up. This is fucking awesome. Where did I meet her? It's an arranged marriage. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. So it's pretty dope. I went to the pawn shop in Vegas. I've seen, it was kind of disappointing though. So you know, like, what's his name? What do they call him? Chewy or whatever the guy's name is. I would go to the one in Vegas. I went there, and it was it's just not it wasn't that. Yeah, Chumlee, that's who it is. Yeah. Like it was different, but it wasn't that cool. Like it was just expensive. That's why I was like, what the fuck is this? All this shit's stupid. It like wasn't cool shit, and then anything that was cool was just like worth a lot of money or like really expensive. And I was like, I don't know how I feel about that. Is there something up with CRM? I haven't seen it. The last couple days it's been outperforming. I think they got a big upgrade, but I see that volume pop, but I don't know if there's anything on it. Overpriced pawn shop. Nah, for real though, bro. I was really disappointed. Walmart. I like Walmart a lot. I think Walmart is just expensive, but I think that's a staple company. Like I think it'll be around here for 10 years. And it's not going away anytime soon. I just don't like look at that chart, bro. It's just straight up. We even talked about top ticking it after the split, but yeah, it was already up there. I don't see it. I was asked to leave my job at Salesforce after playing ping pong at work. Now I have my own company and I don't micromanage employees. Oh, that was the article. You're going to vote for RFK? Good luck. It sucks, man. I wish I wish he just became the Democratic nominee. But, like, sadly, Kamala Harris has a higher chance of winning than RFK, which is mind-blowing to me. You love ping pong? I used to like ping pong. And then I played the guys in co-real estate. That shit was dumb as hell, bro. All these co-real estate agents, I thought they were going to be bad. But, like, nah, they all are ill at fucking ping pong, bro. It was very discouraging. No, she doesn't. She's extremely unlikable. Yeah, but, like, just, like, fundamentally, she has a higher odd of winning. Just because if Biden was going to step down, and there was an article on it this morning. You know, we talked all about this yesterday. But the other part about it, dude, Temper Sealy's still running up. Josh Brown on Uber, big volume. But, like, yeah, like, they talked about it today, though. I saw this article in the morning. She would be the only one who could get access to the money. So, imagine all of the money that's raised. I think it's like $90 or $100 million or more. If Biden dropped out of the race, any new candidate couldn't use that money. The only person who could use it would be Kamala, because she was already a part of it. Is it 200 million? So I was telling you guys this yesterday without this factor, so it's good to see people were talking about it. I was just saying how, like, even just from a legal standpoint, it would be very hard to replace anybody except Kamala. Kamala is just, she's already on the ticket. She's already part of it all. But even on the funding side, and that all that money raised, if Biden wanted to back down, nobody could use it except for Kamala. And, I mean, I don't know. It's sad that in a weird way, though, I'm like, damn, I don't know why. Like, if they really wanted to get rid of Biden, I don't know why they're not rallying behind Kamala. Like, she kind of naturally seems like she would be a Democratic candidate. I mean, she would be literally the first woman and African American. And you're telling me that's not the prime candidate that they would want to push forward? Very, very weird. But then again, and she would have the money, but still, they're like, nah, nominate Biden earlier. I said first female. We don't call ourselves African American, by the way. Well, listen, man, we live in a very weird world. And honestly, though, I don't like how people talk about, like, I don't know. It just sounds weird sometimes when I hear some people explain different communities and whatnot. I don't know. And then, honestly, I don't get why all the time. Like, I understand the history behind it. I really, really do. But at the same time, I think it's awful when they're always like, black people vote Democrats. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, why are you always assuming that? And, like, I guess there is a trend, but, like, they really try to, like, put people in a box. And I don't vibe with it. And I know other people could agree. And I'm like, you know, I think people think for themselves, regardless. Said Tim Scott don't. I agree. It is a lot more complex, but it's such a good political identity thing to rally behind. Ethnic groups can be found within Black Americans, which impacts cultural narratives based on mutual experiences. Democrats and Republicans aren't any of our friends. Said beautifully and eloquently. I agree 1,000,000%. But I'm a Middle Eastern, so they fucking hate us. And they just started getting involved in the Palestine-Israel stuff all of a sudden. And I'm like, oh, what about 01? What about Yemen? What about any of this shit? Oh, now y'all care, huh? Y'all hate the Middle East too, man. So, hey, man, I feel you. Mm-hmm. I was looking at Papa John's stock. I think Papa John's stock was very it's small. Like, I think Papa John's only has a third of the pizza market. It's good value, good dividend, and I mean, better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's, you know? So, I don't know. I could get behind adding it to the long term. I'm not against it. I think they have some upside, but at the same time, too, I mean, there's other people. ARDX, they had a headline in the morning. Has the Middle East ever been at peace? I seem to remember even before Christ were fighting. Yeah, I mean, you're bringing up the valid point. Like, I think everybody hates Middle Easterns, like low key, but then even then, Middle Easterns hate Middle Easterns. So yeah, that is kind of our problem. Everyone hates everyone. I guess to a degree. To a degree. People. But we are human. Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, long term. Kumbaya. Most people's thoughts are not their own. They only care or know about what's dangled in front of their face. I mean, it's not that simple, but there is, like, you know, throughout the course of our lives, slowly but surely, all the things you're exposed to shape your worldview. But so I agree with it to a certain extent. Put too many deposits into MPW chasing yield. I feel you. That was part of my goal, and I put a decent amount in there too, and it went down. I think it kind of leveled out. When it gets back to 5 or 6, it doesn't look as bad, but you know, as long they haven't failed yet, though. In a weird way, I kind of take it as a good sign, because like, think about it. After they like really failed, people thought that thing was gonna die a while ago. Would you consider buying it at these levels? Yes, but also there's a lot of things that are kind of better. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you could get a similar yield or you could still get a high yielder that is, like, I like MO or Pfizer. MO, if back at $40, I would take that over MPW or $39 any day. And then even Pfizer a little bit lower, even right now. I mean, shit, even Nike and I don't know about Intel, but, you know, so there's other, like, high-quality names that are there. Are we playing 2K today? I think you guys, are you guys encouraging me? I appreciate it. Because it is, I mean, today is still kind of boring, but we're at least going up. But I'm down. I'm really down, bro. I've been killing it, man. I've been good this season. I have a good winning record. So I'm down to play a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll get into some things. It's already 9:30. We could do maybe a post one. Post PHILO 2K. So maybe in like an hour. I play on PlayStation. Damn, bonds are going down. I'm down to do real estate deals too. If you guys want to, I can only do so much, but I'm down to like go over any properties for you guys. You know, if you want to know what's a good investment, I might be able to show you current deals I'm working on, but I just can't show you guys the addresses. I just don't like dealing with that shit. Email, if you have a real estate deal you want me to look at, email me. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. You went driving for dollars yesterday? Good, baby. So I'm talking about. Even then, make some calls right now. SoFi to the long term. Have you never heard my opinion on this? I feel like this gets asked a lot. I don't think they're like the worst, but I think you could do better in the financial space. JP Morgan, but expensive Morgan. Morgan, very, very not cheap, habibi. I don't own any Archer, nah. I don't think I will until, like, flying car shit becomes a reality. Do I think the technology is cool? Hell yeah. Yo, what's Anvis? Anvis Bio up 40% and ripping. This could just be a momentum play. It looks like they died off of something not too long ago. I'm seeing Anvis investor call the phase 3 results in Parkinson's at 6:30 Eastern. When's that? 4? So 30 minutes after the bell, they're having a phase 3 update. No, they dropped it in the morning. Interesting. So Parkinson's drug. They had bad data not too long ago. It sits up 40%. It says they have an investor call at 4:30 after the bell. But they already got some of that info. What up, meme god? How you living? Good morning. Is it morning? Yeah, it's 12. Good afternoon. Jake from State Farm. Archer. It's like eVTOLs. Like, let me see if I could get you a picture. I think it's cool, but like it's this type of shit. It's like where you're gonna buy, like, these are cars, like flying taxis. Like, do you know how, like, I didn't trust Uber at first. You know what I'm saying? Like, getting in some rando's car. You know what I'm saying? And you want me to get into this fucking flying bug to the airport? You got me fucked up. It's cool, but I don't know if it's real. Like, yeah, it just has to become real. And, like, even then, once it becomes real, like, I'm going to let a couple of y'all die trying the new tech out before I ever use it. Let's be real. You know what I'm saying? Even once they have like AI pilots and shit, you know that's going to happen, right? Eventually, there's not going to be pilots. It's going to be AI pilots. But the first couple of AI flights, that's all you guys. I'll let y'all go down because y'all wanted to be a fucking pioneer and shit. God bless you. Thank you for your sacrifice. But fuck that. I'll go at my own speed. I think flying cars are possible, but I think the infrastructure is the problem. It's not the fuck the FAA, man. Like, the problem is like, do you know how dumb we are as Americans? Have you ever seen a fucking 16-year-old child drive their car into a fence? I rest my case. And now you want to put them in flying missiles with homes and shit all around. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. Nah. So that's the difficult part, is how are you going to create like a system where like people can actually fly these things? It makes sense on like a taxi front if it's like heavily regulated and only like just like a plane, you know, where only companies can do it. But on a consumer level, that shit's going to be insane. Yeah, it probably is. What would be a good state to travel? Ohio, they got great beaches. I heard they got I think you got the Grand Canyon in Ohio. It's a really cool place. They got the Hollywood Strip in Ohio. Ohio Hills goes crazy, man. If you haven't checked it out. Yeah. Or Gary, Indiana. It's like one of the safest places in America. Super cool. Yeah, don't take any of these advice. I'm fucking with you. Oh, can I blow your guys' mind? Are you ready for this? Oh, this is going to blow your mind. I don't know if I could drop this on you right now. This might change your life. This is almost tantamount. Remember when I told you? You guys remember Sierra Mist? You guys remember, like, think about it. The mist of a Sierra is the same thing as the dew on a mountain. Wells Fargo, big pop. Yo. Wells Fargo. Fargo boys. It said $61. I don't know if it's not loading up. So maybe it was a lot smaller than I thought. But isn't that crazy? So the dew of a mountain is the same thing as a mist of a Sierra. So I have something of this level. Are you ready for this? I need 2 more likes. I just need 2 people. We're at 1698 right now. I need 17. Just give me 2 likes. 2 beautiful souls out there. I just need 2 people to hit the like. 1, 2. Easy. 1, 2. Hit the like button. We're there. 1, 2. Just like that. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Just like that. See how I'm tapping the like button. 1, 2. Sound like a heartbeat. All right. Thank you. Perfect. I appreciate you. All right. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Think about this. Whenever you clean a vacuum, you become a vacuum cleaner. And I do, it's nuts. No, you're not understanding, bro. So when you clean a vacuum cleaner, you become a vacuum cleaner. You want your like back? Are you kidding me? That's top tier right there, bro. You're tripping. That's mind-blowing. I'm going to tell him, yeah, he needs it one more time. When you clean a vacuum cleaner and you clean your vacuum, you become a vacuum cleaner. It's nuts. My life has never been the same since I heard that. Yeah, man. Well, that's your philosophy. All right, man. I'll see you in a little bit. Let me play some Uncle. You're like, what? That was the PHILO? I don't get it, Josh. Yeah, I don't. You got to meditate on it. You got to pray. Well, I would have blown Biden's mind. Imagine his face. I love the faces of Biden. I'm going to start doing it, bro. Like, I think it's a very, like, strategically, like, I think that's, like, in the 48 laws of power. I think it's law 49. Look like you're dead when they're talking to you and then respond. It's mind-blowing, bro. That debate was tripping me out. You guys saw my live react. That's a power move, bro. Fuck you. That's a power move. Just looking like you're not listening. You know what I'm saying? Looking like you're hallucinating or something. And then, like, actually respond, though. Like, dog, that is a fully power play right there. Because you never knew, bro. You never knew what he was thinking. And you didn't know whether or not, like, and if you try, like, nah, it was wild, bro. It was wild. He was a 6 handy. So is a 6 handicap good or bad? Doesn't that mean you give the other person, like, 6 extra shots? I don't know. I don't fucking play this. Wait, well, what is this? Bloomberg just said viewer discretion advised. This is him assaulting. This is the guy who got... Oh.
Really? You just pushed me. Water. Sir, stop.
Oh, yeah, fuck him up. This is on Bloomberg. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean... Bro, they provoked him. Why did he get fired, bro? That's whack. Bro, but they started it. I feel like all 5 of them should have just jumped his ass, though.
Go yourself. You're a terrible person. Go die.
Go die. Bro, y'all started it.
Joining us now for more perspective on the incident is Bloomberg's Todd Gillespie, who has been reporting.
That's that guy. We thought it was Kanye, but it was K. He was like
Explain the
I forgot what company he works for.
From early June till now and what we know.
Right, Sinai. So on June 8th, the evening of Brooklyn Pride in the Park Slope neighborhood where
it's because it was a Pride event.
lives himself.
That's why Pride. Bro, they started it.
Was revelers.
They threw water at him and shit.
A lot of people, around. Jonathan.
I guess you can't attack someone for throwing you with water.
Has this
but
altercation which
I don't know.
Shared, on social
I thought
media.
it definitely didn't. Like I don't think it was unprovoked. I don't think he's like fuck you. Let me knock you out.
He was put on leave by Moelis after.
Yeah, and then they started throwing juice at him.
Flood of protests on social media in person as well. Shortly after
throwing
that,
water at someone
about
assault. I think he assaulted him.
We reported that he'd resigned from the company. Rick Polimus, another senior banker at Moelis, Moelis has
You don't know
largely
it's
taken
water,
over,
could be acid,
his
right?
duties as head of business services banking. Now we know that there was a criminal police report
That's
filed by one
bullshit,
of the alleged
dude.
victims, and now just yesterday, Jonathan Kay was arraigned at Brooklyn Criminal Court.
No way.
On 6 charges, varying degrees for 2 incidents separately of 2 different women that evening, which is shown more clearly in the video that we have now, a 51-second video as opposed to just a 10-second video that was originally released on social media.
That's all they're showing.
And this is sort of...
They're showing this part. Look, he just knocks this girl out. I don't know if it's a girl or not.
You are a horrible person.
Yeah, but that's after the first part they attack him. Oh, that's fucked up, dude.
You can
said
see
these
quite clearly in the
agitators
video
formed a
that
ring,
they
doused
threw,
him with unknown
water
liquid,
on
shoved him into the
another
ground,
red
and
liquid,
called
which
him
we're told was
anti-Semitic
Gatorade.
stuff.
That
Terrified
he
and
was
injured, he
provoked,
managed to act in
and
self-defense.
then surrounded, and he was purely acting in self-defense, and that he wanted to get back to his family, nearby where he lived.
The dispute isn't over in the sense that there's a lot still that we don't know. Clearly, both sides are on different sides of the story. What do we know about the circumstances around his departure from Moelis?
Yeah, that's one area that we're not entirely clear on, Shanali, and that's something
crazy.
that,
that's funny. I didn't see the full video before.
For Moelis,
I thought he just clapped somebody
in New York, where one of
because all the headlines they say he punches women in face over Israel, Gaza.
And the firm
that's the whole thing, but none of the videos, dude, they're all edited.
We know that they.
Yo, shout out to Bloomberg though, because nobody shows the beginning. Yeah, no, these are all 3 weeks ago. So if you go to the videos 3 weeks ago, they got the videos of it.
Well, let's bring you some breaking news from just a couple of minutes ago, and that is that senior Moelis banker Jonathan.
Yeah, bro, but all of it.
We're going to start with that brutal punch, sparking.
In the
But look at nobody shows the beginning.
Pride parade around 10:30 p.m.
They had the video, but everybody just fucking edited
knocking
it.
her to the ground.
That's all you
As
see.
He walks away, he's heard telling onlookers, "She threw something all over me." The back of his jacket wet. The 10-second video does not show what led up to that punch.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, because I thought he was an asshole. I'm not going to lie to you. I just thought he was just I thought it was some Israel Gaza bullshit. But damn, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. They hold him.
For us at Bloomberg News, I'm Shanali Bassick. That does it for Bloomberg.
I'm Shanali Bassick. We are done talking about this shit. Crazy, bro. Self-defense is not chasing him down. Yeah, there is an extent to that, like, for real. I mean, I don't know, like, if someone threw water at me, I would probably just walk away, or I'd scream, and I'd make a big scene. I go, ah! 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 And I start rolling. I'd stop, drop, and roll, even if I wasn't on fire, I make them feel really uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? And then I'd pull out my camera, and I'd start running around them, and I go, ah! Ah! Or I'd run away really, really fast. I'm a fast runner, and I'm small, and I could fit in tight places. You know what I'm saying? But, what if it was piss? I mean, sadly, I'd have to taste test it to figure that out. I'm an analytical person. I wouldn't jump to conclusions. I'd be like, fuck, I got to do it. I wipe it off my jacket. I go, I have to lick it. And I'd be like, oh, yeah, that's piss. And then I would have a justified reaction depending on if it was actually piss or not. You know what I'm saying? But I couldn't. Like, is that mouthwash? What? So that's a top level joke right there. I don't think everyone will get that one. How do you know what it tastes like? Oh, Aaron over here acting like he doesn't know what piss tastes like. Okay. I guess you're better than all of us, Aaron. You're better than all of us. I'm sure you've never tasted piss before, bro. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, must be nice to be so much better than everybody, Aaron. Yeah. You must not have clean teeth. It's ammonia. Tastes like ammonia. Don't ask me how I know this much info. It's ammonia flavored. I don't even know if ammonia is a flavor, but still. Fuck, why'd I call it a flavor? All right, man. I need to go to the bathroom. Speaking of piss. So I get me a carbo. You know, pre-PHILO carbo. Mm-hmm. No one wants to do anything. I'll just play you guys a news clip of the Moelis thing. So I'll play the interview of the lady real quick.
Knocked to the ground by a man who says her group threw some type of liquid at him.
And tonight, that woman is speaking only with News 4. The attack was recorded in this cell phone video. We don't see what happened before the punch. That man has been identified as Jonathan K. by his employer, an investment banking firm who lives in the neighborhood. The attack happened at the corner of 5th Avenue and 3rd Street in Park Slope Saturday night, just hours after Brooklyn's Pride Parade had wrapped up. News 4's Jessica Cunnington is live there now. And Jess, you have an exclusive interview with the woman that man punched. What is she telling you?
Gilma Adams, she is telling her story. She is speaking out while her nose is broken in 4 places, she says. She's in a lot of pain still, but she's speaking up and speaking out to make sure that this doesn't happen to anyone else.
Oh my God.
It is shocking video of a man punching a woman in the face in Park Slope, Brooklyn, Saturday night, now viewed 14 million times on social media.
He was literally a tornado of violence.
Micah P. is the woman who took the blow. She's speaking exclusively with News 4, now with a broken nose. It happened Saturday night after the annual Brooklyn Pride Parade around 10:30 p.m. near the corner of 5th Avenue and 3rd Street. In the video, Jonathan K., identified by his employer Moelis, a global investment banking firm, is seen hurling the punch, knocking her to the ground. As he walks away, he's heard telling onlookers, "She threw something all over me." The back of his jacket, wet. The 10-second video does not show what led up to that punch. Micah says it started when Kay walked by her group of friends outside the cafe as they waited for other friends. They had spent the day at the Pride Festival.
When we saw him walk by, we immediately kind of just turned to each other and we're like, don't engage with that guy. He seems drunk or unhinged or something. He seemed very angry when he walked by. And then we heard him say, what a bunch of useful idiots. He got about halfway down the block and I turned around and I just said, what did you say? And he turned back around and just started rushing us. And as he's coming at us, I had just a bottle of water on me and I literally just splashed the water at him.
She says then it was chaos, that he shoved multiple people in the group, all in a span of a couple of minutes.
One of our other friends just literally was just get off of them, he jumps up, runs after that person, grabs their vest. They slipped out of their vest to get away from him, and he fell face first into the concrete
is going
and
up
scraping
still.
his ankle. Jumping up, because we stopped, one person even asked, one of the people he shoved over was like, "Are you okay?"
Temporary statement on
jumps
FTC
up,
challenge.
Shoves another
confident
person,
and pre-competitive
shoves my friend
rationale.
onto the ground when they hurt their arm, and then turns to me, and that's when the video kicks in, and you can see him just clock me.
We reached out to Kay multiple times. A spokesperson for Moelis tells News 4, "We are aware that one of our employees was involved in a series."
Wow. This is what happens when we take away bullying. Nah, man. I get that on memes when people make that joke, but do you not remember, bro? Bullying was crazy. Back in the day, bro, kids were hella clapping themselves because of all of the bullying. But I think that situation's fucked. After seeing that beginning of the video, I'm glad Bloomberg showed it, because the Bloomberg was the only place that showed the beginning. I couldn't find it anywhere else. Well, I've honestly, I've heard about like the bullying nowadays, and it's different, bro. Like people, they still bully. It's just not as like direct, but now it's like crazier. So like kids get bullied nowadays in school online by like fake accounts and shit. They do what you guys do to me. You guys really do like some literally like elementary, middle school shit. So like that's what happens. Like so imagine you like go to school with a kid, right? They make fake accounts and then they like post stuff about people and then they like bully you from a fake account online and then harass you. Yeah, straight up. That's what like the kids go through nowadays. I've talked to some teachers because I've even asked you guys this. Some of you guys have kids and you guys know the vibes with it. It's kind of crazy. And then like, or they'll like catfish you and then they make like fake accounts and then they get like people to like fall in love with the fake account and then they just start posting shit on another fake account about the person. You disagree? Your little brother grew up soft? It's more psychological nowadays? What do you mean? Elaborate. Because, like, isn't it psychological? Isn't it, like, doesn't that, like, kind of make you, you know, a certain way? I mean, I never got, like, punched. Fuck that. But then we would fight. Like, if any, like, you stood up for yourself. But, like, I almost got in a fight. I called some dude's mixtape bad in high school, and they followed me around for, like, 3 months until I apologized. But then all I had to do was say sorry, and then we squashed the beef, and we became good friends. But, yeah. But I got followed, bro. It was, yeah, but that's it. But anything else, you have to either hang out with bigger kids or, like, I don't know. You, like, stood up for yourself in a weird way, though. But it wasn't, like, there wasn't that much, like, fighting or, like, physical bullying, I guess. He still rap? I don't know. One of them, sadly, though, man, it breaks my heart. One of them passed away. Very young. He had like a disease. It was after like college and shit, but yeah, very, very sad. I liked him. He was a good kid. You know, we had our problems, but he was a really good guy. Like he actually was a good soul. You know, we were both young, but he's very, very sad. You got RB'd? What's RB'd? Really bullied or? Why do parents use social media? Let their kids? I mean, it's easy. You just throw that mother effer in front of an iPad, bro. Psh, light work. Back in the day, we used to fight, but now it's online and everyone gets involved. But I think it brings out like a certain, I don't think it makes them tough, but the point is, like, there's still bullying. I don't know. Like, people think, like, oh, we should bring back bullying. I'm like, there is bullying. I think they do it in a much more sinister way. Like, it's different than getting, like, beat up and shit and picked on, which is one thing. But then, like, dude, imagine, like, being in middle school or high school and then having, like, people harass you. But then they do it anonymously. You know what I'm saying? And like everybody acts like they do today, like fake nice to you. You know what I'm saying? That's the fucked up thing about the society we have now, because everybody has to pretend to be nice in front of your face. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, I love you. Oh yeah, I support this. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah. You know, and then like behind closed doors on the internet, they just go off on you, and then they really bring out shit from like being online, bro. It's crazy. Formspring was the site to bully. Is that where you like put in? I think it was that the one where you like get to like send anonymous messages to people? Ours wasn't Formspring, but I use that to try to get girls. I'm like, hey, you got a crush on a short Egyptian kid? Would you ever go out with the short Egyptian kid who love you? I'd be like, yo, you fine as hell. Regards, Egypt. Oh, yeah, just anonymous. Yeah, you looking fine as hell today. You single and looking to mingle with Egyptian kid. Prince Ali. Yeah, Yik Yak. Was that what it? I think that does sound more. I think Yik Yak was what it was. Yeah, back in the day, you used to be able to get away from bullying. You went home, now it follows you. I know, it's kind of sad. Guts, is that the diabetes ETF? I've seen another one of those, but I'm kind of down with those. Yeah, GLP-1. I'm kind of down with GLP-1 ETF. I mean, you can't just buy NVO or Eli Lilly, but I think a little bit of everything could be good. CDK says substantially all dealer connections are live. The diabetes. It's working really well. They even made a South Park about Ozempic. That's how you know it's big. It's Pilates. I do a lot of Pilates work. Yeah, they said CDK will be fully back online from 2024. Or from July 4th, excuse me. That was a really good South Park. I loved it. It's so funny, bro. I wasn't allowed to watch South Park when I was young. And then like by the time I was like middle life, I wasn't really like interested in South Park, but like lately the last like couple of years, bro, I think South Park are some of the best writers ever. They're geniuses. Is it offensive? Yes. Is it kind of like child humor sometimes? Yeah, but like, bro, it's one of the funniest things ever. Like, the shit they say about society and, like, how accurate it is. Oh, my gosh. Big fan. Big fan. It's funny because, like, they get away with a lot. I know it's like, and they've been like that for years. No, I've known about it, but like it wasn't up until like the last like couple of years that like I was like, dude, this is like top tier comedy and it's so like accurate. Your wife is hooked. She started hers 2 years ago. You're behind. Make sure you guys refresh. If you refresh the stream, I turned off DVR. Too many of you guys got locked behind today. Waka Flocka told all Biden voters to leave his concert last night. I did not hear about that. He said, I'll go hard in the mother and pay unless you support Joe Biden. Get the fuck out the arena. Fuck. Damn, Waka. Why, Waka? I thought, man. Oh, he said it jokingly. He said, just kidding. JK. Yeah, Waka Flocka is an investor. He's actually pretty good with his money. It's kind of funny. You wouldn't really expect it from these rappers, but there's a lot of rappers. There's some rappers who are awful with their money, and then there's some who are actually really good. Micron on the high. Hi. I go hard in the Waka Flocka paint. Macron. Mr. Macron. I mean, SPY's hitting a damn high right now, bro. So we're actually making progress this week. When the equal weight said, nah, I'm good. I'll lead the way and then chill out. Ooh. Hey, it's not bad. You're getting back to the Friday gap up zone. Like I said, anything above 55.05, though, that's where we get crazy. Otherwise, you're more likely to be more range bound. Need to sell some houses, baby. Hey, man, I'm down to buy some. I'm down for some flips, too. As long as there's a good deal. Like I said it the other day, the weird part is that there's so many, there's so many, new deals popping up, and it's hard. Some of them, it's hard to tell if you're buying the top or you're actually just getting a steal. Just hopefully things don't slow down dramatically, but make sure it's a win-win no matter what. All right, I got some interesting ones. You guys sent me some real estate deals. I got 2 real estate deals. We can review those, and then someone sent me a restaurant. That's a good topic we could talk about. So let's get one popping. There's not much online. No, we could talk about it because there's a lot of things related to it. It's not even about it's the concept of buying a business though, which I don't think a lot of people are aware of. Because you could buy pre-made companies and just take them over. You'd be surprised, but you just got to make sure the numbers work. We could talk about it, but first off, we're not going to be doing long-term reviews. I said I'd rather do some real estate stuff. Because long-term's every day, baby. Long-term is every day. Oh, I got to get some side stretches. Oh. You also said you're going to play 2K. Man, y'all giving me a lot of pressure here. I think we got time, bro. It's a long day. We're only halfway done. Technically, we got 2.5, 3.5 hours? I think 2 hours, 45 minutes. It's enough time for everything, baby. It's enough time for everything. Everybody. Cheradonia. Yes. It is that time, my friends. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is time for PHILO. I have a little one, actually. It's not... I don't think it's anything too crazy. I don't think it's anything too deep. But it is something that I personally struggle with. and it's something that I wanted to share with you because I heard something about it, and it opens up a couple of doors. It really, really does, and it got me thinking about some stuff. So we'll talk about it, but again, can I give you guys a reminder? I don't know what you're trying to do, and I don't know who this is for right now. Like I ask that you all pray for discernment. You know, not every PHILO is going to be for you. Not every PHILO is about you. But I really hope you pray for discernment. And one thing, man, I said it in something like, they're like, what's ministry? But like, it's simple, man. I think as a reminder here in summer, when the market's slow, whatever it may be, I don't care about the market as much. I want you have a whole life, bro. You know what I'm saying? You have a whole entire life. Some of you are living it now. Some of you working. Amazon's about to hit $200. That's huge. But whatever it may be, I want, as part of all of the PHILOs we've talked about, I am proud of what a lot of you guys are doing, and I want you to keep it up. And let me just give you a reminder. Are you ready? Kill laziness. Kill laziness. Yes, as a reminder, whatever it may be, bro, effort will go a long way. And that's a big part. I mean, a lot of PHILOs are built upon this. When you really think about it, like I said, man, and this is what I want you to know about life, okay? It's very simple. You will run into opportunities when you are occupied. You got to really understand it, okay? Jesus is going to ask you for your boat if you're on the boat fishing, not if you're at home. You know what I'm saying? You don't know, like yesterday we talked about the ripple effect. You don't know what everything is going to lead to. But I do know damn well not doing anything is not going to open up the doors. You need to be occupied. That's why they call it an occupation. Isn't that funny? What you work, it keeps you occupied, but it leads to getting you money. So I want to give you a very timely reminder, man, that just get to work. Apply yourself. Again, even the long term. That's why, like, I love the long term, but like, can I be honest with you guys? Can I really, like, be honest with you? And I don't want you to be felt down about it, but I do want you to I want you to, like, understand something. The long term is the bare minimum. Do you get that? I'm telling you to save 10%. Like I said, bro, $300 a month in a couple years, I could get you a house. Easy. But, like, what are you talking about? Do you realize how easy it is? Like, in nature. Like, and it doesn't have to be $300. It could be $10, $20. I don't care. But the fact is, whatever, regardless of what you have, this idea of just putting money in one account and saving it up, that is so fucking easy. In theory. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? It's harder to go to the gym. It really is. You got to actually get up. You got to drive to the gym. You got to lift weights. You're going to be sore. You got to wake up. It's harder to do anything, bro. It's harder to go get a date. Oh, yeah, what? You mean to tell me, bro, how much time you spend on fucking Tinder? On anything else to try to get something? How much effort you put to go get your even weed? Your Zindemic? Do you want me to keep going? Do you get what I'm saying here? Do whatever you need to do, man. But, like, for real, it's an easy concept that you have to, and this is what I'm saying, don't be lazy. And it's one thing, bro, You're lazy in one thing, it leads to being lazy in another. And the whole point I'm trying to tell you, bro, not trying to bring you down. I want you to understand the opportunity. When you are occupied, you are going to get more of a calling. When you are doing something, opportunity is going to be attracted to you. But if you're just sitting around waiting, and if you're sitting around, if you're being lazy in multiple aspects of your life, don't expect discipline and production to show up out of nowhere. All right? Y'all feel me? And that's why I'm saying I'm proud of some of y'all. And I want to encourage you even more and more to keep it up. And I hope y'all realize this, man, and tap into that potential that you have. You know, this is the beauty of PHILO. And I hope these words are helpful, but like I've reminded you, if you do not take these words and bring them to life, if you read the book and don't make it law, bro, you're only fooling yourself. You are using this as a weird form of entertainment and a drug. Yeah, I know. You like the dopamine. You like thinking about doing something, but you don't like doing something. You know what I'm saying? You like the thought of like, oh, yeah, I could do all this stuff. Oh, yeah, I'm going to be a disciplined individual who's going to work and grind. You like the thought of it, but you don't actually like doing it. So, do you feel me? Bring it to life, man. Bring it to life. All of it. Otherwise, I mean, I think you could get more entertainment elsewhere. I think you could, at the very least, you put your time to work somewhere. At least make sure you enjoy it. You don't have to play no game. So, that being said, are you ready? Today, I'm going to share with you something that I'm really bad at, to be honest. Like I said, this is something that I struggle with. Honestly, I just got reminded of how bad it was because certain things changed in the last week on a temporary basis for me. But do you know, I'm going to tell you one of the greatest tricks of the devil. Today, I'm going to tell you that. Does anybody know what it is? What is the greatest trick of the devil? Is it probably one of his favorite things to use because it's so subtle and nobody realizes it? That's why it's a trick. FOMO, temptation, convince you he doesn't exist. That's a good one. Deception, complicity, manipulation, getting comfortable. Pride is the devil. He convinced people he wasn't real. I love that answer. He uses your own voice against you. Amen. No one said this yet, so I'm glad. All of these are great answers, man. But unfortunately, no one said it yet. You might be able to relate it. Like I said, it's something I struggle with. And I think a lot of us do. This is going to blow your mind right now because nobody said it. Are you ready? The greatest trick of the devil is food. What? That made no sense. Are you sure? What was the very first temptation? It was an apple. Literally, take 3 of the major religions. You start with the apple. I'm going to put up apple here. The first temptation in the Bible was food. The fall of man can be attributed to food. Okay, then let's go New Testament. Jesus, what was his first temptation? It's funny, his first miracle and it started with wine. Yep. Stone to bread. Food again. Devils takes aside Jesus, is like, you hungry, bro? 40 days. 40 nights. He said, yo, what's up with this? I think, is it Myron Golden? I think that's who said this. I heard this and it blew my mind because I struggle with this. You have no idea. Literally, even Israel, they sinned against God. They got stuck in the wilderness looking for food. So today's PHILO, it's kind of 2 parts, man. You got to understand part number 1. Food itself is a trick. It really, really is. Think about it, bro. Food has killed more people than anything. Imagine all the things we eat, living an unhealthy life. I could kill you if I just feed you bad. It's funny how we act when we don't have food or not. That's the craziest part. You know, I'll throw in a favorite quote of mine. I've told you this years ago. Some of you, this changed your life. I've seen you guys down the road, and you'd always bring this up. Said, even if you hungry, don't ever move like you starving. That makes sense, right? I was even explaining this concept to my girl in business. You guys have to understand this. Are you ready? Have you not noticed in life, in business, if you need something and you need it, people won't give it to you? What? Go lose all of your money and ask your best friend for a loan. He'll say no because you need it. You're like, wait, that's my best friend. Go look around. You get to be a very successful businessman. And if people know you need it, they won't give it to you. Even a bank, they won't give it to you if you need it. If you don't need it, they're like, oh, take this, please. Go buy a new car, go to your friend, ask him for money, he'll give you money. Go get your car repoed and ask your friend for money, he's like, I don't have it right now. So that's just a little side note. That's why I tell you guys, you need to put yourself in a mindset all the time. I don't care even if you are starving. You do not move like you are. You don't move like you're starving. Because even then, how people are going to treat you is one thing, but then you're going to make bad decisions. Why? Because you're hungry. You're starving, and you're going to act out of instinct rather than using that good old brain of yours. But again, back to the topic. Food is very important. And like I said, you guys just got to think about this because I got to think about it. And I was just thinking, man, I'm like, damn, I work out. I do all these different things, bro. I could just sit here I can even take care of myself. I could do all the right things. If I could even kill myself with food. And it's so funny because, like I said, if you don't show discipline in one area of your life, it seeps through. It's funny, man. How many times have you read Proverbs? And it talks about fat cats. It talks about the people who are full and who eat a lot. Walmart and Humana held talks on shuttered clinics. A lot. Literally, food. I think food has claimed more lives than anything. It's kind of crazy to think about. But you get the second part. That's what I just told you. It goes to every area in your life. It's not, is it one thing about food? Yeah, it is. The food itself is a trick because you don't think it's something. It's very subtle. But like I'm telling you, man, it's a control thing. You start controlling the little things in your life, you're going to control the bigger things. This is what I'm worried about because I'm like, damn, if I don't control my food, if I start losing control in one area, what's going to happen? You're going to lose control in that area. So, this is very simple, man. And you'll notice, not one of you said this. That's why I told you it's a secret. It's a trick. I just asked thousands of you, greatest trick of the devil. Not one person mentioned food. What does that tell you? Is that effective or what? And now here's the beauty, man. I want you to think about this. You know why? This is going to take control of your mind. I know it may sound stupid, but think it's the same concept of praying before you eat. You know that because like back in the day, it's a blessing. And you don't know who handled your food or whatever back then. You blessed it. Oh, Eli Lilly donanemab approved by FDA for treatment of early symptomatic Alzheimer's. Whoa, Eli Lilly Alzheimer drug approval. I told you, like, you guys, honestly, bro, I don't want to freak you guys out, but some of y'all, man, be careful doing drugs. I know. You're like, oh, here we go again. But, like, seriously, I don't know if this goes into, remember that demon PHILO I told y'all? It was really intense. Some of y'all couldn't handle it. In the same way we pray for our food and you bless it, there's people who worship really dark shit in those industries. They pray over their drugs. Oh, y'all don't feel me. But they don't bless it. They curse it. Why do you think certain shit happens? It's the same thing, bro. Yeah. So, it's super deep, bro. But this is what you guys got to think about, man. Just like praying over the food, man. If you are just thinking about this. If you could think about what your food is doing to you, you're going to stop and think a little bit more about everything. It's about putting your mind ahead of stuff. Hopefully God. And I was like, wait, should I eat this? Should I do that? It's just going to get you to think for a little bit. So, Chad. No, I don't know. Listen, some of y'all joking around. I don't want to ban you. I really don't. So I encourage you to just tell me if you want to be here or not. For real. Otherwise, you could not say anything. But I really hope this helps you. Because I'm not trying to, like, yeah, can you make this dumb as fuck? Yeah, you can. But at the same time, I'm telling you, this is another level of discipline. This is starting from square one. The one thing you do every day is eat. Do you have control of it or not? I'll say it again. The one thing you do every single day is you eat. Do you have control of it or not? And so look around, man. If the other parts in your life, think about it. If there's a bunch of loss of control in other areas, I want you to start with the food. If you think it's hard to control other addictions and other things, start with your food and tell me what happens. I hope you think about this. I hope I'm introducing a new idea so that you can now stop and think every time you look at the food. I hope you think of something better and bigger. I hope you think of your potential, your discipline. Because now it's not just a meal. So, like I said, this could be so dumb. You know what I'm saying? You could simplify this. You could reduce it. You could have jokes about it. But I'm telling you, this is a discipline control thing. And if some of y'all have been struggling, and that's what I'm saying, if you think you can't do the other stuff, try the food. Because my brother, bro, if you could control what you eat, I think you could control anything. That's the irony, I think, with me, because I have a lot of control of certain things. But I tell you, I'm not good at this. I eat like shit a lot of the time. That's why I said this week, God bless my girl, bro. She cooks for me. And she'll make me some dope-ass healthy meals. When she's not here, I eat like, oh my goodness. But you got to really think about this. You're like, how do I stop smoking? How do I stop this? How do I stop that? Bro, listen. If you think all of that stuff is difficult, if you think all of that is difficult and you have not had success controlling that stuff, if you could control your food, you will be able to control everything. I could almost promise you that. Am I saying that obese are sinners? No, man. Come on. This is what I'm saying, bro. I'm going to just start banning y'all after this. Did I say sin at all? Not once. I'm saying you have no control. If y'all don't want anything out of this, don't take anything out of it. You know what I'm saying? No one's trying to judge you. No one's trying to do any of that. I am telling you of something that we do not give discipline to, in that it opens a door for a lack of control in many areas of our life. I didn't say it makes you good or bad. You guys are adults. I expect you to comprehend this, and if not, I'm not going to tolerate your jokes. I'm getting rid of y'all. Unfortunately. Because this is something, bro, it's not about anybody. This is all of our own personal relationships and how we control ourselves. I am speaking to self-control, and this is what I want everybody to have. You got to even think about it. If you can't control your comments right now, do you think it's a coincidence? I don't. You think it's hard to control the tongue? How do you control your food? You think it's hard to control temptation? How are you handling the temptation that you have every single day? What did you eat today? What are you going to eat tonight? What are you going to eat tomorrow? So, Chad, this one is simple. But like I've told you, man, the first time I heard this, it blew my mind. Because I never really thought about it like this. And like I said, it opened up a door for me to realize, damn, I think I have an area that I could be vulnerable in. Honestly, I think, low key, I'm going to start asking y'all some of this. When I see you can't control yourself, I'm going to ask about your diet. I don't think the food is making you crazy. But I don't think you're willing to control a lot in your life. Man, even worse. If you feel like there's no control in your... You get it? Because this is something you can control. And the beauty about food, it gives you the feeling of everything else. It makes you feel a certain way. It tastes a certain way. You can see it. You can smell it. It's all your senses. Oh, man. So, Chad Adonia, I hope you feel me. So, what are you going to eat today? Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Start. The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think that you watch some movie like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky. It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank. A speaker without a face. A people without a race. They eating without a taste. They scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a code. Oh, freestyle, baby. Hey, man, you feel guilty now? Because you got food and then you got
2020, man.
Yeah, man, it happens. I wouldn't feel guilty. I would just be aware of it. That's all. That's it. I think a lot of y'all failed, though, instantly, though. Like, low-key. I think it highlighted a lot of y'all proved my point. Because I even gave y'all, like, the warning. And I was like, yo, man, just try to control yourself on the joking of it. You know what I'm saying? And, like, some of y'all still couldn't do that. And you're like, I'm like, okay. Because I don't think. You got to really think about it, bro. And, try again. I'll see you guys eventually. But it's a control thing, man. And I hope you guys all control yourself. And if it is something that sticks out to you that you could do better, then that's what you got to do. That's all. Because I'm not good at this. I failed this philo 100 times. You know what I'm saying? But that's why it's like if you don't really think about it and you don't try to, and even when it's just like little by little, it's the same thing, man. The temptation of the food. It's like the temptation of the eyes, and it all goes together, man. It's crazy. Anvis was higher. It was a high-priced stock, and then again, they have a Parkinson's thing. They're going to have a meeting after the bell, too. Was not inspired by the Poke Bowl. That thing was just awful, bro. That Poke Bowl was supposed to be, I thought, isn't like Poke somewhat healthy? Depending on how you sauce it, but that thing was just awful. I'm like gagging almost just talking about it. Change your eating, and I find it easier to control my life. It is, man. I mean, it's all part of it. There's a lot of complexities. I think Poke Bowls are good. I think, like, sushi has high protein and low calories. So, but then if you, like, sauce it up, that's where you get clapped. McDonald's dying because the philo. I'd still buy McDonald's for the long term after that philo if it gets low enough. Because I think more people have less control than not. I didn't add any new Nike puts. I still have one left. I think it's still up over 1,000%. Yeah, I don't think rice is bad for you. Yeah, my mom makes a lot of healthy food, yeah. Mediterranean, bro, it goes hard. I didn't buy any new Nike puts, no. I bought Nike before earnings. We hit it big off of that play. It was $600 into $7,000. But I kept one contract. It's worth like $400 right now. Philo, how do you feel about Starbucks? Starbucks is going to be like Nike. Remember, Starbucks earnings was really bad last time. So you got to think about it. If Starbucks does bad again, they're going to die. Like, I honestly, I don't know. I think if Starbucks does bad, it may not even come back. That's it. If Starbucks does bad, they're going to start falling into the $65 to $40 range instead of being at the $70 to $100 range, if that makes any sense. We are breaking. I mean, today, that's why I said, like, I did want to play 2K and do some things, but I thought we would at least get one big candle down and then end up going nowhere. Maybe end of the day, if we just sell off and end up here, then there you go. E-hang on the low. Nike is going to be earnings. That's it. I talked about it on the watch list. It's going to find a range in a couple of days here, and then after that, we'll know the short term, and then from there, it's going to go and until the next earnings. Dutch Bros took over. Come here, buddy. Oh, shit. I tried to pick him up, and I, like, kind of dropped him. You don't sandbag if they're out. Well, they could, but, like, remember, the numbers were just genuinely bad. I don't even know if that was like, why would you ever sandbag numbers that bad? So, like, remember, like, Starbucks got a lot of problems. Starbucks isn't in my long term. I was going to buy it at 72, and then it did that bounce. But if it drops, I'd be down at a lower price because I think they yield a little bit more than Nike. But I don't know, man. That China growth, the U.S., I think that was the first time that U.S. stores actually declined in a long, long time. So that's why, like, I don't know if that's like a sandbag. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was just bad performance. Remember, it was so bad that people were like, why didn't you give a mid-quarter update? Like, it was so bad that Starbucks, people were confused why Starbucks said, because it was so materially lower that people were kind of expecting that they would have gave an update. Nike and Starbucks to the Roth. They're good companies. It's just all about the price. But I liked it at 72. I was considering it, but the earnings was so bad. I was like, let's wait a little bit, and then it had that pop. And then SPY breaking out. Bonds are trying to come back up too. I did not average on ZB yet. No, not after that first one killed me. I'm down to in a little bit, but I want to figure it out. Because, again, my first play on it, I was not expecting Donald Trump was going to be why we sold off. We're boycotting Starbucks. That's been part of it. I talked about it the other day, though. Like, I think Starbucks has certain trends and whatnot, but it's not like Starbucks also has, I think, half of Starbucks customers are straight like addicts and they just love it no matter what. These are the people with the mobile app. They use the points. They get the cards. They load up the cash card. You know what I'm saying? Every morning, like that's it. People live and die by the bucks. It sucks because that's where it's kind of like, that's what kind of puts the company in this weird spot because they have a big base of like, yeah, it's like the loyal Apple users, 100%. You have people like that, but you're not really getting the same growth, more or less. Repeating, how do you factor in time decay? Is it applicable to playing earnings? Yeah, I mean, time decay, just remember, the less time there is, you want to be closer to the money. So, like, when we do the 2 standard deviations for earnings, we go for the next weeks because then we could still play within the range, but it's literally, that's the only way to get it cheaper because we're going 2 standard deviations out of the money with a little bit amount of time. So when it comes to factoring in time decay, just remember, if you're not in the money closer to expiration, that contract is going to lose value or it'll be hard to gain value. And then even if the stock goes to the same price with less time, you'll probably get less money for it by closer to expiration than further away, unless the stock moves up substantially. Yeah, brand enthusiasts, i.e. coffee crackheads. No, for real, though. And Starbucks has a fascinating base of said enthusiast crackheads. And that's where it's like, it's interesting spot they're in. Because, yeah, people are boycotting them, and then it's just not growing the same. Starbucks has been trying to get into Italy and all these different places, but, you know, it really just, they need the core customers, and then they need the non-core customers really buying those drinks. Otherwise, you know, the dynamic, it's not what it was 5-10 years ago. Yeah. Isn't that a wild concept? Starbucks in Italy? The non-morning customers, yeah. And just like it used to be where Starbucks got everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like Starbucks kind of had it on lock, bro. And like whether it was morning or not, like it was just the coffee spot. It was trendy. You were getting the millennials, the younger generation. But it just has not, you know, they kind of fell off there. But then they have a good base. That's the thing. All right. All right. Can I show this? This is, I don't know. Mark, can I show this company? I guess you don't live there. It's just a restaurant for sale. Damn, it's been around for a while. Yeah, not my house. So Mark said he went out for dinner. No places were open on a Monday, and he called this place, and he talked with the owner. And the owner said, how did you get into selling it? So you went to go eat there, and then what happened? But, like, how did you get into, like, can I buy your restaurant? Did you even eat there, or you just called this guy on the phone? You called to see if they were open? Then how did you get into, like, yo, you trying to sell this shit? He said he called. The owner said $295,000. Oh, he said it was closed Monday and for sale. Oh, he knows you? So he said $295,000 ask. I told him what's the bid, $195, and then we talked about stocks. He knows me from running another restaurant 10 years ago. So they bought it, new build in the last 10 years. It's the only place in 10 miles. Owner passed, so he's looking to sell. So here's what I would ask. Is there does he own the building, or is he just selling you the business itself, the equipment, and then you take over the lease? So I would ask for financial statements. This would just be a matter of looking at the performance and then whether or not you think you could make it better or not. But here's the thing. Yeah, it really comes down to the real estate. So if it's like a really popular business, and even without owning, and even if he just rents, that's it. So he owns the restaurant itself. He owns the land and equipment. That might be a good deal. So low key, if he's just not, because that's the problem when you buy businesses sometimes. They're selling you the business, but they're selling you the lease, which sometimes is profitable, because if they signed it 10 years ago at a lower price, then that's the issue. But honestly, at that case, go value the building. If the building's more than $295,000, or even the equipment for the restaurant stuff, I mean, I would just buy it and call it a day. Even if the restaurant fails, you could sell the property and equipment for more than you paid. That's the way. Otherwise, it's just a matter of running the numbers. And then if it is a lease, I necessarily wouldn't be too involved in that sense, because I don't really like buying out leases unless it's a really, really low price. So that was the first email I got. So Justin sent me, this one just got listed. When did you find out about this one? Very interesting. Because it looks like did you just stumble across this, or were you following this one earlier and then it showed up? Yeah, I was saying this is just listed. So he said this one's not for him, but he said he's interested. He said price per square feet is low, needs an update. It's in a legal Airbnb area with other neighboring towns. Huge boom area post during COVID. Huge vacay, wedding valley, tons of venues. You got married 2 miles from here. If you had the money, you'd do it. Well, what do you think it would sell for? I'd have to see if Redfin even shows me comparable sales. And first time on the market. What the fuck? Median list price in the zip code is $1 million. They don't sell a lot, though. So that's actually crazy. In the last 30 days, shit, bro. This is what I've been saying about everywhere. This is actually nuts. 21 homes listed in the last 30 days in this little block, and then only 4 of them have sold. So this is what I've been telling you guys about inventory. I'm sure if you go look, you say it's not showing the full area. I don't know, what state is this? Montana. What the fuck is this? This looks cheap. I don't know how bad. It's only 500 square feet. I don't know how close these ones are. Let me throw the address in. Yeah. Yeah, so this is it. 425. How 2,200 square feet? What are these, though? These all look like mobile. These are all mobile homes. Is this a manufactured home? I can't tell. I'd have to look. It kind of looks like a double wide, no? Oh, it's 2 homes? Because that's the only problem. It seems like it's a good area, but it seems like you're getting a skew because what do you guys notice here? So you're right. I could kind of tell it's an Airbnb area. But what's the problem? It seems like all the expensive homes to Airbnb, they're not in this little, like, city block. You see what I'm saying? It seems to be your Airbnbs are out of there. It's like the Airbnbs, like, on the mountain. Yeah, because the land up here is expensive. You got these vacation homes. This is, like, in the city. But I would just check the comps on this one. But usually, so this is what I would do with this property. Good area next. It kind of looks like, these just look like manufactured homes, but they just, maybe I'm not used to Montana. Like this looks like this is straight up a manufactured home. That's not a foundation. But I would just look at what's sold, but then there's only really one play at this, so. That sold for $315 a couple days ago. A lot smaller. This one doesn't need as much work. But this is just a weird little block. So I think 2 miles out where you got, if you could get it in the mountain, that's different. This one's half the size, sold for the same price literally 2 months ago. And it needed repairs. Honestly, that looks like a good deal. I just don't know how, even if you wanted to flip it, you're going to sit on it based on this area. But what's the move with this? So even then, you're saying if it's out of your budget or whatnot, there is something you can do. Yeah, Eli Lilly got an Alzheimer's drug approved. That was about 10 minutes ago. Not a rental. What should you do? I think you should take a shot in a weird way. I don't know about I don't know if this will be hot in Airbnb. I need to go look at the metrics but then again, this is a different Airbnb. It's not in the mountain. You know what I'm saying? It does not seem to be like it's on the street blocks next to the freeway. That's different than the $1 million homes here. You see what I'm saying? Like, look at these things. These are like brand new builds. They got land. They're in their own place. It's still comparatively, it's a good value. These other houses kind of make it weird, but you have some decent sales. But they should do something. What should you do? Well, how are you going to wholesale? If you wanted to wholesale it even, you'd have to do something. Call them and what? Yeah, there you go. I'd offer less. Yeah, I'd lowball this shit and see how motivated they are. I don't know, you might be able to do the Josh Answer special, but it seems like it's a decent price, but it's still going to sit. But at C, be like, hey, would you guys like be open to like 300, 350 maybe, and see if they're motivated or keep an eye on it. And then maybe you could offer into your range. I ain't got that. Offer 300 C. Even if you don't have the money, if they say yes to a much lower price, then you could wholesale it. Ta-da. The Josh Answer special is that if you could get a house at a good enough deal and it needs like minimal work, so you flip it without like flipping it. Like you don't need contractors. Well, you do need a contractor, but not a lot. So if you get like, let's say he got this house even then, let's say we knew guaranteed this house would sell at 600. I mean, it kind of like all I would do is, I don't know, those walls are weird. I can't paint them. I might keep the floors, do new floors. I think a new kitchen, though. This shit's kind of old. And the bathrooms are old, too. No, you would need to put in work. I don't think this is a Josh Answers special. Like, you know what I'm saying? This shit look hella old on the inside. If it was decent enough, you could have kind of like, you know, updated it a little bit. That living room kitchen don't look bad, but the kitchen itself isn't there. To wholesale means you get it under contract at a certain price, and then you sell it to an investor. And then they just pretty much pay you 10 grand or whatever your fee is, and then they buy the house, and then they take the deal. Biden to give interview with ABC, first clip airing from Friday, or first clip airing on Friday. How does that contract? Well, as long as you're not putting money down, if they agree to a lower price and you don't have to put money as a deposit or you're within like a certain period, I mean, your only risk is they get mad at you or you can, or I mean, some areas you're not allowed to do it. What the fuck? Oh, somebody already bought this, bro. This is sold. This is a $10,000 house. What the fuck? It needs a lot of work. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? Yeah, you might. Honestly, it might be worth 100 grand. This is huge. But it looks like it was lit on fire. The rear foundation is caved. Buyer at their own risk. No, yeah, this would be a lot of work. Yeah, this looks like a nightmare. So that's kind of like, I think the other house that I'm buying is in better condition than the one I told you guys about earlier. But like, it's a cheaper home, but it needs a lot of work. That honestly, yeah, you're pretty much buying it for land, and then it's going to cost you money to demolish it. Oh, wait, here, I'm not going to show this address. One of you sent me this. It's a house in Birmingham, Alabama, off market. Owner wants 105. Oh shit, there's some decent comps. I think maybe you could sell it for 150. But even then, even if at 105, I think it's a little too risky. That's very cool. You guys are, but he bought it in 2018. It's good that it's off market. I would try to negotiate with homie. SPY is starting to edge up. We're back to 5,500 almost. So watch out here. Remember I was telling you, if we get above 5,505, that's the higher end of the range. But if it rejects and comes back down, then not so much. So I don't know, whoever in here who sent me, I don't know if you're here right now. But that doesn't look bad. I would definitely get less than 105. I mean, 105, it just depends on how much work it needs, but he paid 85. He's not, or 45. I don't know, maybe offer him 80 grand. I think 60 grand if he'll take it. No, I can't show it because it's off market. I don't want to ruin Homeboy's lead. I don't want to show you guys all the ads. That's what I'm saying. Unfortunately, that's why it's easier when we're in like a cult real estate setting, you know, because I show them everything. Like literally last 2 weeks, I've been showing them all the addresses of all the deals I'm working on, anything that's off market. I've been giving it to them, but I don't want to expose it to 3,000 people, especially if someone's trying to work a deal on it. You know, you need a safe space. I definitely worked that one, though, bro. Obviously, don't overpay for it, but you could show him there's a comp down the street that just sold in March for 90 grand, and it actually looks like a decent property. That's actually insane. What the fuck? That one needs a new roof, but it's remodeled on the inside. So here's the comp. I could show you this one. This one already sold. Let me see. You've been looking for Birmingham? Honestly, I think you could find, in these areas, you could find a great deal, especially off market. But look at this. So this one sold for 80 grand. But like, this is nice. It just fucked up on the out. They did the Josh Answers special. They painted the door. They painted the outside. They kept the original floors, blinds. They threw in decent appliances. The cabinets were decent. You see what I'm saying? And then they just didn't update the exterior like any. They just didn't take care of it. But that sold for 90 grand. So I think this is what. But then, damn, what? Oh no, this is some sort of scam going on. But they're renting it out now. That's funny. So whoever bought it, look at that. Rental. So it got rented out at $1,000 a month. That's crazy though. I don't know. I think you could get a mortgage on 90 grand. Some places don't let you mortgage that low. Zip code on that, I have no idea. 35235? Yeah, 35235. Yeah, usually on the, I think 75 or 100K minimum, depending on the area. But let's say you did do this. That's crazy. And that's the thing. If you guys find one of these deals, bro, this is beautiful. Like, look at that. 18 grand would be 20% down. Right? So $90,000 home, even with 20% down, even at, let's say you even did fucking 7.9% interest. Whoa, calm down, buddy. $715, and he's renting it out at $1,000 now. So how much are you making off that? What did we say? 735? 715? So cash flowing 320 and then upside on the property. That's crazy. So that's a good cash flow. Oh shit, $60,000 new 13 minutes ago. In the same area. If you want this candy, let's take a look. This one, I don't know if you could get a mortgage on it. It just depends on the lenders, and they don't have anything on the inside. It's probably dog shit. Investors, yeah. This one probably needs a lot of work. But they bought it for $60,000 in 2009. Shit. That was a high price back then. You won't be renting to people you want to rent to at that low rent. Property will get destroyed. Well, yes and no. I mean, you have to realize if you are entering into a certain price range, you're gonna by default, who do you expect to rent it to? You know what I'm saying? So if it's a class C, class D property even, you're gonna deal with certain things, and then again, if it's cheap enough, there you go. I don't know if this one doesn't need too much work. This could be a deal. Oh, no, that's the other one. Interesting. All right, this is the last one. This one just looks like a nice house. So here's the deal. If you guys are sending me on-market properties, the thing is nowadays, like the market is kind of slowing down, so some of these are a decent deal. But usually if that shit is on the market, that's already one level of opportunity that you're missing out on. You know, so the other guy who showed me the cheap property, the fact that it was off market, I like that a lot. And that's what I'm saying. That's a deal you could work. Even the other one, like I'm saying, if you really like it and it's kind of questionable, the next step is try to get an offer accepted below that price. Paramount said to sell BET for one. I thought they already sold it. Interesting. Paramount's popping on. That one's a better deal than not. Para might move because then they'll actually collect money off of it. And then Palladium's over 5. How do you get off-market deals? Well, either talking to people or literally we've been talking, like driving for dollars. Go walk around your area. Go drive around your area. If you see houses that look like dog shit, write the address down. Go home. Find out, go spend an hour driving around your town. Go find the shittiest looking houses. If you see cars with spider webs, that's the best. Unkept yards, you know what I'm saying? Just shit that look hella ratchet. And then write the addresses down. And then go home, look up the property owners. And then do the skip traces to find their contacts. And then call them or go back to the house, try to knock on the door. Well, you could do stuff on the MLS. MLS, you just have to determine it's of the right value. If it's brand new and newly listed, there's more opportunity. But if it's been on the market for a month and nobody's buying it, like you have to get that at a better price. So there's still ways to do it when it's on market, but usually, it's going to be limited unless they're agreeing to a substantially lower price. And then 2, do you guys know if you are trying to get an on market, let's say you're trying to buy an investment property and you're trying to get a better deal below the market, you have to do it there's a certain way to do it. You have to offer something. What do you offer? Does anybody know? So think about it. House is on the market, listed by an agent, and you want to make an offer. What do you got to do? All you guys just sound like a bunch of Arabs. Cash offer, Habibi. Cash offer. I give you a cash offer right now. Bro, everybody offer cash now. Come on, there's something else. I give you full cash. Think about it. House is listed by an agent, and you want to make an offer below what it's listed at. There you go. You got to get by a gatekeeper. The only person you're going to talk to will be the agent. So you let the agent know, hey, I'd like to make an offer. It is below the value that you have it listed, but I'm willing to pay your commission. So I'm willing to make a private deal with the seller, and I'm willing to buy you out as an agent, and I'll pay for your commission. Can you present this offer to them? Ta-da! So now agent gets paid no matter what. The guy who's going to rooster block you, you now have a way to get around that. And then you could even offer the seller, a private deal that could still be good. Ta-da. What could they make? Well, no, because most of the time they'll get mad you're cutting them out. So the agent is going to probably work against you if you're offering a deal to try to cut them out. But if you want direct access to the seller, the agent is already in touch with them. And then that's it. You say, hey, I'll pay you your commission. So you're still going to get paid on this no matter what happens. I'm an investor. You guys haven't sold it in X amount of time. Let me pay your commission, and then you start talking cash and convenience and all that other stuff. Got to get by the gatekeeper. Yeah, what do you mean rooster block? Is it a farm? I don't have a farm. Why would that? That's weird. Yeah, you could do. I mean, the subject twos are great, and if you could assume mortgages, it's awesome. And some people are down right now. It just depends on the type of deal. I added Nike a couple of days ago. Technically, that was in end of June. You guys hear this? I'm patting the dog like a melon. He's like a watermelon. Good guy. Pat, 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 pat. He's a little melon. Bro, we are just melting up, man. I don't know. Is this today boring? Because I know the volume's still like mad low. 20 million and we're 30 minutes away from power hour. My goodness. July. Well, remember, July seasonality is very, very good. What are some things you should look for? Like to add something in the long term. Companies you know, you think it'll be around here for 10 years, or even then, I would depending on how built out your portfolio is, I would try to avoid names that have too much of a premium on the year. That's an easy way. Best way to go to heaven is not go to hell. But Chad, I think it might be time. OG Tudor Perini joint venture, TPC. All right, hold on. I need to go pee, and then, 2K time. But the market's actually going up. But I still think we'll have time for power hour. Get one game in.
And said, hey, it kind of looks like you're just charging more for something that's essentially the same as a very similar product that you have right now. I mean, how did they justify that?
They see what they're doing as really based in the consumer. These companies have done a lot of market research and a lot of consumer surveys where that's how they found out people are worried about the smell of their feet and all of these other issues. And in some ways, this isn't so different from what companies have always done. Innovation is sort of the lifeline of any consumer goods company. But what I at least saw on the food side was what felt like
an increased sense of desperation among the food companies to really turn things around. I mean, these are companies with really thin margins to begin with, even in good times. And so when they're seeing volumes fall 1%, 2% quarter after quarter, they are really trying to figure out new messaging, new ways. I mean, one of my favorites was Doritos and Tostitos as side dishes and ingredients. And I was like, oh, that's
maybe in an omelet, you know, you crush up some Doritos, put them in with your eggs.
I think everything works in an omelet, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they were actually talking about Cheetos dust, which they call Cheetle, as a coating for chicken.
I could see that.
Yeah. I mean, oh, well, you love fried.
Apparently, I really respond to marketing spin.
Yeah, I feel like everything that has been proposed in this article to you sounds like a great idea.
Good. We talked.
Like, Katie would buy that. Katie would buy that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Katie would buy that. Yeah.
Wow, that sounds like a really fancy razor. That's terrible. Is this solely a U.S. phenomenon? Are we seeing other companies in other countries adopt similar tactics?
So what we're seeing is that consumers in other countries are doing something similar to what a lot of U.S. consumers are doing, which is cutting back. But the way that they are now marketing these solutions does seem to be very American.
Is there something different about this moment? Because, you know, you've been covering the food side of things for years, and these packaged food companies have always tried to innovate when it comes to new product lines, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and there are a lot of famous examples of times when it hasn't. Personal care companies have come out for years with new types of products, but are we at a point where there's kind of just like, I know this is like an uncreative way for me to ask this question, but
Reddit's
are we just
still
done
ripping.
innovating in this space? Are these, like, is this like last ditch? Does it seem like a last ditch effort to you?
I see it less as companies are done innovating and more like consumers are getting smarter.
Mm-hmm.
Consumers are pinched by inflation. Our budgets are tighter. We don't want to throw away food. We don't want to buy a new stick of deodorant when the old one hasn't run out yet. I think people are
fuck
just
are they talking about?
less willing right now to just light money on fire.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say is the difference in this period of time is that for the last couple of years, consumers who had never experienced an inflationary environment in their lifetimes were experiencing one. So
nobody's experienced
maybe this time is
inflation since
different in that sense.
1970s.
Yeah, I mean, if we think about
Most
sort of
people didn't
the
even
kind of
know the
tales that
word.
our
Honestly, you
grandparents
guys,
told us
I'm
that
gonna
they
do
wouldn't
it.
buy paper, they
I think I'm gonna make a weekend video talking about inflation because we have to. We have to, bro. We gotta talk the video on inflation because now they're not. Now they're. Yesterday, everybody was like corporations, and it's like no, man. And then they're like, now the new thing is called upflation. I'm like, no, man. Oh, nice. The 2Ks. Dude, I love it. I already have it set up. I didn't even have to change anything. We're ready to go.
What's going on? There's some great games going down direct today.
I get your friend invite. Upflation, they're saying now they're all blaming company. It's crazy, bro. It's like you got like everybody, we're like ignoring, like I don't want to bring it into this issue, but it's just one side of everything. Like think about it, bro. All of the money we spend on wars and then the ESG and it's not like it's bad. Like you don't like again, like we've gone over the history lessons, you know what I'm saying, of how like, you know, governments have gone about it. It's like there's something ahead of companies that has caused a lot of things, but they're saying up inflation, that's the new term. And that's in reference to what's it called? They're saying that's in reference to companies that are like upselling. So not only are they shrinking products, but now they're coming up with new products that people don't need to charge you more money. That's the new thing. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Did you add me? Stock Market Live? I don't see an ad. I think I'm going to play real quick. We don't have time. We're going to win while we're even talking stocks. This guy, like, damn, he shoots 67%. What the fuck? This guy's a black plate? He doesn't look that bad. Man, that sucks, bro. We're talking about Jack in a Box, and after that PHILO, I'm not going to lie, bro. 2 tacos sounds really good right now. That PHILO's powerful, man. When SPY's still up, let me know. I might have to. I gotta guard this fool, so I don't know how much news and questions y'all expecting to get much of. Oh, you hit that. Where'd that hit? We got the gym and starting. That's good, man. Get some protein. Am I not guarding my guy? This shit's too loud. Gotta start judging the black plates. They might not be playing. Nah, man. I know it's very judgmental, but like, I think I've only, like, last season, I only had like 20 losses. Even this season, I think I only have 7 losses. Every single time, bro, it is off. Oh, a black plate. Unfortunately, I get people might not be able to play, but like, it's so easy to just get to like bronze. Like, it's not like you don't even really have to try. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are you coughing, bro? As an appraiser, look at things, you know, the length of the lawn has been mowed for value. No, 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 no. I think the quality of the lawn and like whether or not you need like lawn work, but I've never really heard of like the length of the grass affecting it unless it's like really overgrown. Like, I don't know. Have you ever seen like those hoarder houses and like places where it's like really, really overgrown? That costs like $2,000 to fix, bro. It's kind of crazy. Not to fix, but like, dude, sometimes like lawn work can be very, very expensive. Played all. Were you a black plate when we played? You weren't that bad. We both played pretty bad. But it was still, I don't know. SB, bro, I've seen that fool. He dope. But literally, though, like, I remember once I needed, like, yard work on a property, and it literally cost $2,000. I was shocked. Airball. Then they don't pass me the ball, man. You just drove by your house and noticed your soon-to-be exes not taking care of it at all. Did you just get in a breakup, too? Look at this guy just dancing around. Oh, to the AI. But yeah, I mean, it's not going to affect things. So many people getting divorced. Man, our whole team's quitting, bro. You're not getting married? Hey, man, it happens. You want to marry the SPY? I have properties with pools, but they're a bitch. It's crazy how much pool maintenance costs, and then it sucks. I remember there's one time I wanted to buy a damn JP Morgan 52-week high. I wanted to buy a property, like it was a distressed property, and it was like a good value, but unfortunately it had like a really bad unkept pool, and then it was just bad. Like, I think the pool itself would have like costed like another $40,000. This guy will not pass me the fucking ball. I think that's our only black plate on the team. You're way behind. Yeah, that DVR messed up a lot of people today. Get that fucking board. There you go, Chad. Let me show you how to shoot the ball. You didn't factor in any cost when buying. That happens, and like I talked about it the other day, bro. It's kind of surprising how much like you actually like put into the other homeowner cost, you know? Like taxes. Even when you first buy a home, That first Home Depot run, bro. Quite pricey. Bro, we still chilling at the high. Yeah, bro, you could spend a lot on a pool. Don't be fooled. And then the maintenance, bro, I'm telling you, it's not cheap. But yeah, there is a lot of cost again. Like maintenance, cleaning, all that stuff. It's crazy, bro. But that first time you buy, bro, you're going to go to Home Depot. You're like, dude, I remember buying a hose on one of my first houses. I was like, dude, what the fuck? I need a hose? You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's still like $70. Then if you ever want to paint it, do anything, everything, bro, it's like nuts. A hose will get you any of the backyard stuff. It's homeowner insurance is crazy. We were talking home warranties the other time. Birdseed. There's so many things, bro. So yeah, that's why. But you got to realize, like, I don't know. Do you guys not remember? It was like 2018, 2019, and like everybody was like, I want to rent forever. I don't want like experience. And they're like, why would you buy a house? It's better to rent. And like, you guys remember all that? Does that sound familiar? Yeah, remember everybody used to tell me to travel. They would get so mad where I was like, no, I'm going to buy houses. And they were really not a bad. They're like, you idiot. I can't live your life. And then, but like a big thing that people would say why you should like rent versus not, they were bringing up the like home ownership costs. That was like the big deal. They were saying like you spend all this, taxes, all the other stuff, you know? Oh my gosh, I'm making good plays, bro. Get that shit. Man, I'm money about this, bro. You ain't travel. I didn't travel, but I kind of want to. I see like the appeal because like especially you start getting old and heartburn. It's like, you know, you're only going to be young for so long, you know. So like it kind of makes sense. But at the same time, too, I mean, I don't regret the things that I got early and the things that I sacrificed, if that makes any sense, you know? And then, too, though, I love California. Like, I don't like all of it, but I like most of it. Oh, whoa, I just got my shit blocked. And, like, but like I'm saying, bro, like, I could just go for a drive, man. You know, a nice car, bro. Going for a drive. That's every day feel like a vacation. I'm not going to lie to you, man. So my thing was cars. That's my vacations. But I do want to see Switzerland. My girl sends me all these pics and shit. It looks dope. You live in San Diego. That's why I feel you, bro. Cali, you can find Cali that looks like all sorts of different places. Oh, shit. He burned me. Damn, that black plate, bro. I have driven in Miami. I've never been to Tampa. What are these guys doing? STAA dying? Good thing that was a foul. Star Surgical? No one's guarding the AI? You want to go to Florida? Go. I don't think flights are that bad. Ooh. They had takeover rumors. Was that the one from earlier this morning? Oh, I remember. That was the liquid one. No shit. You don't like humidity? Yeah, I feel. Why would you touch that? Thank God, Solars. First, I was 23. Your friends thought I was crazy. They're still renting. It's honestly crazy how it played out. But y'all remember it, bro. There was like an influencer trend, bro, where they were just telling everybody to fucking rent. And they're like, why? Like, experience. Don't waste your money. Oh, shit. This guy, I can't fucking reach on this guy. You want the press briefing? I can play the press briefing while I'm getting some 2K in. Bro, my teammates suck. Grant Cardone was telling people to buy, like, give him your money and then rent. That was his whole pitch. But there was like, dude, every influencer was like, I'm telling you, people will get really, they were like, I got flamed for buying houses and like insisting on owning where I lived and all that stuff, bro. It was actually kind of crazy. Love seeing 2K. Well, the market's actually kind of moving today. Y'all were kind of 2K pressuring me today, so I said I'm down. But I mean, we're actually getting some movement. At least it's just going up. Give me that. I think the market closes normal time, and then I think the bond market is going to close early. That's usually how it is day before holiday, but I don't think you're getting any, like, what's it called? I don't know. Why doesn't that guy guard the AI? It's like rippy, but not really. I guess we're up 0.43. It's crazy, but this is only a couple of names. In the morning, it started as the equal weight. Oh, I missed. These guys are dropping everything. Jeremiah, I'm gonna go piss you off. Bro, I told you, I took him out. I was like, oh, pee, and then I walk right first place I walked. There's just a shit in the kitchen. And 2 in stock. That's crazy, man. I did not know it was a. I didn't know it was a holiday type beat like that. Usually they don't close on the holidays. Oh, pop that. Apex Legends. I used to play Apex. Is that only Xbox though? Give me that. Bro, I'm ripping motherfuckers. Let's go. I think 1 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, right? Quick close. Oh, shit. Do I have international exposure? Some. I don't really have international real estate exposure. I don't really like that, but yeah. I got some Baba and some other thing. Oh. They just had a little come up there. Press briefing. You guys want to listen for a little? Yeah, why not?
in crime in more than down to 50-year low.
Oh,
and
you probably can't see it because of the 2K.
Clyburn, who said the president has done a great job leading for the last 3.5 years. The best predictor
She looks
of future
different today.
behavior is
Doesn't she
past
look different?
performance. This is from Clyburn.
Just don't look like Corinne,
and when
bro.
you look at the record of President Biden versus former President Trump, you see President Biden, who has delivered the strongest recovery in modern history, versus the previous administration, whose plans hurts the middle class. And President Biden,
Y'all
who
see
is
that
committed
shot?
to protecting our
Stop
fundamental
it.
freedoms, versus the former president, the previous administration, doing everything that they could and they did to overturn Roe v. Wade, and they are responsible for that. And
This
that's
guy's cooking
coming
on me,
from
bro.
two people who are not just leaders in Congress, but also close to the president.
I think part of the problem that Democrats are articulating is that it wasn't just that he had a cold, but rather he had, answers.
Oh, are they
filling
talking
off.
about the debate?
He didn't answer some questions in a sort of fulsome way. And speaking of Nancy Pelosi, one of the things that she recently said was that it was a legitimate question whether his performance was an episode or a condition. So I guess I wondered if there's been any consideration given to releasing a more robust set of medical records or something to show his mental acuity.
So I will say this, look, and again, I get the question. It is a fair question to ask. We are not taking that away, and that's why the president certainly has spoken to this. As it relates to his medical records, we have been transparent. We have released
You want the 2K screen bigger? I don't want it. I don't want to be that inappropriate. You know what I'm saying?
That is something that we have been pretty consistent about. As it relates to, something like a cognitive test, to the question that you're asking me about what the speaker, former speaker said. Obviously, she can speak for herself. His team, who has said, the medical team said it is not warranted in this case. We have put forward a thorough, transparent annual report on his health.
All right, fourth, we're doing
so
great,
they have
though.
said that is not warranted.
I missed 3
not
shots. I got
necessary.
5 steals,
Again,
5
we
assists.
We understand. We're not taking away from what you all saw or what the American people saw. We understand. It was a bad night. It is not uncommon.
It was a bad
for
night.
incumbents to have a bad night on their first debate.
It's
And
not uncommon to
we are
have a
going
bad
to
night on your first
continue
debate, you
to
guys.
do
Come
the
on,
work
everybody
we
knows
have
that.
been doing on behalf of the American people. I think the president record certainly speaks for itself.
Thank you, Corinne. You just reminded us that President Biden had a cold on Thursday. What medications
makes
was he
everything
taking
they
in the
bring.
days or hours leading up to the debate?
And I know that question has come in a couple of times to us. He was not taking any cold medication.
Was he taking any medication that would have interfered?
Was he taking
He
any
was not
medication?
taking any cold medication. That is what I can speak to. I've asked his doctor, and that's what he stated to us.
After the debate, did the president get examined by a doctor, or did he get a neurological scan?
A neurological scan? Look, what I can say is that, just to take a step back,
I called that
it was a
timeout. You
bad
saw
night.
that?
We understand
That's
that it was a
IQ
bad
right there.
night. And the president has spoken to this. And he understands that. And so I cannot speak to anything beyond what I just shared. The president
Yeah, he did
has
so bad.
regular annual
Did y'all
physicals
scan
that
his
we
brain?
release in a thorough report.
I don't know. I'm playing 2K while doing this, but that's kind of how I interpret. That's what I think the logic was with all that.
Beyond the question of a neurological.
Is that not what happened? They're like, yeah, not uncommon for a bad debate. Was he
night.
sick? And they're like, okay, so he did so bad. Did you scan his
Explanation
brain?
for why
That's
it was
something
so
I think
bad?
we should
If
be
it's
asking.
not his stamina, if he prepared, as you guys
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
for so long, if it's not a problem with his mental fitness, what happened that night? What
Dude,
did he
Corinne
do?
looks
I will
different.
also add that the president also spoke
Like,
to
I
this as
wish
well.
I
He
didn't. I
said,
need to show you guys
I'm not
this.
as smooth as I used to be. I don't debate
I keep leaving
as
this.
well
This
as
guy
I used
running
to.
it up on me.
I
Black
don't
plate.
walk as easily
Oh, he
as
only
I
has 20
used to.
points, I guess.
But
It
one
just
thing
felt
that
like more.
he knows is how to deliver for the American people. He understands that. He understands that he's not a young man, obviously. He said this. But his focus is going to continue to deliver for the American people on the issues that they care about: the economy, expanding health care, fighting for Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, making sure that we continue to be leaders on the world stage, which is something that this president has been able to do, and turn around.
Did you scan his brain,
the mess
bro?
that this last administration created, as certainly on not just domestically, but on the world stage. Okay.
Is anyone in the White House hiding information about the president's health?
Is anybody hiding? This is a crazy questionnaire, it sounds like.
Given the fact that it's more than
Is anyone
a bad
hiding
night when
his
political
mental
future
state
is
in the White House?
threatened, would he be willing to provide more medical information? Would he be willing to have Dr. O'Connor provide more to answer these questions?
Look, Kellyo, certainly understand the question, appreciate the question, but what we have provided has been very transparent. Has been.
Country Watch.
But February was this year. It wasn't too long ago. It was indeed this year, and we provided transparent report, a thorough report.
For many Americans who were concerned.
No way he
about
hit that on me.
His capacity, was he okay? What happened? And we've now gone several days where he has only done.
Look at that. You see how I just walking that back? Y'all don't feel me. Y'all see that? That was crazy.
Press conference, we appreciate that. An interview, we appreciate that. Yeah. But there is a period of time here where the public is trying to understand what happened.
Oh!
And
He hit that on me!
The president could help to answer that by engaging with us in an unscripted way right now.
So let me just say a couple of
They
things.
say, come on, put him on screen. Let us talk to him.
Number one, less than an hour after the debate, he went and he engaged directly with the American people, right? He went to a watch party. He was in a room with hundreds of supporters.
They said, give him the mic. Put him on. Just put him on then. Show us. He can answer 3 questions in a row.
With them.
Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. 7, 8. Hey, if he could do that, I'll vote for him.
As some of you all know, and spoke to a packed restaurant. So he spent some time there. Then the next day, he went to North Carolina.
Like he went to a restaurant. He went a lot of places.
He said, "We support you, Joe. We love you, Joe." And so
we
he
love
was able
you,
to
Joe.
do that. In those 2.5 days or so after the debate, he went to 4 states and engaged with supporters, engaged with American people, everyday people, heard directly from them. And let's not forget, when we landed in North Carolina, I think it was like 2 a.m. in the morning, he engaged with supporters there as well. So the president has been out there. He's been listening to supporters. It's something that he loves to do, not just supporters, but American people out there, everyday people who appreciate what he does, who wants to hear more
I'm doing
from
good,
him,
man.
as you just stated, and got
My
that
teammates don't pass me
opportunity
on a
to
lot
do
of.
just
I'm
that.
getting killed on
I think it
defense, though.
matters
Low
that
key,
he's
that
gonna
black
do an
plate I'm
interview
guarding
on
is
Friday. I think
decent.
it matters that he's going to go to Wisconsin
But,
and
you know,
do
not
that,
enough to get the
right?
win.
Engage with
I'm just mad
everyday
defense
people.
on these fools,
We're going to
bro.
continue to do that. Nothing has changed in that regard. We're going to continue to be out there. He's going to be in Pennsylvania as well this weekend, as I just stated.
And one more. We're reporting that Hunter Biden has been in some meetings with senior advisors.
I got
Why
8
is the
assists, and
president's
I have
son
25 pass accuracy.
So a couple of things
Let
I do.
that sink in.
I saw that reporting as I was coming out. So a couple of things there. Look, the president, as you know, is very close.
And I got
to
7
family.
steals. Y'all
This
don't
is
feel
a
me.
holiday week, 4th of
It's a top
July.
tier performance.
He spent time with his family, as you all know, and reported at Camp David. Hunter came back with him and walked with him into that meeting, that prep.
I almost got a
speech prep.
triple-double, I guess, if you count the
And,
steals.
And he ended up spending time with his dad and his family that night. That is basically what happened. It is a week where there's going to be more family members who are going to come to
They're
the
like,
to the
is
White
he
House. I'm sure
planning
you'll
to
see some
quit
of
in
them on
Camp
4th of
David right now?
July. Many more are expected to be here.
Yeah. Being in the White House. The question, though, would be, is he participating in meetings
Good
with
game,
senior
now. Good game.
advisors?
What I can say is that he came back with his dad from Camp David. He walked him into the speech prep. And he was
Bro, it's not bad.
that I can
15 points, 9 assists, 7 steals,
anything
1
else from
turnover,
that
5 for 8,
reporting, I can't
5
speak
for
to,
6
but
from
I
the
can
3-point
say
line.
that, he's close to his
Stop
family,
it.
which is not unusual. They were
Stop
together
it.
at Camp David. They came back together. You're going to see a lot more family this week.
Okay, Green. I want to go back to that question that Pelosi raised earlier today. Sure. Pelosi
See, look at that.
asked,
You see that's maxed out purple, bro.
Pelosi said
Maxed
it's a
out.
legitimate
I don't.
question to ask.
Stop it.
If this is an episode or is this is a condition, which one is it?
Well, what I can tell you
is
is
this an episode or a condition? Bro, these questions are wild.
Bad night. I would not see this as an episode. I would see this as what
you
it
guys
was
hear this?
and what we believe it to be, which is it was a bad night. And he did, on top of that, he had a cold. And that is the reality of the situation. That is the reality of what happened.
Into anime, I think only like One Punch Man. I like what's it called
reporting
too.
out there that this is not just a standalone instance, that other people are saying that this has happened before. One, do you see these as legitimate questions? And also, are you being straight with the American people on this?
I see it as a legitimate question. I do. And I have said it is a fair question to ask. The president sees it as a legitimate question. And I think also the president saying,
right.
I am not a young man. I'm not as a smooth talker as I used to be. I don't walk as easily as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. I mean, the president is admitting and saying,
He's
and this is not
admitting
the
it.
first time, right? He's talked about his age. He's joked about his age.
This is
many
wild.
times
All right,
before.
I only wanted
And
to play
you heard
one.
that
It's almost
directly
power
from-
hour.
We are acknowledging what people are seeing, but we do believe this was in this instance, it was a bad night.
Is he disabled?
No, and let me finish with your colleague, please. And I know, but shouting out, come on, you know better. Come on.
Just one final question. Immediately after the debate,
I need to go pee, so let me give you this real quick.
Calling it just flat out.
That was a good game, bro. That was a good game. We had a good
Why
run.
didn't the president immediately personally reached out to leaders on Capitol
So I don't know.
Hill,
Maybe
leaders
today's
that
watch
raised
list might be
leadership?
weird then.
Look,
because there's
I can
nothing
say
really to
this.
talk about
Right
if tomorrow's
after
a
the
half
debate,
day. So that's
we were
confirmed
on
tomorrow's a half day?
2.5 day swing, 4 states. The president was out there hearing directly from the American people, engaging directly from the American people. Obviously, he respects the Democratic leadership. It is leadership there that has helped
so
him,
I don't know. It'll be weird.
deliver for the American people an unprecedented record on behalf of Americans across the country. So we appreciate them for obviously. But he was out there. He was out there directly with supporters, engaging with them, whether it was at a tarmac, whether it was at a rally, whether it was at a watch party or a fundraiser. And I think that's important to note too. And he was hearing from them. But at the same time, those leaders, Democratic leadership, was hearing from members of his team, high-level senior members of his team. It's not like we were silent. It's not like we were quiet. It's not like we were not engaging with them. We were. And now that the president's back at the White House, he's going to have some time to talk to these Democratic leadership on the phone. I mentioned Democratic governors. He's going to do it with leaders on the Hill as well. And that's important. And then he's going to go back out into the states, obviously, and talk to Americans there. So he's going to do both.
What's his message going to be to the Democratic governors and Hill leaders when he talks to them?
So I'm not going to get into a private conversation. We wanted to share these meetings. I know it was getting out there, it was floating out there.
Doesn't she look different today?
And I know it was...
Great outfits, but
and we
she just
wanted to
looks, her
confirm
face
that,
looked different.
That we were indeed
It
having
looked
these
wider.
conversations. But we...
It looked like she got stung by a bee.
Our posture is not to dive into...
This isn't Corinne.
Dive into...
This isn't the... Okay, I need to go
conversations.
pee, bro.
We'll have these conversations. I think they'll be important. They'll hear from him. He'll hear from them. But I also want to note that there is a regular engagement with whether it's intergovernmental affairs or the Office of Legislative Affairs, regular engagement from my colleagues here with governors, with mayors, and also obviously with congressional leaders. That is something that is a regular engagement. Obviously the president himself will engage with them this week.
Kareem, does he still have a cold? He seemed to be clearing his throat a bit.
He still has a
at the
cold.
last event.
Yes,
Okay.
I asked. He still has a cold. Yeah.
Thanks, Corinne. You've said a couple of times now that the White House has provided thorough medical records for the president. The White House released a 6-page summary back in February. I don't think that was a full accounting necessarily. And Dr. O'Connor in that memo described the president as, quote, a healthy, active, robust 81-year-old male who remains fit to successfully execute the duties of the presidency. I think that is clearly not what the majority of Americans are seeing. And we have a new poll from CBS News that says 72% of registered voters say the president does not have the mental and cognitive health to serve as president. So are you saying that the majority of Americans are misguided and that they just need to trust Dr. O'Connor and take him at his word?
So a couple of things, and I want to say the president is feeling better, and you saw him last night, you saw him today, but he
You
does
saw him
indeed
at
still
dinner.
have a
He
cold.
went to
Look,
an IHOP. I don't know what the big deal is.
I want to be very sensitive.
He got
here.
the Grand
I think it is
Slam at
important to be
Denny's.
sensitive here.
It
We
doesn't make
understand
any
how
sense why
American
you guys are making such a
get
big
it.
deal
We
about
do.
any of this.
And
Really
I
weird.
do not want to take away from that. I'm not going to speak. I know that there was, you all did a poll, CNN did a poll. I'm not going to speak to every poll. I'm just not going to do that. And I'm constraints in doing that as we're heading into an election in November, as you know.
And it's Power Hour, guys. We only got
What
50 minutes
I will
left.
say is majority of Americans also support the work that the president has doing in a sense of his agenda and what he stands for, what he's been fighting for, whether it's reproductive rights, whether it's an economy that works for all. And that is something that the president's going to continue to do. And this is why we have said, and I have said this multiple times from here, is that's why the president acknowledges. We get it. We get what Americans are feeling. That's why he's acknowledging. He's not a young man. That's why he's acknowledging. He's a little slower than he used to be in walking and not as smooth as speaking. We get that. But we also want to make sure that we point to the successes that he's had, his record, and we want to continue to build on his unprecedented record. And I'm not going to discount what the American people see or feel. What I can say is what we know from our side of things. We could speak to his record, and we could speak to what the president has been able to acknowledge. And I think that's important too. And that's basically acknowledging what Americans are seeing and feeling.
If you get it, why not release more about his medical, his physical and mental health? Why not?
What we have released has been very comprehensive. It has been. It has been transparent. And if you compare it, right, it has. We have put that out there. And, and we'll continue to do so, put that information out there. And MJ, I want to be very clear. I get the question that you're asking me. But this is also a president who has had a historic administration. He has. In delivering on legislation, key policies. That is because with age comes wisdom and comes experience.
Did you just pull out the line my dad say? Habibi, with the wisdom, you age of wisdom. You see this gray hair and mental decognitive ability? That is wisdom.
The campaign's theory of the case.
Come on, man.
Staying in the race has been that the president
Wisdom right there. You see the stuttering of the thing? It is wisdom.
Poll that shows the vice president actually has a slightly stronger showing against Donald Trump than the president. So how does the president explain not passing the baton?
He's
to
not
his
old, but
own
old enough.
59-year-old vice president, given that kind of data?
So look, as you know, I'm constrained to speaking directly to your poll, and I get it, and I hear the question. I got to be mindful. That is something for the campaign, as you started saying, what the campaign has laid out, their argument of the case. That is something for them to take up, and that is something for them to answer. What I can speak to is the president's record, what I can speak to, what he's been able to accomplish, and the things that he's been able to do and get done is actually in line with majority of Americans, and I think that's important too to note. And again, I will say, with age comes wisdom and experience, and that's certainly something that the president brings. Go ahead.
We've seen some real anger expressed by
Who does it
Democratic
quarantine that motherfucker?
Sort of how you guys have handled the president, shielding him away from impromptu settings and denying, excuse me, until last
Yeah,
week.
you're
that there
excused,
really
dog.
been
Go
any
fucking get a cough drop in the water.
slippage. So I'm wondering if you guys have had a
wild,
moment
bro.
to reflect on that strategy.
6 feet apart.
Any regret over it, and if what you would say to folks who think it's arrogant for there not to be either changes towards that strategy or with some of the personnel that are around the president.
And you're talking about the strategy specifically about who's around the president? Is that what
Well,
you're...
I think it's two parts,
Yeah.
right? One is a kind of small, concentrated...
Yeah, bro. Amazon hit 200, I think, earlier. And Bank of America on the high.
And the other is
we were just talking about
sort
that
of
value
systematic
earlier.
decisions to shield the president from the impromptu moments that we've seen in previous administrations, whether it's press conferences or interviews or, just being out in public more frequently.
I mean, look, a couple things there too. This year, the president has done more than 40 interviews, and unscripted, right? Those interviews are unscripted. He has done more than 500 gaggles, right? Of course, unscripted, talking directly to many of you. No, let me just finish. And so he enjoys doing that. He enjoys engaging with all of you. and we're going to continue making sure that happens. I will say this. Obviously, this is a president that was a senator for 36 years. He was a vice president, as you all know. I'm just repeating things that you all know, for 8 years. And so he has long time, advisors that have been here with him for a long time. I don't think that's unusual. He also has people who are new to the administration that also advise him. Look, I've been in meetings with the president where it's been a diverse group of people, and he sees us, and he knows the reason why we're sitting in front of him is that we have something to share, and he wants to hear from all of us. I've heard him say, "Hey, what do you think? What do you think?" And so my experience has been that world is indeed open, and that he does get to hear from a diverse group of people. That has been my experience.
What is going on in this press briefing?
Someone who has been around for that long of time, to have a group of people that's been around him for a minute, right? And I think that makes sense. There's nothing about that is nonsensical. That actually makes sense. And we're going to continue to get him out in front of all of you to take your questions at a steady drumbeat.
I have two questions. One's just a logistical one, which is you mentioned the press conference. Is that going to be kind of the real big boy press conference that we're used to, or
big boy press conference?
Like one of these 2 and 2s that might be a little more limited?
So I believe, and I know you guys are holding me to it. I believe it's a solo press conference. We'll certainly have more to share with all of you as we get closer to next week.
More thematically,
we support the big boy.
Big boy Justin over here is asking some big boy questions. Okay.
What do the president's not the only leader that's at that NATO conference.
That debate thing last year is just weird, bro.
Emmanuel Macron
last week it
caused,
I'm surprised even the media
and
how they all flipped.
Right now. With all these leaders,
like in a weird way, I can't wait to the day, whether it's this year or in 4 years, where Biden is not in office, because after the debate, people are just going to be honest.
It's a good question
about if that makes any sense.
I think one thing,
but until then, they're still holding the fort down.
Right, he's been able to strengthen our worldview, the way that people see us across the globe, other leaders, our partners and allies, because of that experience. Again, with experience brings, with age brings experience and wisdom. And I think because of that, the president has been able to build a coalition. If you think about Ukraine and the aggression from Russia and what Russia has done to Ukraine as Ukraine continues to fight that aggression, to fight for their freedom and democracy, the president was able to bring 50 plus countries to support Ukraine, to support their fight. And so look, I will say that the president is looking forward certainly to hosting the leaders of our 31 NATO allies. As you know, two additional countries have joined NATO, and that's because, again, of the president's leadership. And next week in Washington, D.C., as you know, the historic summit is to mark the 75th anniversary of NATO's founding. So for 75 years, NATO has kept us and the world safer. And under the president's leadership, our alliance is stronger. It's larger. It's more united than ever. And so I think what you're going to see is that displayed next week right here in Washington, D.C. And I think I think you all would agree that the president played a very, very, very big role in where NATO is today. Okay, Jackie.
Thank you, Corinne. The administration strongly criticized the media for clips showing the president appearing to be confused.
Bro, is it everybody is all I hear is
times, and he called it cheap fakes, misinformation, disinformation. In one case, even implied that it was the product of artificial intelligence, calling it deep fakes. Do you have any regret over using that language?
Not at all. Not at all. And let me be clear, it was a certain part of the media. I mean, you can speak to this better than I can. A certain part of the media which was doing this. And look, independent, mainstream fact checkers in the press and misinformation experts have been calling out cheap fakes. And at the end of the day, they're fakes. That's what they were. Targeting the president. They had said, the reporters and these misinformation experts said that this president was being targeted. And what we did was echo them. That's what we did. And look, we'll certainly continue to call that out. And the cheap fakes didn't come from me. I didn't coin that. I didn't come from this White House.
I didn't fucking make that shit. Like, what?
That came from the media. They called it cheap fakes. And they said this President Biden, was being targeted on misinformation. It was purposefully being done to this president. And what we did is we echoed that. So I don't regret it at all.
Good thing you figured
it was just the facts.
Use that sort
just
of
the facts,
approach
guys. Just the
to
facts.
counter the Wall Street Journal report, for instance, that interviewed 45 people over several months who criticized, the president's handling of himself in meetings. And broadly,
which approach? I'm not following.
Talking about the president's age being a factor and a concern.
How was cheap fakes? I don't
the
understand
approach
where
from the White House
cheap
to criticize the reporting, to basically cast the reporting as not true. And broadly, this has been the reason I ask is like the administration's response to our questions often seems to be, don't believe your lying eyes. The border's secure. Afghanistan withdrawal was a success. Inflation's transitory. So is that going to change?
I mean, you just laid out, Jackie, a bunch of things. So just give me a second here.
She's saying you're lying about a lot of shit and want us to ignore everything.
Even in this briefing room,
that's, I think, what she said.
Back and forth with you, with your colleagues, with everyone here. And I think we have a right to say if something we don't think is true or something we think we want to push back on. That is a right for us to do, just like you have a right to push me and say, actually, our sources or our reporting say this. I think it's a give and take. This is what makes what we do in this room almost every day. This is an exercise of democracy. This is an exercise of freedom of the press. That's what we're doing here. And I think if there's some reporting that we don't believe to be true, I think it's okay if we go back and forth and say, actually, we don't think that reporting is true. Right? And so I don't see anything wrong with that. That is what this is. That is what this is. This is what we actually do on a daily basis. This is how we lead the world on making sure that journalism exists and you all have the right to do your jobs. But, we also have our right as the press office here in the administration, if we don't believe something is true or we want to share our side of things, that we do so. Look, on the other things that you just listed, I've talked about this president's record a lot, often here, in this just however minutes I've been at this podium. And look, when it comes to the economy, the data shows it. When it comes to healthcare, the data shows it. Afghanistan, obviously, it is an important conversation to have, and that is something that the president wanted to do and end a war, and a forever war. He wanted to make sure that we stop putting our young women and men in harm's way. And that is a difficult decision to make. It is not an easy decision to make. But he's the president and commander-in-chief, and he wanted to make sure that we got our armed troops out of harm's way. And so I honor and respect our back and forth, and it is always an honor and privilege for me to do this job, and I will continue to do that. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, Michael.
Okay.
Mike, go ahead, Michael.
Oh, I have two big boy questions.
Why?
Medium. I don't know what. First, does the president intend to spend most of his days in July on vacation in Rehoboth and Wilmington?
We certainly will have more to share on what his schedule is going to look like for the rest of the month. I don't have anything to share at this time. I can assure you the president will be out and about talking directly to the American people. I just laid out the next couple of days. I don't have anything to share beyond beyond NATO, right? As you know, there's going to be the NATO summit next week, so don't have anything to share beyond that. But the president will be out there talking directly to the American people. I have to be mindful. Obviously, we're in campaign season. The campaign could speak more to what his schedule is going to look like specifically.
Okay. And then the second question, we just posted a story, which probably I'm not sure you've seen because we just posted it in the middle of the briefing, but in which many people that we've talked to describe an accelerating series of episodes, moments when, over the course of the last several weeks,
the wording is crazy.
Or would lose the thread.
This was a pretty funny one, though.
In private meetings, at the G7, in Normandy, at the White House, not all the time.
A lot of wild questions on today's meeting.
Not saying that that's the way he is all the time, and that there's clearly moments people say that he's forceful and with it and all of that. But these people suggest that that what happened, what Americans saw at the debate, has a precursor. What do you say to that?
So I want to be mindful and respect your reporting. I have not read it. I have not seen it, so it's hard for me to respond to it directly. But what I can speak to more broadly is that I have engagement with the president pretty regularly. What I see is a strong, resolute president who's always willing and able to work on behalf of the American people. I do not know who these folks are that you speak of, so it's hard for me to talk about that and to speak to that. I can just speak to my experience and go back again on the president's record and what he's been able to deliver on behalf of the American people. So I do want to be mindful.
Just one follow-up
Sure.
Is 50 million plus Americans saw the debate last Thursday. They get a very different story from you. You just described a very different sounding president. Obviously, other administration officials described him very differently than what.
And then Spy's still holding this like 5,500, bro.
Those two versions of a president, one who appeared the way they did to millions of people, and the other.
And then just under or above 30 minutes remaining.
Sort of very forceful and not have any of those.
I mean, look, the president spoke to this. You heard me speak to this. We believe, and others have said this, not just me, other folks who have been on networks and also obviously has spoken to all of you, it was a 90-minute debate. It was a bad night. That's what we believe it to be. We're not taking away what people saw. We're just not. That is.
We're not taking it away. We're just he's wisdom.
And we want to also make sure people understand that the president realizes. I keep saying this over and over again. He said he's not as young as he used to be, and he has addressed this over and over and over again.
Tripping.
But you saw him last night. Right, you saw him last night. You saw him at the rally. You saw him at the watch parties. There's been many instances. State of the Union. You saw him take on Republicans by himself.
Today's Tuesday.
And what was happening back and forth in the State of the Union. There has been also many instances where the president has really showed his strength and resolute that all of you have seen and commented about it. And so I think we cannot forget that as well. And we also heard from President Obama, who himself has said his first debate wasn't great. He talked about that. And most incumbents, their first debates aren't great. And so look, we're going to continue to build on the unprecedented record by continuing to fight for the American people. That is our commitment, and that's what we're going to continue to do. Thank you. Thanks, Michael. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. I have two questions. Sure. To follow up on that, you talked about how you've spent time with the president. When you're looking at the time you've spent with him, have you ever seen the president have a bad night like we saw on the debate stage during your time here at the White House?
No.
So were you surprised by what you saw on the debate stage?
I mean, look, I know that he had a cold. Many of you were reaching out to us, to my team and myself directly. You heard the hoarse voice. We were able to confirm he had a cold. He was under the weather, obviously. Look, we all have bad nights, right, or bad moments. It is not unusual. I just said there have been incumbents for their first debate. It doesn't go well. So it's not also unusual in that regard as well. So, look, we're going to move forward. That's what we want to do. We want to look forward. We just announced some engagement that the president's going to have. We announced, obviously, the interview with ABC and George Stephanopoulos. He's going to go to Wisconsin. He's going to go to Pennsylvania. We're going to have a press conference next week. We want to turn the page on this. And we want to turn the page for the American people as well, because we know that they need to see him out there. He's going to continue to be out there. He has been. And we understand how important that is. And so we're going to turn the page. We're going to get out there across the country. Americans are going to see him for themselves. And I think that's going to be very important as well.
And has the president had a chance to speak one-on-one with Vice President Harris since the debate?
I can't speak to any conversations that they've had, and so I'll just leave it at that. I don't have any readout of a conversation between the two of them.
Thanks, Kareem. So I've spoken to a lot of donors since the debate, and they want to know what exactly happened that night. So just to follow up on MJ's question, I know you said he hadn't taken any cold medication. Was there any other medication he had taken? That's what many of them are asking.
No, I understand. I was asked about the cold medicine. I asked about the cold medicine. He was not taking any cold medicine, and I don't have anything beyond that. I don't have anything beyond that to share. And look, I've answered this question multiple times at this point. I don't have anything else to add beyond what I have shared with your colleagues here in the room. We really, truly want to turn the page on this. We really want to be able to get out there and speak directly to the American people, speak directly to you all, the President will. And I think that's important too. Look, and not forget what this President has been able to do the last 3.5 years. How he's been able to deliver. And there is a stark contrast in what this president has done and what Republicans in Congress are doing, right? He's trying to protect our rights as president. He's trying to protect our freedoms. He's trying to protect really important programs that matter to the American people. He wants to protect women's rights, Roe v. Wade. He wants to continue to build an economy that works for all. That's what we're going to focus on. And that's what Americans are going to hear, continue to hear from this president. Anything else? I think I've litigated this a lot already in this briefing room. I just don't have anything else to add. Go ahead, Andrew.
Thank you, Kareem. 2 questions.
Sure.
You have repeatedly referred to the president's outing after the debate at the watch party, his remarks the next day in North Carolina, his appearances at fundraisers, his appearances this morning at the D.C. Emergency Operations Center. All of those appearances were scripted events where he spoke from a most spoke from a teleprompter.
I know, but you said all, but not all.
Okay, well, if you're correcting me, they're most. They're scripted, spoken from a teleprompter. How are Americans supposed to get the sense that the president is fully engaged and capable and thinking off the cuff when he's reading from prepared remarks so often? And why can't he just come down here? The briefing room's 30 seconds away. Why can't he come down here and assure us and the American people that he's okay? And I have a follow-up.
Okay. First of all, it wasn't all. It was when he was speaking in front of the audience, but it wasn't all. When you think about the tarmac, when you think about engaging at the Waffle House, when you think about engaging at the
Why does she
party
keep bringing
and
up the Waffle
very
House?
Long rope line, and when he was at the tarmac, it was in the middle of the night, literally 2:00 at night. We all wanted to go to bed, but the president was certainly very focused and zeroed in on the American people who were out there, cheering him on and wanting to see him and take selfies and get a hug from this president. That's what you saw. And I don't know if you missed this, but I also shared that he has done more than 40 interviews this year alone, and we're going to continue that. He's going to do an interview with ABC, George Stephanopoulos, this week. Those were unscripted. He's done more than 500 gaggles. Those are unscripted, and we want to continue to do that. We do. We want to continue to do that. There's going to be a press conference next week, a NATO big boy press conference, as Justin has reminded us, next week. And so that's going to be important as well.
And I have a follow-up.
Sure.
One of my colleagues behind me shouted a similar question to what I'm going to be asking you, but I think given what happened on Thursday, given the reporting in the New York Times and other outlets about the president's more frequent lapses, losing his train of thought, all of us saw what happened on Thursday where he simply could not form coherent answers to many or some, if you will, of the questions, and here to lapse into nonsensical answers at the end.
Killing him, bro.
Medicare, for instance. I'm going to ask something delicate, and you may not like it. The president may not like to hear it if he's watching, but I think the American people need to get a yes or no answer on this. Does President Biden, at 81 years old, have Alzheimer's, any form of dementia or degenerative illness that would cause these sorts of lapses? And it's a yes or no question. And if you don't no? Why don't you, as one of his senior staff members, know?
I have an answer for you. Are you ready for it?
Yes.
It's a no. And I hope you're asking the other guy the same exact question. Okay. Go ahead.
She's like, I hope you're asking Donald.
Yeah.
Oh
the
my
president
goodness.
feel like members of the Democratic Convention should be able to speak their minds on this?
I hope you're asking the other guy who
hurting
does
the
the
party.
same behavior that
I mean, look, this is
obviously
that's something
you better be
about
asking
the
him.
Democratic Party that we really respect.
Gosh.
It is a big tent party. Many people are
I
going
don't
to
know,
have their
man.
opinions.
I mean, I
We're
feel
gonna have
there's a
our
lot of
disagreements,
things I would go
and
after
that is
Donald
what
Trump
is
for, but
important. And we really respect
I'm not as
other
worried that
people's
he's
opinions
dying
and thoughts.
as
I
much
think
as
that's
Biden.
what makes,
like, I'm not actually concerned for
party
his health as much.
different
I am
than the other
concerned if
side.
Donald has
Certainly
like
we see
skin
that with how
cancer
it's
from
playing
like
out
the
in
fake
Congress,
tans and shit.
or how it tends to
You know
play
what
out
I'm
in
saying?
Congress.
Or maybe that
So
toupee
the
glue
congressman's
may
going to
fucking
have
seep
his
in
opinion.
too deep.
He's going to have
But
his
at the
thoughts.
end of the day, I'm not
That's
really.
for him to speak to.
Not the other
We are
homeboy
not-
was like.
this is not a president.
I don't know where
about
he
his
was.
Personal politics. That is not this president is all about. He doesn't care only about himself. That is not what this president is all about. And I also read out
Yeah,
some
he said
some
MasterCard
supportive
from all that
statements
shit.
that
They went
we've heard
crazy.
from leaders of Congress. Former Speaker Pelosi, I read out what she laid out. I read out what Congressman Clyburn has said. And I think that matters as well. And you all have heard from multiple supporters over the past couple of days since Thursday. And I think that's important as well.
Just to be clear, the president has not spoken to either Senator Schumer or Leader Jeffries?
What I can say is that the president plans to speak to them this week. I don't have anything beyond.
Is there a reason though it's been 5 days? I mean,
Well,
you think they would have spoken?
I hear you. I addressed this moments ago. The president was on the road for 2.5 days, did 4 states. His advisors, his high-level White House officials were talking to congressional members, as some of you have reported over the past couple of days. I think that's important. They have regularly engaged, not just with congressional members, with governors, with mayors, and then there's the campaign that does it on a political level, right? They've had regular calls. I think some of you have reported on that as well. Now this week, the president is going to take some time and talk to those congressional members, and as I stated, also to Democratic governors tomorrow. Okay.
You mentioned that sometimes the candidates have a bad first debate. There's been a lot of discussion going around, and of course, no decision yet. But that maybe there isn't a second debate.
So I want to be super careful. That's something for the campaign to respond to. But I do believe they did respond to this, and I do believe they have responded to this, and they said that there's going to be another debate. But that's something for them to speak to. And I will just quote what President Obama stressed, right? Bad debate nights happen. Trust me, I know. And then he praised President Biden's leadership and his agenda of fighting for the middle class, our freedoms, and the rule of law. And you heard the president speak to the rule of law just last night. And so certainly that will continue. But you've heard from a former president about this particular issue. Go ahead, Michael.
That's great. Obama was 51 during that.
I kind of knew you would say that.
Debate.
I knew you would say that. But he's not the only one. He's not. It has happened in the past. First debates for incumbents, sometimes is not their best.
I know you've said a couple times that you want to turn the page.
Yeah.
The issue, I think, the core issue here is that you can't turn the page on age.
Yeah.
Aging decline is a one-way street.
This is the funniest press conference in
at
a
the end
while,
of the day,
post-debate, bro.
if these are the questions you're getting now, what are the questions you're going to be getting in 2 years or 3 years?
I have thoughts about 2 or 3 years from now, but look,
How can you or anyone say that you have confidence that he can be in this job at that time?
Look, here's what I would say to that. We are not turning the page on age. That's not what we're doing. We understand. We get that, right? The president said, I am not a young man. He said that. We get that. We understand how the American people feel. What we want to continue to do is deliver for the American people. That's what we want to see. That's what the president wants to do. And that's the turning of page. Let's continue on the successes, on the unprecedented successes that this president has had. And on issues that majority of Americans care about, healthcare, economy, those are things that they care about. Democracy, freedom, fighting for the rights for women to make decisions on their bodies.
If he is getting health
That's what the
care.
president wants to continue to that's the turning of the page. But we get it. Look, I'm not taking away from that. I don't want to do that. That is not. I do not want to walk off this podium and that's what you all think. We're not doing that, and the president doesn't want you all to do that. But he can do the job. He can.
The question about what gives you confidence about 2 years from now, or 3 years from now, or 5 years?
We believe that this is a president that is able to continue to deliver and build on the unprecedented success that he's been able to do. That's what we believe. We believe, and he believes it, and he is determined.
Oh shit!
And committed.
Is this over yet? 'Cause I need to
doing
take him out real quick. I don't want it to. If it ends, it'll just be
Michael,
awkward. Let me take
and I think the thing too that's important is we have been able to do things that most modern presidents haven't been able to do, and that matters as well. I know you guys are trying to get me to look into the future, but what I can say to you is this is a president that is committed to doing that.
I'm not sure anybody doubts that commitment.
Yeah.
I think the question is, given the performance, and I apologize.
No, Michael's like, no, you take it.
I mean, I just think the question, it's about the way we look at our elderly parents and grandparents. It's you maybe visit them once a year and you see troubling signs because you don't live in the same city perhaps, and the first question that you go to is, I wonder if this is like a one-time thing, or if it's something that has been happening for a longer time that we need to deal with. And the second question is,
you're going multiple times.
Where are they going to be in a year? Where are they going to be in 2 years? Do we need to put them in a home? All of the questions that go through that, and this is sort of the American people's version of that.
I hear, and I hear you, and that's what I'm saying. Look, this is why the president goes through, medical examinations, right? And we release those medical examinations, right? We've done that the past couple of years. We're going to continue to do that. This is why we're going to go out there and continue to be out there and do interviews and talk to the American people. And at the end of the day, I got to be careful, right? Because we are in a campaign season. But the American people will see for themselves, right? And I just want to be super, super careful. But look, this is a president that has worked incredibly hard for the American people. And not just as president, as vice president, as a senator. And he is committed. And we cannot take away from the fact of his 3.5 years of leadership, what that has been able to do, what he's been able to get done. And that doesn't come from, that doesn't come easily. And he did it in historic fashion. He did. And the data proves that. And so, look, he's committed to continuing to make that progress, continue to work, whether it's climate change, whether it's the economy, whether it's healthcare. That is what he is committed to doing. And
listen, we know he's old. He said that.
He had a bad night.
He's not as young as he used to be.
And we are admitting that, owning up to that. You heard the president speak to that, and I think that's important for the American people to hear from us and from him
the L,
as
bro.
well. I know I have to go. I'll be back tomorrow, but go ahead.
I just wanted to go back to the Representative Doggett's statement.
Yeah.
Part of his statement, he said that Biden staying in the race could kind of work against helping to save democracy. So I know you said it was a big tent party. People have their opinions, but how do you corral Democrats when there are members of the party who believe that about the president staying in the race? And do you have a response to that specifically?
Yeah, look, this is a president. He jumped into this election. This I can talk about, obviously, in 2020, and I remind you all that he beat the other guy in 2020. He won in 2020. That's why he's president. But he jumped in because of democracy, right? He jumped in because of what was happening, because he believed he needed to do everything that he can to protect our democracy and now protect our freedoms because of what happened with Roe v. Wade. Obviously, we don't agree with that. What we believe is that this is a president that has had, that is going to continue to fight for democracy, and that's going to continue to focus on making sure that, we get Roe v. Wade into law. Right? Make sure that IVF is not taken away from families. Make sure that contraception is not taken away from families. Make sure that we fight for our voting rights. Right? There are so many things that we need to continue to fight for. And at the end of the day, this is a president that has delivered working closely with Congress and doing some of these things in a bipartisan way. And I think the reason why that he's been able to get some of these legislation done, whether it's the CHIPS and Science Act, the Veterans Act, the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, is because of who he is and because of how he has that experience to work across the aisle. That doesn't happen with everybody, and this president has been able to do that. So we're going to continue to do that work. Guys, I'll see you tomorrow. All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, well, that was entertaining. That was great. I feel like we haven't had one of those in a minute, man. That was a good one. That one was a good one. See me cry. I wanna ride. Not unusual. What an exit. I mean, that was interesting. It's tomorrow. Wednesday. That's crazy. It's only Tuesday. Well. Yeah, tomorrow closes. I didn't know tomorrow's a half day, but apparently it is. So we are going to. We are only going to be here for a little bit. I don't know, man. I might just turn on the stream, get you some news, maybe have Josh AI, but otherwise I'm like, man, then you'll have this. You could just take an extra day. Because again, if the market, this was actually a decent move here, but if that's it, more 2K. But yeah, I don't want to wake up just to play 2K. Like, come on. Yeah, I woke up at 5. Listen, I'm young. I know I'm not old, I'm not young anymore. Fuck. I'm not. I acknowledge it. Come on. What's wrong with you? I'm not going to play to wake up to 2K. Why would I wake up why would I play to wake up 2K, huh? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, make sure you fucking check Donald for dementia. He's fucking cuckoo. Why am I the only one getting all the flack here? Screw you guys. Huh? I don't know, Joey B. I don't know. I got a good golf swing. I don't think they doubt me like they doubt you. You look a little lost. He looks lost. You've seen him. He doesn't know where he is. He's confused. What do you, my voice is really spry? What do you mean spy? Spurry? How do you say that? Fuck. Why are you using big words, Jiffy? Your name's Jiffy. You can't use a fucking simple word? What do you mean, surprise? Is that a stock? SPRY? Looks like a good name. It's probably solar. Yeah, I love solar. It's good. It's good for the world. Environment. No, we only did one round of push-ups today, low-key. We need to. I should have. And then I played 2K, man. I'm a bum. I forgot. Hey, get away from the chair, bro. Go, listen. The chair's going to move. Stop it. Bro, I roll the chair and he goes fucking batshit. a chair, dude. It rolls. He's like Biden. I gotta explain this to him. I'm like, it's supposed to do that, puppy. Why are you getting... Freaking, why is it rolling? Why is it moving? Stop it. Calm down, Biden. I should have named him Biden. Because he's so cute. He's such a cutie, and he's just so weird. Okay, Biden, calm down. It's a chair. Why is the chair rolling? It's not supposed to. So it's staying still, and now it's not still. It's not still anymore. No, that's fucking. It's a demon. Fuck that shit. Nah, I don't trust it. Fuck that. Get it out of here. Get him out of here. I swear he like brings me his little toys. He has like a little rabbit toy. I guess this is the smartest guy I know. This guy right here, a little rabbit bunny. He's the smartest one I know. He's a good guy. I'm telling you. Yeah, look at him. I wouldn't put no. He's a good guy. What? It's not unusual. No, you can't see him. I'm like Drake. I gotta protect him from the world. He's like my Adonis. You know what I'm saying? Unless somebody like puts out a diss track about me. You know what I'm saying? And they have to and then they force me to be the son or the father to this child. Other than that, screw that. And then spy a little cheek. That'd be crazy though if we just sold off everything in the last 5 minutes here. That would be absolutely nuts. Everyone, not unusual. Oh, fuck. Ow. You like ran into me, and I bit my lip. I'm bleeding. He made me bleed. Fuck. Biden? Damn it. I'm calling him Biden from now on. Oh, fuck. Oh, dude, I'm like bleeding. Oh, my gosh. This guy got me. It tastes like copper. Fuck, dude. Oh, dude, I'm like bleeding from the mouth. I look like I ate him. Well, this is weird now. Copper. Ow. Yeah, no games with Biden. Ugh. How much time I got? 10 minutes? Oh, damn. It's been a long day, bro. We've had PHILO. We went over restaurant deals, houses. We won a 30-point game in 2K. We got to listen to probably one of the funniest press conferences. And now I'm bleeding. Man. That was a good presser, bro. They actually, it's weird, man. Like, sadly, everybody in the media is like flipped on Biden. I mean, you kind of felt it there because they just said like, come on, does he have dementia or Alzheimer's? And like, they were really grilling homegirl up there. But that's why I said, it's like, I can't wait till Biden is no longer in office, not for any other political reason, just for the fact then you'll get like an honest reporting of how everything was, like low key. But until then, you're already starting to get a little bit of it. It's weird though. Like I said, it's just like none of this I don't think to a lot of you, especially if you've been like, if you've been cracking Biden jokes for a minute now, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's so weird that everyone's like, oh, yeah, that debate, we really realized how old he was. Like, he only got 2 months older from the last time you saw him. It makes no sense why all of they're like, yeah, that was bad. Really? Like, you don't have multiple compilations of him speaking pure gibberish, walking in the wrong direction, all of these things that just, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's happened. This isn't the first time. That's why I'm like, it's a very odd timing. I think people thought they had enough time to replace the candidates. That's why, but then it's still a logistical nightmare. It looks different with no assistance. I don't think it does. I think it's whatever it was, everybody decided to come into an agreement to finally say that. I don't know, maybe because they all know Donald Trump or Joe Biden is still going to spend massive amount of fiscal money to secure a vote. But it's just weird. It's not even panic. Everybody knew it before. Let's stop the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knew homeboy was losing it, whether you liked it or not, and you knew it before the debate. Did you admit it before the debate? No. But afterwards, everyone's like, okay, we'll admit it now. Why? That doesn't make any sense. It was already, you already knew, so in a weird way, I'm less surprised. That's why I said, I'm very critical of all of these people, and I don't think Biden's debate was that bad. Because I've seen everything else. Bro, I'm like bleeding. This guy fucked me up. Because we watch him every day, the public. Maybe that's it. But then again, these reporters, you got to think about it. There's literally White House reporters. You know what I'm saying? Like, these White House reporters literally travel with the man. Just let that settle in for a second. There is people that literally travel with Biden everywhere he goes in the media. Oh, what a song. Oh, Chattadonia. Look at the time. Well, and I don't know, tomorrow, if the stream don't come on, don't get mad at me. Maybe use that as your sign to take a day off. I should end up showing up, but you never know. I've been getting motivated by these days off, but in the meantime, Chattadonia, I love you. And I thank you for being here. I think I only had to time people out or ban them during PHILO. So, and it was a PHILO about control. That's the irony of all of it. But as my thank you to you being here, I want you to know that when I say earmuffs, it's going to get really loud in here, okay? So you've shown me a lot of respect, and I appreciate it. The least I could do is tell you that we're about to turn up right now, okay? So when I say earmuffs, that is your sign to mute your speakers, okay? That's it. Just safety first, baby. Don't get hurt. Don't get BBB. Okay, ready? Earmuffs. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath their seats. We'll be cutting through the aisles of the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 or 5 p.m. Pacific time, and then we may or may not take off around 6 6 a.m. tomorrow out of sunny San Diego, California. As you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 76 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, unless you had to answer questions for Joe Biden at a press briefing. That was difficult, but the good news is we are no longer to COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please slide down your flight attendant, and we'll get you there as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia. What a day, baby. And you're ripping, bro. Honestly, you're going to be closing above the good level, and then tomorrow and nothing. It's pretty good, but now you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You got a half day tomorrow. Then the market is closed on Thursday. Then you got the non-farms on Friday, but you're already closing up into a level. You got to bring it home now. Even the bonds find a way to came back. 55.08, baby. Near the all-time highs, but you have less than 10 seconds remaining. Bring it home, Chatadonia. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh shit. Oh, Chatadonia, the horn went flying. I got way too hyped, but ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. You're starting off the week, a little bit of a day off in the next couple days. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. Drop that GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, dudes, vibes, personality, info, baby. Way to hold it down. Way to show love and be a part of it. For real, baby. And you didn't get banned. You didn't get timed out. You had respect for me. You had respect for the chat, the community, the conversation. You led it in a good direction. God bless you. Hey, man, I appreciate y'all. For real, man. Good game. GG, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. I hope you know we stronger as one. Yeah, baby. Tell them what's up. Good game. Let's go, man. You doing a dono. My members, odd members, stream alerts. You held it down. You didn't have to, but you did, baby. GG. That's what I'm talking about. God bless y'all, baby. Good game. Good game. I'll see you tomorrow, baby. Good game. GG, baby. Tomorrow morning. I will. Good game. You still gotta watch this, though. Good game. Good game. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Huh. I want to listen to one before it. No, where is it? It played earlier. Yeah, wait, why is this isn't the song? It's playing the wrong song. It says World War, but it's not playing World War. Yeah, I gotta listen. Wait.
Hey man,
you'll hear it at the beginning.
2020. It's one love, man. Yeah. Feel like
oh wait, where is it? There's a microwave in it.
Hey man.
So there's something that wasn't supposed to be in there.
2020. It's one love, man. Yeah. Feel like
I gotta find it. At one of the parts, I came in when Uncle was recording, and I closed the microwave, and it made a noise. So one of those isn't part of the beat. It's literally a microwave. It's hilarious. It's a good song, bro. It's a good song. But Chatadonia, that's the day. I love you. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the opportunity. For real, man. I hope you guys enjoy it, man. I know it's summer, even on the slow days and whatnot. I hope you actually have a good time here. I had a great time here, man. So we're going to take the day off. We'll see, man. I mean, it depends on whether or not I want to go and, like, if I want to go somewhere or not. So I'm going to see. I got a little bit more. I already had family here. So we're going to see what they do. But because I have this fucking animal, bro. I can't take this animal anywhere in the Middle Eastern community. You know, I can't take him to my parents' house. I could drop him off at, like, one of my friends' houses, but then I feel bad for the little guy because he hella get anxiety and shit. So I got to figure it out. So we'll see. I'll either be, because it's only 10 a.m., but we'll see. And then tonight, I don't know. I don't know what y'all want to do. Tonight, either normal watch list. I'll try to make a driving vid. Otherwise, we going to have a what's it called? We're going to have the, how you say? I'll do a live watch list with maybe a little bit of 2K, bro. Maybe a little bit of 2K. Anything? Look at you, buddy. Oh yeah, he just bit the fucking mic. There you go. You attacked me today, buddy. You didn't mean to. I know you didn't. You're a good guy. Oh. But Chatadonia, that's it. Dress him as an alley cat. No. Oh, I thought there was another beat I was going to show you. Uncle might have this one for you guys, though. Uncle, do you want to do this one? No, he doesn't want to. I tried. But this you're going to get a song to this from Uncle, bro. It's almost done. I'm very impressed with it. It's good, bro. He says something in the beginning. It's like long-term, short-term, welcome to the war. I think that's what he says. He said something. He said, haters ain't new. He just got a little bored. Short term, welcome to the war. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, boy. Haters ain't new. I just got a little bored. That's what he says. Yeah. You said, yeah, it's fire. Wait till it drop, though. Just wait till it drop. Yeah, it's fire, bro. It's fire. All right, chat. Well, that's it, man. That's the day. So, Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful evening. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, the strangest streak in the world. I just butchered that because I forgot to tell you about the watch list. So if you guys don't know, youtube.com/The Trading Fraternity. Every day, there's a lot in store, baby. There's a lot in store. So we'll see you guys there. You have a good one. Now you go read the books. Go fill out the prayer request wall. Better yet, instead of filling out anything, just pray for me. Pray for your brothers and sister here, man. Make sure you keep that spirit alive. You know what I'm saying, baby? Don't forget that praying and meditating. I ain't remind you for like 2 weeks. Don't mean you can't. Stop it. So let's go, baby. I love you. God bless you all. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you again for being here. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, why we focus in on something called control, baby. On control, why in every manner, baby. Watch out for the food. Watch out for the lack of discipline, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. Hey, man, that's it. All right, I'll give you one more. This is what it reminds me of. That one song reminds me of this one.
Yeah, another day, another divvy. Haters still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, set at 10%. When the market crash, I'm gonna buy the triple net. Turn the bag into a boat off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me. But I still show them love, paying homage to the king. People hella fake, they do it easy. Or you got something to say, but you ain't speaking. How you know about the play, but you ain't eating. It's a shame they can't do it before they speak it. New levels, new devils like Dante. No Kindles, no Ellis, no Kanye's. Cause I learned a little lesson from my madre.
You don't want to gain the world and lose your soul, man. Nah, you don't.
That's another lesson, you should know about it. Asking if I heard, bitch, I told you about it. Don't be so dramatic. You ain't Lil Wayne, making little money, but I bet you gon' feel the same. I'm still a little vain, grow a little with the pain, change a little with the change, change the thought, change everything. Thank you, God, for the day, for the sun, for the rain, for the joy, for the pain. The divvies in the trade. Another day, another divvy. haters still a bitch. Riding through y'all city, screaming, say that 10%. When the market crash, I'm about to triple net. Turn the bag into a boat off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me. But I still show them love, paying homage to the king.
I know it's 2024, and you live in America, but you're not a cat. Okay? Bro, you just hopped around on my computer like a cat. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, I gotta go, bro. I'll see y'all later tonight. You have a blessed, glorious evening, man. Okay? All of y'all are blessed. All of y'all, man. I love you. I'll see you in a little bit, and peace. Hey. Come on. Hey, yeah, come on. I'm fine. I'm an old man. Whatever. I acknowledge that. You guys are tripping. See, come on. You guys stop tripping. Stop fucking around. I'm fine. I'm not the same. What? I lost the debate. Who cares? It doesn't mean I have dementia. What makes you fucking? Why would you even talk about? Why would you think that? I'm still running. I'm running good. I'm running long. I'm running the whole 9 miles. I'll go the whole 9 miles every time I go. And look at your stock market's up. Stop crying. I beat Medicare. Fuck yeah, I did. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. I know, Joey B. I said the economy would crash if you won, but it didn't. But still, you have no idea where you are right now. Even on the golf course, I bet you don't even know it's a golf course. He showed up at a football field. Can you believe it? This guy. And now the fake news media, they don't want to defend him. I know. Have a good day, Chad. Have a good day. Exactly. Do you think maybe if the president, can you tell me if he has herpes? Would you answer that? If he had herpes, would you tell us? Exactly, you wouldn't. So then why would you tell us about dementia? Exactly, I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.